More than that. Ludger interrupted Hans when he was about to say his real name. Now my name is Ludger. Call me Ludger Kellysi. Ludger Kellysi, you said? Ah. Come to think of it, you also used that name when you sent me the letter. What on earth happened? Why didn't you meet me in the capital city where we were supposed to meet? It's a long explanation. More than that. Ludger shook his head as he glanced at Hans. You're still causing accidents, no matter how much time has passed, huh? What kind of appearance is that this time? Damn it. Who do you think would want to be like this? Hans's current appearance resembled a werewolf that could make anyone who was walking on the street scream and run away. However, that was because the surroundings were dark, but if people had seen this appearance in bright daylight, they would have felt rather odd instead of running away. Hans's appearance had no ferocity peculiar to a werewolf at all. To be exact, he even had a cuteness that did not match his size. What did you get bitten by this time? I don't know. It was some kind of a furry brown puppy. Who would have thought that he would bite me after suddenly jumping down from an old lady's arms? I can tell roughly what kind of dog breed it is from that appearance. Hans, who had the shape of a half-human and half-beast, had brown fur on him. However, the brown fur was not a dark and dull of a wolf that had been traveling throughout the wild, but rather it was more of a noticeable brighter brown. Above all, the shape of his face was very different from that of a wolf. He had a shorter muzzle than a wolf's long head and bigger eyes. Right. He looked just like a Pomeranian that was famous for its cuteness as a pet. The furry puppy that Hans said had bit him was a Pomeranian. I've been feeling this way for a long time, but you have a very interesting body type. Damn it. Don't make fun of someone else's hardship. I wonder if I've actually been cursed. Hans was a human being who was born with a rather unusual body type. When an animal bit him, that animal's genes were expressed into his body, and he was mutated into their shape. The legendary werewolf whose human skin was suddenly torn and their wildness exploded when they saw the full moon. That was Hans. However, should I say that it's a flaw that he is different from ordinary werewolves? Werewolf meant transforming only into a wolf, just like the name suggested, and it only reacted when the full moon rose, but Hans was not like that. Hans was still intact even when he saw the full moon, but only when he was bitten by an animal did he forcibly mutate. And he would transform into the animal that bit him. If he got bitten by a wolf, then he would be a werewolf. If he got bitten by a tiger, then he would be a weretiger. If he got bitten by a bear, then he would be a werebear. Hans, who could mutate through Fei Wei, had quite enormous power. The problem was that he was born in the wrong generation. Where are the wolves, tigers, and bears in the cities in this current age where civilization and science have developed? They were the men who had to go somewhere in the deep and perilous mountains to discover those animals. And the precondition that they could only change when they got bitten was ridiculous. If they got bitten by a wild predator beast, they would die with one bite, let alone being able to transform, so how come they could only transform when they're bitten? If they didn't want to die, it was better to give up the idea of mutating to something wilder. As a result, Hans could only mutate himself into animals in the city that could easily be encountered, whether they were wandering street cats, wild dogs, or pets raised by noble ladies. It seemed that his unusual body type might have had some kind of effect, as the problems when the animals were rushing to Hans overlapped with each other. It didn't matter if something like an animal's fur only touched his skin. As soon as the animals bit him because they were being attracted, that cursed ability was awakened. There was no such thing as letting him mutate by his own will. There was also no proper way for him to control the ability. If Hans lowered his guard for even a little bit, he would be bitten by a small animal and forced into mutating into the form of a half-human and half-beast. Just like his appearance in front of Ludger at that moment. A strange power that's different from magic. What Hans had was actually more of a superpower. Take this. Ludger took an ampoule jab containing a green chemical from his pocket and threw it to Hans. Hans hurriedly grabbed the ampoule with both hands and injected it right into his forearm with a happy face. Shoot. Then a change occurred immediately. The fur that had grown thick on his body thinned, and his big size gradually decreased. The bright, cute Pomeranian face had also changed to a slightly mean-looking man. Returned to his original state, Hans touched his body here and there and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. If it weren't for you, I'd have been going through a lot of suffering for a few more days. It's right now that I think about it. It was quite a long time ago that Ludger had met Hans. At that time, Hans was being chased here and there, being called a monster because he couldn't control his own body. Still, if he had the power to turn into a beast, he could pretend to be a king in the back alley, but he was a man who couldn't fight, so he just wandered from place to avoid persecution. It was a once-in-a-lifetime fortune for Hans to meet Ludger at that time. I almost died when I first met you. You did. I thought you were a cryptid that was roaming around the city. A cryptid was a mysterious creature that appeared implicitly throughout the city now that the monsters had disappeared. They were some kind of monster remnants. Compared to monsters in reality, they were a little more like a supernatural phenomenon. Magical beasts, spirit beasts, and the other strange beasts were also beings who reacted to negative emotions and magic power, then embodied them. That was a cryptid. Ludger had also met Hans because he was asked to eradicate cryptids. But when he had first met Hans, Ludger was quite taken aback when he realized that he was not the werewolf he had imagined. That was because Hans at that time was a half-human and half-beast that had a similar shape to a chihuahua. He was a so-called werchihuahua. I was quite surprised to find out later that you were a human being with a decent ability to talk. Was that a surprise? I was rather surprised by your ability to develop the cure to it in such a short time. It is not a cure. It's more like a neutralizer. Well, that's that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hans snorted. If it weren't for this medicine that you made for me in the first place, I might have been hunted as a monster somewhere in the back alley. Ludger nodded as he didn't deny such a statement. But this time, you said your alias was Ludger Kelsey. And a professor at Soren Academy? When the hell did you create that identity called Ludger Kelsey? It sounds a little chaotic. How surprised I was to hear that you suddenly became Soren's professor in the letter. It's a little long to explain the situation. Ludger explained how he became a teacher of Soren, starting with the terrorist attacks on the magic engineering train. When Hans heard his last sentences, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kikek. Ha 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 ha. You're really amazing, too. How could you say that you're Ludger right there? I had to do it if I wanted to live. If it were me, I would have stuttered and acted extremely suspicious. Even worse, Ludger was originally a member of an unidentified secret society. He's also an executive called the First Order. First Order. First Order, huh? Do you know anything about it? Hans was immersed in contemplation as he stroked his chin. It was his habit when he tried to think of something. Well, I think I've heard of it. No, it's surely within my memory. Have you heard of the recent turmoil in the Empire's underworld? No. Not yet. Well, it's quite recent, so you might not know. They say there are a lot of new guys out there, but they're all pretty strong and crazy. Oh well, those guys call each other as members or whatever and classify each of them with what order. I think it's certainly them. What's the name of the society? They're called the Black Dawn Group. Some people call them the Black Dawn Society. The Black Dawn Group, or the Black Dawn Society. Ludger mused on the name. The guys involved with him were definitely not normal, nor were they average. They had planted many of their members in Soren, assassinated the employees, hid their identity, and even did an infiltration. They must have been extremely vigilant people. Do you have any more information about them? It's very recent, so I don't know the details. What I know is just the name of the organization and its rank, but did you just become their First Order recently? It's not that I became the First Order. It's a situation where I have to wear the mask of the original First Order. Right now, you're lucky that they passed it with that face, but if you make a mistake, won't you get caught? Yeah. And if he got caught, he'd be tortured in a way that went beyond imagination. Ludger clicked his tongue and rummaged through his pockets. So I have to prepare. Ludger took out the pill box and tried to take the pills inside, but he realized that he had eaten all the pills the other day and stretched his hand to Hans. My suitcase. Oh, I brought it here. Hans brought a black suitcase hidden in the dark of the alley and handed it over to Ludger's hand. Ludger confirmed that his suitcase was intact. So you didn't open it? You think I'm crazy enough to open your bag? I couldn't open it even if I wanted to. Hans was fed up and denied Ludger's half-joking sentence. I know. More than that, did you meet Sheridan? The little kid? Well, of course I met him beforehand. He was the one who was waiting for you in the Empire at first. I'm sorry about that. You don't have to be sorry. Did you or us know this was gonna happen? Ludger opened his suitcase and examined all of his personal items inside. It was still the same as when he organized and put the luggage in the suitcase before sending it. Ludger took out 2 pills from the pillbox and poured them into his mouth. Hans looked at Ludger with a slightly pitiful eye. You're suffering a lot, too. Well, you're not the only one. Well, I suffer too, indeed, but come to think of it, you and I are both living while heavily dependent on drugs. But unlike narcotics, it's fortunate that our drugs have no side effects. So what are you going to do with your future plan? Do you have an appropriate method? Ludger is an unintentional identity, so there must be a lot of restrictions on him. I'll have to think about it later. Originally, he had intended to use Soren's power to control them or disrupt their plans, but that alone seemed to not be enough. It was too optimistic to expect Soren alone to take care of the Black Dawn Society. He also needed to move more actively and uproot them. Ludger, who was trying to lock the suitcase again, suddenly remembered something, so he asked Hans a question all of a sudden. Hans. If you arrived here 2 days ago, why didn't you ask me to meet you on that day? Why did you ask me to wait 2 more days? What do you mean? Why do you even ask? Rumors spread all over Lethelk that a werewolf appeared at night 2 days ago. There was someone who even saw you in Soren. Eh? What do you mean? I just arrived in Lethelk today. What? Ludger asked back without realizing it. It was the same with Hans. More than that, there were rumors of werewolves in Lethelk? Even before I came? Yeah. I thought it was you. No, I just came here today. And you know my personality. If I had come the day before yesterday, I would have asked you to meet me right away. What reason would I have to stand by here for 2 days? The 2 men were speechless for a moment. So who had caused the werewolf rumor to spread? Oh, oh, oh. At that moment, a cry was heard from beyond the foggy darkness. In a civilized society, they were supposed to no longer face the dangers of wild animals. There was no way the 2 men in the present could not identify the cry of such an iconic beast. Hey. Yeah. Ludger leaned his back against the wall and was on guard, watching his surroundings. The sound of something moving fast with rough breaths in the wind echoed in his ears. It's really a werewolf. So it wasn't a rumor. It was real? Maybe. At that moment, Ludger and Hans looked up at the same time. In between the factories that were built with bricks. On the high rooftop, they could see a black shadow crossing quickly. A black furry beast shed a bloody red glow in its eyes through the air. The distinctive disgusting smell of a beast could be smelled on the tips of their noses. His instinct sensed that it was not fake. Crazy, it was real. Shall we leave this place now? I don't think he can recognize us right away. Hans asked as he swept the goosebumps rising above his skin with his hands. It's only a matter of time. The werewolf was moving around fast. But it didn't go far away. It was currently wandering around the factories in the industrial area. It was currently looking for prey. It seems like there was something on the werewolf's neck. When the werewolf had shown its appearance in that brief flash, Ludger's eyes had penetrated the thick fog and clearly scanned the werewolf. What caught his eyes was something similar to an identification tag that was hanging on its neck. Is it the belonging of someone that it ate? No. It was more like a leash. Maybe he was mistaken. It was such an instant moment that he might have been mistaken about it. But the fact that the werewolf appeared in Lethelk and its rumors also spread in Soren disturbed him to no end. Hans, I think I'll have to check it. Check it, you said? Don't tell me you're going to catch that werewolf? Something is fishy about that werewolf. Maybe someone artificially made him and released outside. What? Who the hell? I'll have to check it out now. Ludger said so and picked up his items one by one from his suitcase. He wrapped a leather belt around his waist. The multifunctional belt was full of empty holsters. Ludger put all sorts of things into the empty slots of the belt one by one. Thrown weapons, close combat weapons, drug bottles with chemicals. Lastly, 2 black revolvers. Clack. Ludger checked the firearms quickly and stuck them on his back. Click. Ludger even finished putting on gauntlets with mechanical devices on both of his arms. Looking at Ludger putting on his equipment one by one, Hans recalled the first time he had met him in the past. "It's been a while since I've seen you use them." Despite the addition of all kinds of equipment, Ludger's appearance had not changed. As such, the tools that he used were very secretive and seemingly unobtrusive objects. "Was it when you were a cryptid hunter? Didn't you use an alias then, too?" "You are right. What was your name at that time?" "You have used so many aliases. I don't really remember it." Van what?" "Van Helsing." With all the equipment on, Ludger got up from his seat while closing his suitcase. His face was shaded by his hat. Abraham Van Helsing. It was the name that Ludger had once used when he was a hunter. 5 years before. The Kingdom of Derman, one of the small countries in the southern part of the continent, was plagued by a sudden infestation of cryptids. Wolves roamed in the middle of the city, mysterious beasts ate people every night, and the nightmare of an endless blood scent continued for more than a month. Even the officers were helpless. Even though soldiers and knights were deployed, the cryptids evaded their siege by messing with the knights. The situation had been sluggish and unsolved. Among them, there was one of the most notorious cryptids. It was a monster that had invaded Javadan, one of the largest cities in the Kingdom of Derman. It was a rare monster that ate 3 knights who held the title of elite soldiers. The worst cryptid ever to dominate the horrors of the kingdom and a nightmare for Javadan. The monster of Javadan. The king of Derman thought that things wouldn't work out like that, so he had issued an official paper saying that he would give a huge reward to those who defeated cryptids. After hearing the rumors, all kinds of freelance wizards, wandering knights, and famous mercenaries from the continent gathered in the Kingdom of Derman and began a massive operation to suppress the cryptids. Countless cryptids had died, and a considerable amount of human beings had also died. People called the hunt Bloody Night because the blood shed at that time had the ground red. The Bloody Night was enough to instill fame in many people. At that time, there was one person who had made the greatest achievement. A person who single-handedly defeated the most notorious monster in Javadan and recorded the most achievements in shooting down and slaughtering cryptids. He was not a famous wizard, a high-ranking chivalrous knight, or an elite special mercenary. He was only a hunter. The hunter was adept at handling all kinds of tools and weapons, and during the year after the Bloody Night, he traveled all over Derman, setting up a record of defeating cryptids with a kill count of more than 3 digits. The name of the hunter, who was also famous as a mystic because he didn't actually reveal his identity, was Abraham Van Helsing. Fully equipped, Ludger slowly walked out to the boulevard. The damp night fog blanketed his coat. The blurry scarlet light spreads dimly around the street lamp as if it had consumed the water from the fog. The smell of the beast, which gently exuded among the reek of soggy mud, brushed against the tip of his nose. What a memory. Dumb. Ludger immediately kicked a drum that was lying around in the street. Kaboom boom. As the drum collapsed, a strong noise echoed through the air. The werewolf, who was searching for prey, turned his head when he heard the sound. His ferocious eyes found Ludger standing alone in the center of the boulevard. Grrrr. The werewolf jumped from the roof of the building and landed in front of Ludger. It's big. Ludger was able to get a closer look at the werewolf. He was over 2.5 meters tall, had bloodshot eyes, and his body was full of black fur. His sharp nails were pointed on both hands, and his energy was so creepy that Ludger could feel it in his skin. If he got caught by that thing, even steel would be ripped like paper. But most of all, what caught his eyes was the metal leash that was stuck in the werewolf's neck. I knew it. I wasn't mistaken. There's no way that was just hanging around the werewolf's neck without a cause. There was no way that a wild beast who lost his rationality would think by himself and wear that around his neck. There was only one possibility. Someone deliberately raised or made that werewolf. He thought that it wasn't completely impossible. It was a world where magic existed and science had developed in a strange direction, and Hans, whom he knew, had the body type that made him turn into a beast whenever he got bitten by a beast. Well, it wouldn't be strange if some secret organization made a werewolf as their experiment. The question is, why does it have to happen in this kind of timing? The incident happened not long after the start of Soren Academy semester, when things had been quiet without much news until then. Also, in the year when he was appointed as the professor, he couldn't help but be suspicious about the situation that was so blatant. Well, I'll find out once I catch and beat him up. Ludger immediately got into his position. The werewolf distorted his face as he seemed to feel uncomfortable when the human in front of him raised his will to fight rather than run away. Oh whoa. The roaring werewolf that was stretching his chest and raising his head to the sky rushed immediately toward Ludger. The werewolf, who ran fast on the ground with his 4 legs, was faster than a car. Ludger stepped back while watching his movement. The werewolf's claws passed through the air where Ludger was. Growling. The werewolf waved his arms non-stop. Ludger continued to take back steps and focused on avoiding the werewolf. Thud. The moment the tip of Ludger's brown shoes touched the ground, a strange wavelength spread around him. Boom. Every time the werewolf's attack missed, Ludger continued to tap the ground with his toes and spread the wavelength of mana. In an extreme situation where he might be torn to the bone just by brushing against the claws, Ludger never allowed the werewolf to attack him. Gah! The angry werewolf roared and spread his arms wide. He was going to attack Ludger in that state and grasp him so that he wouldn't be able to avoid his attack. So he used his brain. Ludger's mouth, which was covered by the shade of his hat, smiled. Hi, trying. The werewolf, who was about to jump at Ludger, suddenly distorted his face and fell flat on the ground. Badump. The werewolf slipped over the mud that covered the ground. Oh, ooh. Hans, who was watching nervously from afar, suddenly opened his eyes wide, confused at the sight of the fallen werewolf. Did he eat something wrong? Your head will ring a lot. Ludger gently stepped on the back of the werewolf, who was struggling in pain. The werewolf was more of a beast than a human. And since it was a canid, it was particularly sensitive to high frequencies that ordinary people couldn't hear. Ludger stomping while avoiding the werewolf attacks was a preliminary preparation to cast such a spell. That spell, which moderately mixed sound waves and vibration magic, may have been nothing to humans, but it was different to werewolves, who heard sounds beyond a certain frequency range. Even then, the ultrasonic waves that rang the werewolf's ears in real time and shook its brains continued to shake the surrounding area. I don't have to use expensive silver. There was no more suitable way than that, because the purpose was to suppress the werewolf, not to kill it in the first place. Now, let's check where the hell they made this guy. It was when Ludger took out a syringe and tried to collect his blood. Hi Thering. Here it is. I heard a sound from here. Everyone, move quickly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a whistle, uniformed policemen rushed towards them from beyond the fog. Police officers, who had been patrolling for 2 days due to rumors of werewolves, must have flocked as soon as they heard the disturbance here. Why does it have to be right now? When Ludger looked away for a moment, the werewolf, who had stayed still meekly, jumped up. Ludger hastily stepped back and avoided an incoming mishap. Ludger was immediately wary of the werewolf's counterattack, but the werewolf had no interest in Ludger in the first place. The werewolf shook his head a few times and soon turned his back and ran away. Darn. I didn't expect the werewolf to run away in this situation. Ludger sighed and released the high-frequency spell that was spread around him. When the police officers who were carrying mana appeared one by one, Ludger decided to slowly step back from his spot. There. There's someone there. Arrest all suspicious people. Before he knew it, the werewolf was climbing up the wall of the factory and climbing to the rooftop. Ludger ran after the werewolf. He was running through alleys avoiding spells and the sound of whistles. Ludger, who was running through the dark alley, stretched his arm in the air as he felt that the werewolf was going farther away. Whoosh! The machine spring, which was hanging under the wrist of his gauntlet, quickly turned around, and soon a wire-mounted hook was shot toward the roof. Click! As soon as the hook was fixed to the roof railing, the cogwheel rotated and wound the wire at high speed. A tightening pulling force. Ludger used the rebound to fly up to the roof. It was Ludger's favorite item when he was active as a hunter, commonly called a wire launcher. Ludger landed splendidly on the rooftop. Wire. Ludger, who pulled the wire and withdrew the hook, witnessed the back of the werewolf that was fleeing far away. I won't let it go. Ludger put mana on his legs. Wizards that were in that world had methods of strengthening their bodies with mana which had spread widely in case of unexpected situations. Ludger stormed out the roof and chased after the werewolf with his strengthened legs. Whoosh! The night scene in the industrial zone quickly passed by. He could see the werewolf that was running away, gradually getting closer. The werewolf looked back as he felt a strange sense of presence as he ran. He found out that Ludger was chasing him, then accelerated his speed to escape. The werewolf, who was constantly jumping over between the roofs of the factory, jumped onto the huge railroad down there. Just in time, a cargo train loaded with magic stones was passing underneath. Boom! The werewolf landed roughly on the cargo train. Ludger jumped down and landed on the cargo train as well, scared to miss the werewolf. He minimized the shock of his landing by flowing the mana that was loaded on his legs to the soles of his feet. Ludger gazed at the werewolf with a flick of his hand over his shoulder. Perhaps the werewolf realized that he could no longer escape. He looked back at Ludger while raising his bent body. Clackety-clack. On top of the train, Ludger and the werewolf faced each other about 3 cabins apart. As the train ran, the strong wind blew Ludger's coat hem. The scarlet streetlights stretched along the streets and scattered around as it was reflecting the light. I was just going to control you moderately at first. Grrrr. But I can't do that. Judging from his situation and the police officers around who were after him after hearing some commotion, he couldn't afford to do it. The night breeze that was passing by the edge of his cheeks and the steam emitted from the head of the train blurred the view for a moment. Hap. Using that moment, the werewolf rushed toward Ludger. It was a pretty sharp move to pierce through his opponent's weak point using the moment when his opponent's view was covered. But Ludger had already calculated a couple of steps ahead of the werewolf's movement. Zing! The werewolf, who was rushing toward Ludger, stopped running at the strange noise that rang in his ears. It was some kind of instinctive intuition as a beast. His judgment was indeed correct. Something sharp passed quickly on both sides of the werewolf's neck. Your intuition is good. As they cut through the skin of the werewolf's neck, they spun around and went back to Ludger. They were boomerangs with sharp blades that were spread out like a fan. If he was a little too late to stop, the sharp circular saw would have cut the werewolf's throat. The werewolf quickly regenerated the wound running through his neck. He was angry at the fact that there were wounds in his body, and veins popped out throughout his body. I was just going to finish you with that in one blow. Ludger left his regret behind and took out a wand hanging from his waistline and grabbed it. That time it was Ludger's turn to charge. He held a wand in his right hand and collected mana in his left hand to create a spell called Shining Stone. It was shot like a bullet and aimed at one eye of the werewolf. Whoosh! The werewolf bowed his head and dodged the shining stone. At that moment, Ludger flicked his left index finger. Then, the shining stone that passed by the werewolf made a turn in the air and hit the back of the werewolf's head. Bomb! While the werewolf was dumbfounded by the intense pain that he felt in the back of his head, Ludger rushed at the werewolf and swung his wand to the werewolf's face with all of his might. As soon as the werewolf tried to block it with his arms, a saw blade boomerang flew and pierced through the werewolf's hands. Ludger had already expected it and threw the boomerang ahead of time. Arg! The bewildered werewolf opened his mouth wide and bit Ludger's wand because his arms were not able to move. Crack! His powerful teeth gripped and bit the wand. The werewolf's eyes bent like a crescent moon. Since he had already bit the cane, there would be nothing that his opponent could do. As soon as the wound on his arm regenerated, he was going to tear the arrogant human in front of him into pieces. But as if he was mocking such werewolf's thoughts, Ludger immediately took the next move. WHRR. The handle and the grip of the wand were separated, and a white sword blade was pulled out of it. At such an unexpected sight, the werewolf could not even think of putting the empty shell of the wand in his mouth. Wand blade. Often referred to as a sword stick, it was more like an assassin weapon that pierced through the opponent's weak point rather than a weapon used head-on. And there was only one moment when he picked this in a fight that was aiming for each other's lives. It was only when he was confident that he could kill the other person. Ludger's body spun around once in his spot. Whoosh! A solid white line was drawn in the air. An extremely thin but vivid light gently split the werewolf's neck. HMP, phew. I almost got cornered and caught as a suspicious person. Hans, carrying Ludger's suitcase, walked slowly through the dark alley while avoiding the eyes of the police who had suddenly come to the scene. It was just that day that Hans had arrived there, but he didn't get lost because he had already memorized a map of Lethelk City in his head. More than that, he went to catch a werewolf. When the hell is he coming back? As he thought so, something fell in front of Hans from the air. It was a giant wolf's head that rolled to his feet. Heek. Hans shrugged his shoulders and desperately held back the scream that was about to leak out of his lips. Surprised? Ludger walked slowly out of the darkness of the opposite alley. Shoes and leather trousers with a white dress shirt and a brown leather vest over it and a long dark coat on the outside and a hat on his head. It seemed like Hans might have plopped down on the spot if he didn't know who he was due to the intense pressure that was being emitted by his appearance. Damn it. When you want to show up, say something before that. I almost dropped your suitcase. Hans shouted with quivering lips. You didn't, so it's fine. Ah shit. Is this the werewolf? Well, I'm not looking down on your skills, but I wonder how you managed to catch this horrible guy in that situation. Hans, who checked the head of a werewolf who had died with his tongue stuck out, shivered and handed Ludger the black suitcase. Accepting the suitcase, Ludger turned his back and walked ahead. Hans followed in Ludger's back. Can you leave the head just like that? Yes, I don't need it anymore. Why did you bring it then? To surprise you. So you still remember me trying to tease you in the alley? When Ludger was silent, Hans sighed and raised his hands. I get it. I lost, so let's not do that again. Seeing you do it. The two people who left the alley came out to the street where there was human presence with pedestrians here and there. So what was the identity of the werewolf? Is it really cryptid? No. It was an artificial experiment made by someone. Experiment? They're crazy. I'll have to watch myself while I'm in this town. It means that the people who made that are here. I have something to tell you about that. Something to tell me? I'm suddenly very nervous. Can I not listen to it? I get it. Tell me what it is. I should move up the work I originally planned. The work you originally planned? Don't tell me. I think it's better here than in the capital. Ludger threw 2 bags at Hans. Hans took them and checked the contents. One was full of gold coins, and the other contained his beast neutralizer. This is. Shouldn't we slowly settle down? But in Leathervelk? In a place that's in contact with Soren, and where there might be the secret society, the Black Dawn Society? There's even a gang in the back alley, since it's a big city, though? Yeah. You've gone crazy. There's plenty of funds for it, so do your best. What about you? I can't move hastily, because I'm an academy professor for now. The principal is still suspicious of me. So I have to do this all by myself? Ludger shook his head. I'm not asking you to do everything. I'm asking you to gather important information first. Who's the gang in this city, who's the mafia, how the underworld goes here, and how we can get a spot there. You can figure them out and tell me. I'll step up, then. Hans, who understood what Ludger was about to say, gulped down his saliva and soon smiled and nodded. Yes, that's my specialty. Returning to the dormitory of the academy, I unpacked all my luggage in the accommodation. I had left it to Hans to collect information by himself for the moment, but it will be fine. He didn't seem trustworthy, but his ability to gather information was unrivaled. I didn't take him around often for no reason. I should build up my own force to prepare for unknown situations. I couldn't move right away for the moment, so I decided to just prepare in advance. The principal was still suspicious of me, and I still didn't know exactly what the secret society of the Black Dawn Society was going to do. It was rather poisonous for me to move rashly. Having finished organizing my luggage briefly, I sat on a fluffy sofa and recalled what happened that day. That werewolf. It was an experiment deliberately made by someone rather than pure cryptid. The existence of werewolves was not surprising. Monsters exist in this world, and by then, they'd been driven out beyond the shadow barrier, which was the outside of the continent, but there were still traces of them. Cryptids were a prime example of the remnants. The subspecies of monsters were more like urban legends or ghost stories caused by the abnormal occurrence of mana rather than the beings called as monsters. The werewolf I caught that time was also some kind of cryptid, but it was just a fake one, to be exact. Because experiments and spells that create werewolves have existed for a long time. There was a curse potion made by putting various medicinal herbs in the water with wolf's footprints in it and mixing them with wolf's fur. It was a transformation potion that could make even ordinary people turn into a beast if they drank it. It was certainly black magic. Black magic was prohibited nationally, so they would be punished with an unconditional death penalty no matter what reason they had if they got caught. It also rarely circulated in the underworld. But how could they make a werewolf like that? Seeing that he even has a lab marker as the sign that he's an experiment, I don't think there's a lot of power involved in his creation. Seeing that it has a leash, are they mixing human genes after capturing wild wolves alive? There were signs of restraints and other traces of experiments engraved on the werewolf's body. It was certainly the result of science. A potion that corrupted humans and transformed them into beasts was the exclusive property of black wizards who had almost gone extinct. Science had intervened in that thing. Someone deliberately urged them to do it. Then who was that someone? Normal space was not enough to make that much of an experiment secretly. A fairly large laboratory was needed, and it should have been kept hidden from people. Space, confidentiality, and possible failure in the experiments. Considering all that, it meant that there was a big investor in the case who could provide a huge source of funding. An aristocrat or a millionaire. There must be a suspicious rich man in the empire. I shook my head. I didn't know who was suspicious enough, and since I'd eliminated the werewolf and finished collecting his serum, I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. It was the weekend after a long time, so I didn't want to be involved in any more troublesome work, and the next day was Sunday, so I wanted to rest well. Moreover, I have to prepare for what I should do for the next class. There were so many things that I had to deal with in many ways that I had a headache. Monday morning marked the beginning of a new week after a peaceful Sunday. I had breakfast with simple toast and coffee and then went to work at my private professor's office in the main building. The class was the next day, but I had to show myself going to work for the moment because I was a new teacher. That's social life. After sitting at the desk in the office, I opened the day's newspaper that I brought from the accommodation. It was to simply check what happened in Lethelk or Soren. But what the hell is this? The front page of the warm newspaper that came out just that morning was inscribed with a single prominent title in the coverage. An unidentified murderer in Lethelk. Still in search. Last Sunday, 5 more people died in Lethelk. As a result, the total number of deaths exceeded 10. The culprit has yet to be identified, but witnesses say it is a dreadful beast with black fur. Although the cops say that it's just a lunatic murderer and announced that they'd arrest it soon, citizens are still anxious. What is this? I read the article on the front page of the newspaper again and again. No matter how I looked at it, it was the werewolf that I had killed the previous Saturday. But the newspaper said that the death toll happened on Sunday. There were as many as 5 people. I definitely ended his life then, and yet there's a new victim. Does that mean there wasn't only one werewolf? It was the moment when I felt that the situation was going weird. Beep. Beep. The translucent crystal ball on the work table began to flash with a strange sound. I knew what that was. The principal is calling me. It was some kind of signal artifact to bring the professors together. That meant that there was a meeting to be held. I have to go. I stood up and put on my coat on the hanger. Suddenly, I remembered what Professor Selena had said during the meal on Friday. Some students had said they witnessed werewolves inside the academy. Victims in Lethelk, including sightings at the academy. Even if I excluded the one that I hunted, there might have been at least 2 more werewolves. Maybe more than that. Trying to move on from such anxious thoughts, I headed to the meeting room where the professors had gathered. Chatter chatter. The conference hall on the higher floor of the main building was full of professors. Those who were clearly competent in their own teaching fields. When I went inside, people's eyes were looking at me. Most of the feeling that was emitted in their eyes was curiosity, but I knew it was directed at the source code that I had invented, not curiosity toward me. Professor Ludger. Here. A familiar pink-haired woman was seen swaying her hand in the corner. When I found out that Professor Selena was waving at me, I walked toward her. Is that person Ludger Kelsey? I heard he invented some pretty great spell. Is that true? I heard he's from a fallen aristocrat family. He's acting so high with that look. Among some professors, there were not a few people who looked at me with hostility who were descendants of the aristocracy. Their hostile and jealous stares were quite stinging, but I just shrugged it off. Professor Selena greeted me as I sat in an empty seat next to her. Did you have a good weekend? I had a good rest. Did you have a good rest, too, Professor Selena? Yes, it's been a while since I had a good rest. More than that, have you heard the rumor? Did you mean the reason why we gathered this time? 2 first-year students were severely injured last night after they were attacked by an unidentified assailant. Selena explained that the situation was like that. Last night, it was said that 2 first-year students who were returning to the dormitory after going outside the academy were attacked inside Soren. The injuries were not life-threatening, but it was quite serious, and it was a big shock that such an incident happened inside Soren. And one of the students who just woke up that morning had said that a horrifying beast had attacked them. I guess the werewolf rumor that has been going around since last week was true. There were also victims in the nearby city of Lethalk. I see. It was difficult to simply dismiss them as seeing some hallucination, and the wounds carved on the victims' bodies were said to have been scratched by a beast. That's why the professors were all gathered that time. First of all, it was mentioned in the contract that Soren's professors had to work with all their might in case of an emergency. That meant it was hard to calm things down with internal guards or employees alone. If the opponent is a werewolf, it would be much better to send elite professors than to put in unnecessary manpower. Soren's professors didn't only teach students normally. In other words, the professors' skills had been guaranteed to some extent at the time when they taught the prestigious Soren students. The principal is coming. When a woman in her mid-50s with wrinkles on her face said that, all the professors who were talking to each other became quiet. I was wondering who she was, and Selena explained it to me. She's Professor Mary Ross. She's been teaching in Soren for more than 20 years. Her field of teaching is pharmacology. I see. She'd been teaching for more than 20 years in Soren? It meant that she had great ability. She came forward and settled down the situation, and all the other professors were silent. The principal is coming. Then the door opened, and the principal came in. She was always beautiful. Along with her fascinating golden eyes, her two-tone hair with white and light pink naturally caught people's eyes. Good morning, everyone. The reason I called you in so urgently today is that I have something to announce to you. The principal got straight to the point without dragging more time. All the professors in the conference hall pricked up their ears. Recently, an unidentified assailant appeared inside Soren. In fact, last night, 2 new students who entered the school this year were attacked and seriously injured. Who's the culprit? It hasn't been revealed yet, but according to what the witnesses say, it was a werewolf, which means that it was done by a cryptid. The mention of the werewolf that was just rumor caused a stir among the professors. That can't be true, Your Honor. Aren't they mistaken? How come there's a cryptid in Soren? It was an avaricious middle-aged man who appeared to be in his mid-50s who stood up while speaking so blatantly. He parted his greasy hair neatly 2/8 and had grown his mustache, which made his face look full of grumpiness. It was like seeing an old boss that every school seemed to have. However, after he stood up, the atmosphere of the conference hall strangely changed. Anything you want to say? Professor Hugo Bortag? This is Soren. This place is protected by the Exilian Empire. For such a werewolf to appear in Soren, I wonder if the students have been mistaken after believing the ghost stories that are currently circulating. Professor Hugo. You don't seem to know anything. Didn't I just say there were already 2 victims? I know. Even the victims were children of noble families. That's why I don't think it was done by a werewolf. Hugo Bortag glanced at the crowd once. I think the criminal is a fellow Soren student. A commoner at that. What? Otherwise, there's no way that only the aristocratic children would be among the many students who got hurt. A werewolf attack in Soren? Rather than saying that, it is much more credible if some students deliberately pretended to be werewolves and committed crimes. The words certainly had a plausible persuasion, but I couldn't help myself but feel some instinctive displeasure at Hugo's words. Yes, he is not purely questioning the situation. He was just trying to nitpick at the principal's words and pass the blame on to certain students. Looking through the atmosphere, I nodded inwardly. Oh, I get it roughly. As long as Soren was also an organization, it was inevitable that factions existed within it. Students were divided into commoners and aristocrats, but the professors were not that different. The reality was that professors also had a subtle, strange atmosphere between commoner professors and aristocratic professors. The new teacher, Chris Benamore, who had just joined Soren, had also refused to eat together while commenting about me being a fallen aristocrat. I thought the Black Dawn Society would go against that, but I don't think so either. Maybe Hugo was the only one who acted rashly like that, but he would have known that there were quite a few people who secretly agreed with him. Some aristocratic professors united and formed a faction. And that faction didn't seem to get along well with the principal's faction. It's not enough for them to work together, but what kind of situation was an internal conflict like that? When I thought, is this what Soren's reality is like, a small bug climbed up the wall and crawled onto my shoulder. The moment I was about to bounce it off with my hand because I thought it disturbed me, I had no choice but to pause. It wasn't a bug. It was a small thin piece of paper in the shape of a bug. Fortunately, others had not noticed it yet. I grabbed it naturally and checked the contents in a way that others wouldn't notice. It was fortunate that most professors' attention was focused on the war of nerves between the principal and Hugo. After checking the contents, I pressed my finger against my slightly throbbing forehead. 3 of the experimental subjects escaped. Immediate capture is required. Eliminate them if not possible. I could immediately see who sent the message and who was the mastermind behind the werewolves. But the most important thing was the last sentence. If the experiment's whereabouts is revealed, there is a risk that your identity will be revealed. Oh, my God. Why do you give me such a hard time? I crumpled up the note and put it in my inside pocket, and then I was immersed in contemplation. First of all, I knew that the Black Dawn Society was related to the werewolf crisis. However, considering that it was urgent to capture the werewolves and get rid of them if it was not possible, it meant that the werewolves' escape was probably unexpected by them as well. The problem is, if the werewolves get caught, the Black Dawn Society will suffer greatly. If they suffered greatly, it was no different than a boon to me. Even if I pretended to feel nothing on the outside, I welcomed such a situation with open arms inwardly. But if there was a problem, it was written in the last sentence. There's a possibility that your identity will get caught. In other words, it means that the identity of Ludger Kellysi was somewhat related to the creation of the werewolves experiment. I had to catch at least 3 werewolves. No, it was 2. In other words, I had to find and catch the werewolves before Soren did and then kill them. Come to think of it, there was a mark on the werewolf. Maybe the mark itself was related to the people who did the experiment. The problem was that Ludger Kellysi was somehow involved in it. Honestly, if it wasn't related to me, I would have just left it up to Soren to take care of it. But because I was getting involved there, the story was different. If I got caught, I'd die. Professor Ludger? Are you sick? It's nothing. I racked my brain while responding that I was okay to Professor Selena's question when she anxiously asked me about my well-being. For the moment, it had been confirmed that there were as many as 3 werewolves. I had caught 1, so only 2 of them were left. 1 in Soren and 1 in Lethelk. I must hunt them down. Meanwhile, the war of nerves between the principal and Hugo gradually headed toward the end. Well, it's up to Professor Hugo to be so narrow-minded, but I just want to make sure that you get the job done. So, do I need to intensify the patrol? That's not all. I'm going to increase the number of people who do the patrol a little bit, and most importantly, we can't stay still until all the students return to the dorm late at night. Hugo looked blatantly annoyed at the remark. Rather than worrying about the student, he didn't seem to like the fact that someone like him had to go on a patrol that only employees should have done that in the first place. However, the incident had already taken place, and other professors were also aware of the seriousness of the situation. Even Hugo was in a position in which he could not directly oppose the order. Well, of course. Good. And other professors should also warn students not to go out late at night. If they violate the warning, you can give them a penalty point. It's the directions that I, the principal, ordered myself. Understood? Tisk understood. After the meeting, the professors rose from their seats and scattered one by one. I was also about to get up and go back to my office, but some people blocked my way in advance. Are you Professor Ludger Kellysi? I'm glad to meet you. My name is Daniel Masrak, and I'm in charge of astrology. Professor Ludger, this is the one who's in charge of the reinforcement class. It was obvious why they approached me. They want to ask me about the source code spell. The greed emitted in their eyes already told me that. I'm sorry, but I have to go because I'm busy. I immediately shook off their interest in me and left the conference hall. Instead of heading straight to my office, I moved to a secluded warehouse. I stopped at my spot because I thought it would be enough. Come out. The person who messaged me at the meeting must have been waiting for me to come out. There must have been something they wanted to say because they couldn't convey all their intentions within a few lines of messages. As soon as I spoke, I could feel a presence of someone who was hesitating over the pillar and sticking out their head. Speak. Her first impression was a girl who looked like a squirrel. Well, I thought I'd seen her somewhere, but she was one of the subordinates of the Black Dawn Society who tried to approach me 15 days after I entered Soren. What's the matter? So. She was visibly flustered, as she didn't expect to see me again. Then she showed herself completely from behind the pillar, and I was a little surprised to see her in Soren's uniform. I didn't expect her to be a student there. The reason why most members of the Black Dawn Society were hiding as employees there was because the student status could not be simply manipulated. In order to get in there, I was sure that they needed to have the talent or the ability to pass the entrance exam. I didn't know that the person who seemed to be a low-rank member of the society was a student there and that she was also a freshman who had just entered the school. At our first meeting, I didn't know because she wasn't wearing a uniform either. Let's move from here first. Follow me. Yes. I took the lead, and she followed. I suddenly remembered something, so I looked at my back and asked. Do you like coffee? Pardon? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I sat face to face with the third-order student at a quiet cafe. She had been at a loss for some time and shrank her shoulders. I glanced at her. White skin and elaborate facial features, voluminous brown short hair with a slender build. I couldn't see her ears and her bangs were so long that they almost covered her eyes. It was literally like seeing a little squirrel. I guessed I wasn't mistaken when I saw that she was shaking at my intimidation then. I took a sip of the hot coffee in front of me and put it on the table with a loud sound. Tap. Heek. The sound of the coffee cup and table touching each other made the girl curl her shoulders. Name. Pardon? I won't ask you again. Name. I'm Sadina Rockhen. Is it a real name? Yes. It's not an alias? This is unexpected. Having a surname in this world meant that they were from a higher class rather than a commoner one. An aristocrat, a clergywoman, or a great rich merchant. Why did a woman who grew up in such a perfect environment go into a secret society? And she also had the talent to enter the academy but could only become the lowest third order? No. It's possible that the more prestigious the family she came from, the less favorable treatment she would gain. The strangest part was that she was only a third order with that level of talent. Well, I'd ask her that later. I flicked my fingers lightly. Tell me exactly what happened. Without missing a single thing. Our surroundings. I casted a voice-blocking spell. Even if we scream here, the conversation won't leak out. Voice-blocking spell? As expected from Mr. First Order. It was weird for her to keep saying that I was the First Order. No, it was uncomfortable, to be honest. We'll have to improve that nickname first. Don't call me Mr. First Order from now on. Pardon? At my remark, Sadina opened her eyes wide as though she had just heard news that seemed like a bolt out of the blue. I didn't think I would make that face even if people said that the country was destroyed without any exaggeration. Do you want people to be suspicious? I'm a professor at Soren now, and you are the student. Yes. That's right. From now on, call me Professor Ludger. How can I be so profane? It's an order. Oh, order. She nodded while saying, understood, when I spoke in a strong tone that it was an order. However, contrary to the obligation that was ordered to her, her lips were constantly rising because she was happy to be able to call my name. So, what's the situation? Yes. I'll explain everything. The recent werewolves incident that occurred at our Black Dawn Society, or, to be precise, at an affiliated organization that joined hands with us. I was confused for a moment at the sudden change in her tone of speech, but I nodded naturally. Keep talking. Without missing a detail. Just like what first, no, Professor Ludger already knows, there are factions within the Black Dawn Society. Especially with Victor Dreadful, the other First Order, who pushed this project the most enthusiastically. Yes, of course. Actually, I didn't know anything. but I pretended to know everything when responding to her words. Victor Dreadful. I'll have to remember that name. The Shamsa School, which was created by gathering the scientists who were kicked out of the association due to habitually using black magic and unethical experiments in the back alley, went into cryptid experiments as usual. What kind of experiment did they focus on exactly? Only a few of us know that, so I don't know that much. Oh, come to think of it, you lent your name when Mr. Victor asked for help. I just lent him my name. I didn't expect him to come this far. Looking at her response, Ludger seems to have been somewhat close to the person called Victor. It's just that their closeness would be poisonous for me at that moment. The Shamsa school must have undergone an experiment on cryptids, and their lab rats eventually escaped, and things turned out to be like that. It was their fault, so they should have taken care of it by themselves, but one of the escaped lab rats hid Soren through the sewer. That's why there were victims the day before. Yes. This was something that even we, the Black Dawn Society, didn't expect at all. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm too talkative. I often make these mistakes when I get too thrilled. As expected, someone like me. Sedina Rokin's attitude had changed into a noticeably passive one, perhaps because she took my staring in a different way. I shook my head right away. No. Unlike your stuttering at our first meeting, your explanation was surprisingly good, so I was just impressed. I'm just feeling sorry. You speak better than I expected. You may explain further. It was nice to hear your explanation. Is that true? Yes. Understood. After throwing a few compliments, Sedina immediately became happy and continued her explanation. I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If she stopped explaining, I couldn't find out any more information. I had to pull all the information out as long as I was being respected by Sedina because I was covered in the shell of the First Order. It's surprisingly easy to utilize her. For the moment, Sedina Rockhen was a Third Order member at the bottom of the Black Dawn Society, but her own abilities were quite outstanding. Starting from collecting information to continuing her explanations, our conversation itself was quite long and smooth. Sneaking the note that was sent to me was also part of her magic. However, why did she only become a Third Order with that level of skill? She seems out of place. The fact that Sedina had a surname meant that her family was a pretty well-off aristocratic one. Her reaction showed reluctance when she said her surname in her introduction. In other words, she doesn't like her family. Reluctance? Sense of defiance? Something much bigger than that. The problem was that she may have entered the Black Dawn Society by her own will, but it did not look like that at all from the perspective of other members. They thought that maybe she was a spy, and she herself had a loose-screw personality, so she couldn't get along with the other members properly. To send me magic in secret, to be literate about a lot of information, to be admitted to Soren as a student. Her position is rather low compared to the outstanding ability that she has. It looks like, inside the organization, she is only considered as a pawn that's being used roughly, before being thrown away. Just by looking at her, who seemed like she was dedicated to me, in the identity of someone who was known to have a trash personality, I could get a rough estimation. Sedina herself might be so passionate that she vowed allegiance to the Black Dawn Society, but the society itself was not happy with her presence. She tried to work harder as she seemingly realized that fact, but the situation did not improve favorably towards her, and she fell into a deep pit. From the standpoint of the Black Dawn Society, they're keeping her for now, but she's like something that they hesitated to use since they have so little interest toward her, but they still can't give up on her. No, there was no way a First Order executive cared about her in the first place. They were probably trying to use her as a sacrifice to do a mission that required her to risk her own life. I could picture her future without looking at it. Is someone from the Second Order going to get rid of her? It was a while ago that I saw a crack carved inside Soren at the meeting. And right then at that moment, I could also see the cracks carved inside the Black Dawn Society. There was no perfect organization in this world. After all, the places where people live are all the same. This is maybe. It felt like I could see a way out when I found out that both parties had considerable disputes within each other, in a situation where Soren and the Black Dawn Society had been caught in layered problems just like a sandwich. If I did well, maybe I could gain something from Sedina? Once you catch the lab rats, it's better not to leave any evidence. The priority is to capture them alive, but we have no choice but to get rid of them as soon as possible since the people are getting noisy about it. There are 3 of them, so we'll try our best to. No. There are 2 of them. Pardon? I took out the werewolf leash that I had put in my inner pocket and showed it to Sedina. This can't be. I've already caught one of them. When on earth did you? 2 days ago, in Lethelk. Her face was blank since she didn't know that I had caught one of the 3 werewolves already. As expected from Mr. First Order. Her expression was one of extreme respect. Her trust level toward me had always been maxed out, but it felt like it advanced more. Anyway, are there 2 of them left? Yes. You said that the werewolf hid here through the sewer, so I'll expand the search around the sewer first. Soren still doesn't know this information, right? Yes, you're right, but I don't know how many more days it will last. Then I'll have to move right away. I said so, and got up from my seat. Sedina looked up at me as if asking if the conversation was already over and immediately bowed her head as she thought her behavior was rude. I released the sound barrier that I had surrounded us with. Sedina Rockhen, I've heard your story well. I'll see you next time if I have a chance. Yes. Professor Ludger. Sedina blushed shyly after saying so. If I looked at her like that, she looed like a fresh young girl of her age. How did such a child end up in a hideous organization called the Black Dawn Society? Well, she must have had her own circumstances. Well, then. I left the cafe after drinking up all the coffee. Flora Lumos was going to go to the library and study leisurely because she had no class that day. She was usually just going to slack around, but recently she couldn't sit still because of a professor who had ignited her desire to learn more about magic. Thinking so, she was walking in an outdoor corridor with long, arched pillars. Oh? Beyond the second-floor window of a cafe not far away from her, she could see a familiar face. How was it possible for her to forget such a face? That was the man who taught the class that she took just then. Ludger Kelly. But there was something fishy about his attitude. Who's the girl on the other side? Ludger, who seemed somewhat softer than usual, was having a face-to-face conversation with a female student. What? What are those 2 talking about? Ludger was having an in-depth conversation with a girl student. At least, that's what it looked like to her. However, no matter how much she wanted to listen to them with her ears, she couldn't hear the conversation between the 2 that was too far away. If it were just an in-depth conversation, Flora would have thought that Ludger was just giving career counseling or something related to his lectures to the student. But she saw it with her own eyes. A strange mana field was spread around Ludger and the girl. What's that? Magic? Judging from is it a spell to block sounds? Flora Lumos had a secret she hadn't told anyone. The reason why she was able to maintain the title of genius even in Soren. The reason why she could see through the weaknesses of spells that she had never seen or learned beforehand. That's because Flora Lumos had a unique body type that was called. She could feel the and smell of mana. Most people perceived mana or magic itself as only visual. It was because the magic technique used by others could only be seen through sight among the total of 5 senses of human beings. But Flora also felt in addition to that. She saw a well-organized magic technique as though she was looking at a painting and smelling the scent of delicious food. Born in a noble family, she was so sensitive to those things that she found it easier than anyone to sense that odd feeling if a technique was slightly off. Moreover, if one splashed out of harmony with the other or if there was a nasty smell mixed in between ordinary smells. Flora had always discovered wrong magic in that case. Obviously, she perceived the right magic with a completely different sense from others. Just like the that were floating around Ludger. As a professor whom she couldn't hold in check, the magic tricks around Ludger were also perfect without any flaws to be pointed out. She could not smell it because it was far away, but the of mana were so clear beyond the windows of the terrace. I can't believe he's having a conversation while using magic. What the hell are they talking about? She was curious. If it was just some ordinary professor, she would have ignored them and passed by. But she couldn't stand her curiosity because the other party was Ludger. Shall I go and just pretend that it's a coincidence? After thinking that far, Flora shook her head. Wasn't that too obvious? And it would certainly seem like she had an interest in him. I would never do that. Ludger was a wall that she had to climb. On the first day, she had felt such a great insult in front of everyone. Of course, there was no room for disagreement in her defeat. It was unacceptable to her pride if she spoke ill of the other party after losing a fair duel. The source code spell presented by Ludger was so powerful that she was bound to lose because of it. She had never heard of such a spell in the first place. So he beat her purely by magic, just like she had always done against other people. Still, he was somewhat wonderful. When Ludger performed the source code spell, Flora felt a sensation she had never experienced in her whole life. An indescribable visual pleasure and sweet scent. In particular, Ludger's source code spell was like looking at an elegant painting in which myriad metals of silver and grass were meticulously and solidly woven. Flora Lumos felt exceedingly proud of her magic because of her unique body type and talent, but she even felt bored because of it. But the source code shown by Ludger rekindled the spark in her boredom. She thought that she wanted to see more if there was anything else in his sleeves. However, there was an image that she had been building so far, so Flora was in a situation where she could not move hastily. I'll sneak a peek just once. The moment Flora was about to move. Flora? What are you doing here? Kya? Flora could not help but be surprised by the voice coming from behind her back all of a sudden. Looking back, Cheryl, her best friend, was looking at her with a confused gaze. Cheryl. What are you doing here? What do you mean? It was you who asked me to study with you in the library. Oh, right. Of course, I did. Are you sure you're okay? Cheryl showed a subtle look of concern. It was already well known that Flora had received a hard blow instead on the first day of Ludger's spellcasting class. Because of that, some students who usually felt envious of Flora laughed at her. Cheryl was extremely worried about it. Just it's nothing. What's in there? You seemed like you were watching something. No. It's nothing like that. Let's just go study. Flora pushed Cheryl's back toward the library. Even so, she couldn't avert her gaze from the second floor of the cafe that was getting farther away. Having been informed by Sedina Rockhen, I told her to see me next time and immediately returned to my private office. I hung my coat on the hanger and sat on a fluffy sofa while resting my chin on my hands. Let's get this straight for now. There was a place called the Shamsa School, where black magicians and crazy scientists joined hands. It was that place that created the werewolves as their experiment. Although it was a separate group from the Black Dawn Society, it was an alliance that held hands with the Black Dawn Society, or maybe they were just holding the same intention for a short time. The one who joined hands with the Shamsa School was one of the executives of the Black Dawn Society, Victor Dreadful. Sedina's explanation suggested that the Black Dawn Society was responsible for the invention or research. The problem is that this occurred in Shamsa School. 3 werewolf experiments that the Shamsa School was secretly experimenting with had escaped. I didn't know exactly where the lab was, but the rampage that happened in Ledhelk meant that the lab was around there. The werewolf should have been captured as soon as possible in the early days of the incident, but the rumors had already spread in the city. It was impossible to simply keep it as a secret that had never happened since there were already people who died. One of the werewolves even had hidden in Soren and hospitalized 2 students. It was fortunate that there were no deaths in Soren, but the problem was that the situation had become more serious and out of control. It's right to ask them to take care of it by themselves because it's their fault, but the problem is that the Black Dawn Society also gave some support to the Shamsa School's experiment. And in addition to that, the former owner of my identity, Ludger Kelasi, had also gotten involved in it. I would greatly welcome it if another member was being caught and tracked down, but it was different if I also got involved there. In other words, if I wanted to live, I had to catch the werewolves before others. First of all, my priority is to get rid of the werewolf who hid inside the academy. Just in time, security patrols have also stepped up. In addition to the existence of werewolves, the professors will also patrol until late at night because it is clear that there is an unidentified assailant wandering around inside Soren. No one would find it strange if I got rid of the werewolf there. I thought I had quit hunting quite a while ago. 5 years before, I had ended my blood hunt and practically retired, albeit temporarily. The reason was not something fancy. Rather, it was because I became so famous. Of course, I had used the alias of Abraham Van Helsing so that my real identity wouldn't get found out. However, the source of trouble was that, after hunting the monsters in Javadan, many people tried to approach me because I had become so famous. So I retired while getting rid of the said identity and changed to a new identity. How many times have I changed my identity? The last identity that I had used was Gerard, a rich middle-aged man with a lot of money, and after that, I had become Ludger Kelsey. It was a fake life, not a real one, but I didn't feel particularly dissatisfied or suffocated. Was it because I was born again in this world after I had died once? My perception of life and death had changed to be a little different. Even so, I don't want to die again. I'd already died once, so I hated dying even more instead. I wanted to live longer and more comfortably. However, there were things to do for me to achieve that. It was originally just a part of my journey to the capital of the empire. That train attack had turned my life into a complete mess. First, let's focus on catching werewolves. I had to deal with the werewolves first, before anyone else found them. I racked my brain while contemplating on how to catch the werewolves. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The werewolf rumor among Soren's students was like a hot potato. Even the students, who had just dismissed the werewolf stories as mere rumors, finally accepted the existence of werewolves when the news that there were 2 students injured that time broke out. Those rumors were especially exaggerated because they were students. Obviously, the professors had to suppress the curiosity and vigor of the students as much as possible. You should study, study. Why do you believe such a false rumor? I'll surely give you a test today, so you should be focused. Those who fill wrong answers afterwards, you will be on your own. Everyone, there's a patrol this week, so you should go back to your dormitory as soon as the sun sets. If you get caught walking around, there will be a penalty point. Don't bring yourself to get some penalty points. You should take care of yourselves. Some timid students thought they should go back to the dormitory immediately after class due to the professor's warnings, but the number of students who didn't go back to the dormitory immediately was not small either. The more prideful a student was, the more they'd want to do it if they were being prohibited. Hey, there's a werewolf. Honestly, aren't you curious? So what? Let's catch it. What? Didn't you hear that we will get penalty points if we get caught once we make a wrong move? Hey. Think about it. They're telling us that because they're worried about us, but if we catch the werewolf instead, wouldn't the school give us an award for doing well? What if the professors catch us before we find a werewolf? Then we just need to try not to get caught. There was even an official letter in the newspaper that said if someone caught a werewolf in Lethelk City, they would receive a reward. The first-year students in particular, who had not yet tasted the bitterness of the reality that they were not that great in Soren, dreamed of becoming heroes by hunting the werewolves. It was when they were in the vigorous youth of their life when they wanted to be praised for being great and to show a good image to their peers. Aiden. What do you think? Leo asked him while looking apathetically at the students who were already excited about what to do with the reward they would receive after catching the werewolf. Just in time, Aiden, who finished taking notes of the formula written on the magic board, asked back to the voice that called him. Huh? What? You weren't listening? Why? What did you ask me? What do you think of the werewolf case? Ah, that? Aiden laughed awkwardly. Well, the professors told us to be careful, so I think I should just buy it. If we get caught, there will be a penalty point. TSK. Right. I knew you'd say that. What about you, Leo? I'm not the type that likes to take action as well. If there's a victim, then it's what professors need to do in the first place. A female student approached the 2 boys who were having that conversation. She had red hair that was tied in pigtails. She was a very attractive beauty with her coy eyes. She stood in front of Aiden's desk and slapped the table with her palm. Leo responded with, "She's here again," but Aiden was different. He greeted the girl, who stared at him with a bright smile. Hello. Tessie. Good morning. Good morning, you said? Tessie Fryad, the girl who received the greeting, wriggled her eyebrows while staring at Aiden instead. Leo sighed at her reaction. Hey. If you lost in sparring, isn't it time for you to stop already? Lost? It was a draw. You haven't settled the quarrel with Aiden yet. And this is about me and Aiden. Can you not intervene? Sigh. Leo shook his head. It hadn't been long since Tessie Fryad had approached Aiden like that. It happened during the Battle of Magic to be exact. Aiden, who didn't know anything yet, had a battle with Tessie, and that's where the relationship between the two began. The situation was advantageous for Tessie, but the problem was Aiden's unusual magic. Get yourself back together this time. We should use all of our power while not hiding each other's strength. Oh. I don't know. The battle then ended in a fairly vague result of a draw, but Tessie couldn't accept it. Tessie had always tried her best to study magic in order to revive her nearly fallen aristocratic family, the Viscount Fryad. Coming into Soren, she had the idea that she should do the best in her first year. In fact, she was so outstanding that her entrance grades were in the top 5. However, it disturbed her pride that she failed to win a proper victory in the rankings of the magic battle class and that she lost to a loose-minded commoner at that. Her pride was hurt. And the spell that Aiden was about to show then. It was certainly not a kind of spell that was normally seen. If the professor hadn't told them to end the battle, she could have seen what kind of spell it was. Anyway, stick with me today in the evening after class. I'm sorry, Tessie, but I don't think I can do it today. Then, tomorrow. Tomorrow is a little. Why? What do you mean, why? There's a werewolf wandering around out there, so we can't do any activities at night. If we get caught by the professors, we'll get a penalty point. HNGG. Listening to Aiden's excuse, Tessie folded her arms and then sneered. You're trying to run away from me with that excuse, right? I know everything. So you are scared? It was a blatant provocation. Tessie expected Aiden to get triggered and shout, "What?" No way, but Aiden's reaction was different. Huh? Yeah. Then just think of it like that. Aiden had decided to concede in his position because he didn't want to have a fight with his friend, although Tessie herself would strongly disapprove that she was his friend. He never expected that the mature response would give a scratch on Tessie's pride instead. Raising her eyebrows, Tessie shouted in front of Aiden's face. It's a match. Aiden? Huh? What kind of match? If you can't fight with me, we can just do something else. Well, so what's? Werewolf. When the topic came up, Aiden and Leo stared at each other before staring back at Tessie again. They were already anxious about what kind of ridiculous offer she would bring up. The person who catches the werewolf first wins the bet. What do you think? You won't run away because you're scared, right? No. Okay. We'll do it. Leo? Aiden was about to reject it because it was dangerous, but he was shocked by Leo's action that cuts in his words instead. Okay. The loser will grant the winner's wish. You are the one who shouldn't be so meek to us. Listening to Leo's provocative tone, Tessie left after saying, of course. Leo. Why did you suddenly accept such a ridiculous offer? You're stupid. If you said that you won't do it right here, then it's obvious that she'll bother us again. That's why I gave her a moderate agreement to pass it like that. Look. She went right away. Peace has finally come. Still. Lying is bad. I wouldn't care about the werewolf in the first place. Idiot. Is that the problem now? The professors will take care of the werewolves anyway. We just need to stay still. Whether it's a match or whatever, it won't be able to be decided in the first place. But Tessie seemed sincere about it. What if Tessie runs into a werewolf when she wants to hunt it before the professors do? Hey. She wouldn't do such a reckless thing on her own unless she was a fool. Oh, That's true, but honestly, I thought that if it was Tessie, she would do it, though. No way. Aiden and Leo looked at the back door of the classroom where Tessie had disappeared at the same time. No way she would do such a reckless thing. But could they answer no with confidence to such a statement? Is she for real? I told you so. Tessie, whom they'd met for the past few days by then, had the personality which she would definitely do what she said she would do. She had a strong character in which she would grit her teeth and still do it even if it was dangerous. That was Tessie Fryad. The two of them looked right out of the window. There, they could see a familiar girl with red hair huffing and puffing while heading somewhere. The direction was the opposite of the women's dormitory. She was heading to a dangerous forest where the professors had warned never to go at the beginning of the semester. We're in trouble. They had to stop her. Sedina Rockhen recalled her dreamy encounter with Ludger with a blank face. Mr. First Order had recognized her. She always made a lot of mistakes, and even within the Black Dawn Society, she was considered as an outsider, yet Ludger Kellyse had recognized her. I wasn't wrong. Rockhen, the leading big merchant family in the empire. Sedina was born as a child there. It may have seemed like a good family to others, but for Sedina, the Rockhen family was a place worse than hell. Her last name, Rockhen, always followed her just like a curse, and it was the same when she left her family. Rockhen. In order to escape from that hateful family, Sedina had entered the Black Dawn Society. To get rid of Rockhen and to find her real self in the Black Dawn Society. Even after knowing that the society was antisocial and immoral, she still chose that path. She could be different there. She could live by herself, not as the Rockhen family's insignificant daughter. But the reality hadn't gone that way. As the Black Dawn Society was a place of resistance to the world, most of its people were low-class people or criminals who operated at the bottom of society. In such a place, Sedina, who had Rockhen as her surname, was so different from their kind. What? You have a surname? Is it for real? Rockhen? Why in the world would someone from such a great family be here? Be careful. She could be a spy who sneaked in here. Those damned upper classes. Unlike them, who came up from the muddy water, there was no way they could see Sedina, who came down from the top, as someone on the same board with them. That's why she was called a Third Order even though she was talented in magic and had entered Soren. The surname Rockhen eventually made her feel out of place even at the Black Dawn Society. Even though I just wanted to be recognized. She wanted to get rid of her hateful family, so she had entered the Black Dawn Society. Eating well and living well wasn't her goal. She believed that if she tried hard, the gazes of caution and contempt toward her would gradually change. She wanted to believe that. However, the vigilance of the members of the Black Dawn Society toward Sedina became even worse, and she became an object of envy and jealousy because she even had the ability to enter Soren. Originally, Sedina was a talented person who could occupy a position above the Second Order. Without even being able to receive the attention of the First Order, she continued to stay at the low rank of the Third Order due to being kept in check by the other members. A good pawn to be used before being thrown away. Just a little, useful human being. They could utilize the name of the Rockhen family that she had. Their intention was so clearly conveyed that it brutally ripped through Sedina's tender heart. But I met him. When she was tired and thought it would be fine for her to meet any kind of ending. Orders were issued to her in the organization. It was an order from a Second Order a little higher than her. First Order. Code name. Unlike other First Orders, he was an unknown existence whose real appearance and identity had not been revealed. She was asked to contact him and check the progress of his mission. The man, who was being called Ludger Kellyse, was a master of disguise and an executive who specialized in infiltration and assassination and who never revealed his true identity. But there was a flaw: his personality was very trashy. He was a psychopath who beat people up in their seats when he was annoyed or even killed them in the worst case, even though those people were fellow secret society members. Even Zero Order, the leader of the Black Dawn Society, turned a blind eye to such behavior. Unless the other party was the same First Order executive, Ludger was bound to be a symbol of fear within the Black Dawn Society. Having been tasked with asking him why he didn't contact them was practically no different than sending her to die at his hands. Sedina Rockhen shed tears of resentment. She was resentful to the Black Dawn Society's colleagues who had told her to go and die, and she was also resentful to her cowardly self who couldn't deny such an order properly. What she hated even more was the idea of giving it all up and living as the Rockhen family's daughter again. I don't want that. She hated her family so terribly that she might as well die instead. So she approached Ludger. With the mindset of having been determined to die, it didn't matter if he killed her. But when she got closer to him, the man's charisma was beyond her imagination, and Sedina shuddered without realizing it. She made a slip of the tongue, and her voice trembled. She had done pretty much everything she shouldn't do in front of him. I may die. That was what she thought. But to her surprise, Ludger did not kill her. He didn't even show a murderous intent. Just as the rumor went, she felt that his personality was trashy and ill-tempered during their conversation, but that was all. Ludger let her go without saying a word. And just then, Ludger even praised her for her good explanation instead. She wouldn't have been that happy if it was just a lip service. But in Ludger's flattery, she could feel his honest behavior. From correcting his title that he was Professor Ludger, not First Order, he listened to her more cautiously than anyone else, even though it might be just a pretense. She was extremely happy because of it. Because she thought that she might be helpful to someone. She felt like tears were coming out of her eyes. Mr. First Order. No, Professor Ludger Kelsey is really great. She felt her heart beating when she saw him starting from their first meeting. She thought it was because of tension and fear at that time, but the meeting she had just had made her realize for sure. It was a sense of awe. It was an endless adoration for the man she truly wanted to serve. She didn't think she was treated like that because she was special. It was nothing more than a small reward for the misfortune and effort that she had experienced until then. Ludger Kelsey may have done some good deeds for his subordinates as an executive of the organization. It was still too early for her to be elated because of that already. Still. Even so. It was the first time someone praised her for doing well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When it was time to leave school, and the sun was setting, Ludger packed his outer clothes and examined all his equipment. In order to properly hunt the werewolves, speed was essential, and of course, all the tools needed for hunting had to be prepared. They were highly secretive items that were not very visible on the outside, so people who encountered him while passing by wouldn't be suspicious of him. Ludger, who left the professor's office while thinking so, met Hugo, who was visiting him just in time. Oh. Professor Ludger. Professor Hugo Bortag. Hugo Bortag. His family was Marquis Bortag, a famous magical great family with a long history in the Exilian Empire. However, due to their excessive magical and authoritarian tendencies, the family was gradually on the decline due to their inability to accept modern science properly. A representative man, who was at odds with the principal at the meeting in the morning, visited Ludger. "Do you have a business with me?" "Who?" "You punk. Do I need to have some business in order to come and see you?" Hugo's exceedingly friendly attitude. That's what he said, but Hugo went there to make an offer to Ludger. You haven't seen the other professors properly yet, right? It seems like you're only close to the other new professors. What's wrong with that?" Hugo wriggled his eyebrows at Ludger's rigid attitude, which did not even bend, let alone be intimidated by him. However, it was him that would be at a loss, so Hugo decided to endure such an attitude and move on. Ahem. I'd like to introduce you to the professors I'm close to, though. Listening to Hugo's subtle offer, Ludger immediately noticed what purpose he had in visiting him. Faction recruitment. Hugo intended to bring Ludger to a faction that consisted only of aristocratic professors. Even in a situation where students were anxious because of werewolves, was it a fight to divide the professors into groups for the sake of power? Ludger shook his head in laughter at Hugo's attitude. "I'm sorry, but I'm already comfortable right now." "What?" Hugo's face turned red at Ludger's direct refusal. He had already spoken very nicely, but not only did such a fallen aristocrat not thank him, he even rejected Hugo's offer. "Do you know how many years I've been a professor here?" "Do I need to know?" "It's been 15 years. It means I'm the next highest professor except for that old lady, Mary Ross. It means I'm a senior and superior far above you." "Superior, you said?" "Yes. That's strange. My only superior is the principal." "Principal?" Hugo gritted his teeth at that word. For Hugo, the name principal was not welcomed at all. It was more of a disgust that awakened his inferiority complex and anger instead. Hugo, who immediately managed his facial expression, opened his mouth. "Professor Ludger, I heard you were in the military before you came here. It was just a short stay. Didn't you say that you achieved brilliant military service as you hunted the cryptids?" Did he already obtain that much information? Well, it was a specification that was intentionally spilled by the Black Dawn Society anyway, so it was not strange for a person like Hugo to know about it. Ludger nodded his head. "I'm saying this because I admire your ability. Don't you want to bring back your fallen family? With the support of our aristocratic faction, it's possible." Hugo chose to make the most persuasive argument that could make Ludger give in. He was anxious. The principal's faction was getting stronger day by day. Even Hugo could not be off guard against such a woman, especially because she was a 6th-rank lecture wizard and had natural political ability even though she was young. If it weren't for her, I'd be the next principal. Hugo was dissatisfied with it. Moreover, the president was not only being nice to aristocratic students, but also taking care of the commoners more instead. There were as many as 5 new professors, 3 of whom were commoners and one of which was a fallen aristocrat. There was only one pure-blooded aristocrat. It hurts my pride, but Ludger Kelsey. I must bring this man to our faction. It was already known that he comes from a fallen aristocrat family. Normally, he wouldn't have given a look at him, but he couldn't help it because the situation was urgent. In addition, Ludger Kelsey was a 4th-rank wizard at a young age and a fairly capable man. That was also the case when he posted a military achievement on cryptid hunting. There was no more coveted and talented person except him, with the exclusion of his birthplace. That's why Hugo visited him directly. I can help you. So what do you think about holding hands with us? What exactly does it mean for me to hold hands with you? That time, instead of answering with no, he asked back. Hugo continued, thinking that Ludger was finally interested in his offer. In other words, do I have to accommodate the aristocratic students? Oh ho. You just need to show them a little bit of flexibility. Hugo thought Ludger was almost giving in. This man who served as a soldier in the first place was probably trying to rebuild his family by somehow building some achievements. Hugo judged Ludger's track record as such. Then I can't do it. What? Hugo asked back foolishly as he did not know that he would get a rejection there. I appreciate the offer, but I reject it. Are you serious with that? Yes. You are telling me to treat the students differently and discriminate against them. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. It's not discrimination. I'm just telling you to be flexible. Then I'll ask you. If the principal gave a particular commoner student a better benefit and wrapped it up as flexibility, would you be willing to follow it? What? Is a commoner the same as a noble? You have to say something that makes sense. That's exactly what I mean. What? Hugo showed a blank face. That's exactly what I mean, he said. What does he mean anyway? Flexibility should eventually be applied to both sides, not to either side. But if flexibility only applies to the aristocracy, it's no longer mere flexibility. It's a privilege. No, I mean, the aristocrat. There are no commoners, nor aristocrats, nor royalty inside Soren, they're all just students who receive magic lessons. I have no intention of bending this idea. You. Hugo clenched his teeth at Ludger's remark. Hugo raised one side of his lip to calm his anger and mocked Ludger. All right. I wasn't thinking straight. By the time you got here, I was overlooking the fact that the principal might have used her authority in your appointment. I don't know what you're talking about. Ludger meant it. He had no intention of getting involved with a man like Hugo in the first place. Helping him to raise his fallen family back up? Then they'd find out that his family was fake. From Hugo's point of view, it was meant to help him, but for Ludger, he was nothing more than a meddlesome man that would expose his identity. He didn't even want to revive his so-called fallen family in the first place. His only purpose was to stay there for 2 years without getting caught. Moreover, it would also bring troubles to him if he joined hands with Hugo and confronted the principal. No matter how he saw it, Hugo and the principal were not equal. Hugo himself may not think so, but in Ludger's view, the principal was much more overwhelming. If I do something weird and get caught in the eyes of the principal, I will get worn out. There was a tiger in the mountain, so he must have no brain if he was also holding hands with a fox. It would be ideal to walk a tightrope without belonging to either side, so Ludger was bound to make a choice as the other party was clinging to him so blatantly. If he had to choose between the two, of course, he'll choose the principal. It was more convenient for him to choose the principal who treats everyone equally rather than the authoritarian nature of the aristocracy. I have to go on patrol now, so I'll be on my way. Professor Hugo, you might be in danger, so please go in first. You'll regret it. I'll bear it in mind. Ludger's provocative words turned Hugo's face red like a boiled octopus. His thick cheeks quivered, but Hugo could not say anything to Ludger's back, which had already left him. To be honest, it was because he was scared by the appearance of Ludger, who was staring at him. He was a lot more senior and a lot more prestigious than Ludger, so why was he even scared? Hugo didn't want to admit that fact. Arg! Hugo stomped on the innocent ground, then he huffed and puffed while leaving that place. If there was a student that he caught red-handed wandering around that night, he thought about giving them a penalty point. Ludger, who separated ways with Hugo, patrolled outside. Before he realized it, the magical lights were turned on inside Soren after the sunset and the lights were spread around in his surroundings. The night, which was supposed to be silent without any sense of presence, finally emerged, but strangely, darkness was still alive. Ludger sighed inwardly and headed to a nearby bush. So you didn't listen to the order that told you to go straight back to the dorm. As he broke through the bush that was protected with magic, the students who were hiding inside it swallowed their breaths. Ludger spoke coldly while staring at the three students, who were looking up at him dumbfoundedly. Or you listened to the order, but you're acting boldly. Professor. It's not that, but. All of you have 5 penalty points. Then I went on patrol and captured nearly 20 students, gave them penalty points, and forced them back into the dormitory. I mean, why did those guys keep wandering around at night? The first years were immature because they were new students, but I had a headache seeing that the second years were also caught in my patrol. That's how much everyone's interested in this werewolf case. The sun was already setting, and darkness blanketed the surroundings. There were still quite a lot of students hiding inside Soren's land, although security guards were walking around and other professors were patrolling. Even though they are just students, they are kids who can use magic, so ordinary employees can't find the kids who are hiding. The werewolf case must have fueled their spirit of adventure. To be honest, I was just going to ignore them and pass by, but I couldn't let them be because each one of them stuck out too much and it bothered me. If I just ignored them, it was obvious that they would go even wilder when they became proud that they were not caught by the professors. I couldn't stand that. There are a lot of them. Most of the students were obsessed with the idea that they would capture the werewolves. I wondered why they were like that even when they would get penalty points if they got caught inside the school. It turned out that it was because of an official letter that came from Lethalk. If they killed the werewolves or captured the werewolves alive, the city itself would pay them a reward. It was no wonder that it made the students' jaws drop. With the desire to be a hero, there's no one whose jaw wouldn't drop when they would get paid, and their reputation would go up if they caught the werewolves. Even ordinary people who were short of money would be fascinated by the prize money that they would get from knocking down the werewolves. In the case of commoners, there was a system that supported scholarships and self-funding within Soren, but it did not provide all the magic textbooks and various other supplies. There were so many things that the wizards had to pay for. The same went for students. If they became a hero in that case, they might have sponsors who noticed their abilities, so it was no wonder that everyone coveted it. Some boy students seemed to have done it because they couldn't beat their youthful passion of getting attention from the opposite sex. But since I've sent most of them back to the dormitory, I'll have to start tracking the werewolf again. It took a lot of time. Besides, I realized that the situation was worse than I thought. I didn't know there would be so many students. Other professors must have also felt that something was strange and done the patrol more diligently. If someone other than me found the werewolf first, and if they noticed that it was not a normal cryptid but something manufactured from a laboratory, the situation would spread like a forest fire that was even more out of control. So before that happens, I should deal with it. I headed to the sewage treatment plant, the most likely route that the werewolf went through in order to sneak into Soren Academy. Since Soren had a vast land, there was quite a lot of water used in Soren, so there was a huge sewage treatment facility outside the land. A place where a huge amount of water was drawn from the Ramsey River, and at the same time a large amount of water was discharged through a huge earthen pipe. Considering the size of the werewolf that I encountered at that time, it was highly likely that it went back and forth through the earthen pipe. Fortunately, no one has come here yet. Most professors went on patrol and sent students back to the dormitory or prepared for an unknown situation. There was no one who thought about where the werewolf came from or how it moved or chased its prey like me. Well, it was because that was not the way a wizard did it. It was a hunter's method. Walking around the darkened sewage treatment plant, I finally found a trace. Footprints. The footprints that had clearly stamped on the bushes seemed to have been engraved there for days. Other people would have been naturally passing it by, but I didn't miss it. After I approached the footprint and swept it with my hands, I was sure. Comparing the size by its footprints, it's a little smaller than the one I encountered then. It must be pretty intimidating. However, there was one problem. There were 2 kinds of footprints. Even the werewolf with a relatively larger size appeared to have made some footprints recently. Don't tell me, are both of them in Soren already? I thought there was only one, but the footprints show that the guy who ate people in Let Help also came all the way here. I moved slowly and chased after the tracks. The two steps initially moved in the same direction but then split on both sides. The small one to the right, the big one to the left. I didn't expect those guys to split up there. Originally, the wolf had a lonely image, but in reality, it was a beast that flocked groups. Of course, the same went for werewolves, who had inherited such strong tendencies. Normally, they should have stuck together. I didn't know why, but those guys were moving separately from that point. I had to make a choice. I'm in trouble. I'm too late. Lynn, who had ash-gray hair, which was rare even in Soren, was running on through Soren with magic textbooks in her arms. It was a while ago that she forgot to go back to the dormitory and fell asleep while studying in the library. Looking out the window with her hair clinging to her cheek, she rushed out of the library in a hurry when she saw the sun setting. While running toward the dormitory, Lynn had no choice but to blame herself. Stupid. Idiot. Why did I have to doze off there? In recent days, her fatigue had accumulated, perhaps because she had concentrated on homework and studying more and had reduced her sleeping time. Soren was uneasy, so the professors threatened students to go back to the dorm right away without doing anything else after school. The source of trouble was that she opened some books in the library with a complacent thought that she would study a little more, then fell asleep. It was also a student's duty to control their body condition. Just because she dozed off due to her forgetfulness didn't mean it wasn't her fault. If she was caught by the professor, there was no excuse for her to avoid a penalty point. Still, getting a penalty point is a bit painful. As she was tight on money, she was in a position that required her to survive on a scholarship in Soren. However, Soren's scholarship support amount decreased if the student had a penalty point. When the student's penalty points were serious, their scholarship application itself was sometimes rejected. She wouldn't be penalized so badly for 1 point, but the fact that she might get a penalty point itself came as a burden to her. Still, can't I just go back to the dorm before I get caught? She also had to avoid the eyes of the dormitory supervisor, but she was confident that she would not be caught by the supervisor, not the professors, somehow. Lynn continued to move anxiously and walked fast on a road that was being illuminated by streetlights. When she thought that she would certainly get the penalty point, she had some hopes that there was a possibility of her not getting caught, but she didn't want to move while hiding in the dark. Even so, it's too much. How come no one woke me up? After thinking so, Lynn sighed deeply. Originally, it was the basic principle of students attending the academy to make friends and get close to each other, but it was largely due to the controversy caused by disputes with nobles from the beginning of the semester that she couldn't do so. Due to Dynema Romley's disciplinary action, Lynn was considered an arrogant commoner who insulted the aristocracy, according to the aristocratic students. Other commoner students were intimidated by the aristocrats and decided they should not go near her. Still, there were some boy students who asked her if she was okay the next day after the incident. Her appearance was the only reasonable excuse why those students were approaching her. Lynn didn't feel like wanting to get close to those people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The librarian is gone, too. They didn't even want to wake me up in the first place. Perhaps the employee who worked as a librarian in the library was also on the side of the aristocracy. I'm already being disliked. Lynn bit her lips as she felt sad about her situation. It was the moment when she decided to go back to the dormitory, wash up, and organize what she had learned in the day's class. Russell. Who is that? Lynn stopped her footsteps unconsciously and shuddered. She must not have been mistaken when she saw that the grass shook greatly beyond the darkness where the trees were planted. Hurry up and come out. If you don't, I'll call other people. Lynn had also heard the rumor that was circulating recently of a werewolf. There were actually 2 people who had been hurt, so she couldn't dismiss them as false rumors. To think that maybe there really was a werewolf that had been rumored. A chill of fear flowed down her spine. No way, is it really a werewolf? Lynn stepped back, moving her shaky feet. At that moment, the rustling sound in the dark approached her quickly. And something popped out from inside the bush. Lynn shouted while closing her eyes tightly. Ah! Help me! I'm not delicious at all. If you eat something like me, you'll only get a stomachache. However, the expected shout of the wolf was not heard. There was also no pain. Lynn cracked open her closed eyes slightly. The first thing she saw was blonde hair that shone brightly in the dark under the light of a street lamp. Leaves were stuck here and there on her body, but her nobility had not faded the slightest bit. Looking at her with her hands on her waist, she was Lynn's senior, 1 year above her. She was the princess of the country. Really? What do you mean I'm going to eat you? Isn't it rude to say that in our first meeting? Oh. Lynn immediately noticed who the person in front of her was. No, how could she not recognize that iconic person in the first place? Why, Your Highness? The third princess, Elendil von Exilion. Lynn had also seen her in Ludger's class before, so she bowed her head immediately. When she saw the princess, she was so shocked and shouted, "Don't eat me," so it was not strange to hear her say something about profanity. However, when Lynn was about to bow her head, Princess Elendil stopped her. No, it's fine. You don't have to do that. But it's my fault that I surprised you in the first place. And this is Soren. Did you forget? Everyone is equal in Soren. You and I are the same. Listening to Elendil's dignified words, Lynn opened her mouth with an "eh" without realizing it. She didn't expect to hear Soren's ideology from the mouth of the princess herself. Regardless, Elendil was only focused on shaking off the leaves on her body. Oh, but why is Your Highness in this place? I told you not to call me Your Highness. You're a freshman, right? Then just comfortably call me Elendil in a casual way. And me? Because it's more comfortable for me. I don't have any intention of acting impudently with my status in Soren in the first place. Did you say your name was Lynn? Oh? Do you know me? We're taking the spell casting class together. I have a good memory. You're amazing. Well, that class is really unique. I remember most of the students in that class because it was so intensely craved in my memory. And you're pretty noticeable, too. Oh. Was she talking about her hair? Lynn smiled bashfully. She never thought she'd get attention from the princess because of her hair. So why are you wandering around here late at night? Didn't the teachers warn you? Well, that's... Despite her shyness, Lynn honestly explained why she was moving alone that late at night. After listening to her whole story, Elendil opened her eyes wide. What? No one woke you up? Isn't that too much? No. It's still my fault that I dozed off. No. I can't just let it be. How could they do such a dishonorable thing? I will say something to the librarian as soon as POS. And more than that. What were you doing here? Lynn hurriedly changed the subject because she thought that it had become complicated on her part. Oh, you mean me? I'm still in charge of finding and sending back students who haven't returned to the dorm. Everyone must have been so loud right now. Aren't you a student, too? You don't have to worry. I'm moving with permission. Oh, I see. Anyway, hurry and go back to the dorm. Oh, if you keep going through this path, there's another professor, so if you go back to the dormitory through this path, they won't see you. Oh, yes. Thank you. It was the moment when Lynn was about to leave while bowing her head. Growling. A strange sound came to Lynn and Elendil's ears. If they hadn't heard it wrong, it was definitely the sound of a beast. Lynn. Stay back. Elendil glared at the darkness and pulled out her wand. There were a pair of red eyes floating in the dark. It came slowly towards the two of them. The streetlight showed a werewolf beneath it. I didn't think the werewolf was real. The rumor wasn't fake? Why are you so surprised? You were surprised the first time you saw me as well. Well, that's because anyone would be surprised if you suddenly come out from the dark like that. Anyway, this is a big problem. The werewolf in front of them did not look weak at all. The eyes that were glaring at them obviously consisted of murderous intent. Lynn and Elendil were pretending to be tough, but they were actually very scared. Still, as students of Soren, if they couldn't do anything, get out of the way. At that moment, there was a strong flame in the air. The high-temperature flame engulfed the werewolf and burned its whole skin. Whoosh! The werewolf rolled on the ground, screaming. Perhaps because of the beast's instinct to avoid fire, it did not die from a direct hit, but its flesh and fur melted down since it could not avoid the blow. Its wounds were also recovering quickly, but it was enough to buy some time. Both women's eyes turned to the place where the magic was casted from. There stood a man. Lynn shouted his name without realizing it. Professor Ludger. Ludger Kelsey. He was wearing a black suit and a black frock coat, still neat and stylish. Ludger's icy gaze moved away from the werewolf and turned to Lynn and Elendil. Ludger opened his mouth to the two people who were overwhelmed by such spirit. Lynn. And Elendil von Exilian. Yes. Yes, Professor. The two waited for Ludger's next words, feeling fortunate that he had come to rescue them. 5 penalty points for both of you. Pardon? Wait. Aren't you supposed to ask if we're okay at times like this? Elendil thought she had misheard Ludger's words. The professor who saved them from the werewolf said he would give them penalty points as soon as he saw them. It was indeed breaking the atmosphere, but from Elendil's point of view, it was quite unfair. Elendil. What are you yelling about? I got permission from another professor. Shut up. Even if you get permission, it's something you can only do if there's no danger. Don't you know what you were about to end up like? That's. Your mouth is still able to move even though you can't even manage your body properly, I see. Ludger was ruthless even though his opponent was a princess. Elendil could not refute what Ludger said. She was able to walk around like that in the middle of the night because of her status as a princess. It was easy for her to send the students who were at the peak of their excitement back to their dormitory with their heads bowed down just because of her status as a princess. Because Elendil herself, as a princess, had a sense of responsibility to keep the students from being in danger and was preoccupied with that role. Although in the end, she had to be in danger first, before she realized that she had her priorities wrong. Realizing that, Elendil bit her lips and clenched her fist. There was nothing wrong with what Ludger said. Then, at least remove the penalty points for her. What? Ludger's eyes turned to Lynn. As Ludger recognized Lynn, whose shoulders all tensed up, he soon stared at the textbook that she was holding in her arms. Lynn. Yes. Professor Ludger. What are you doing, not going back to your dorm? That's. I acknowledge your enthusiasm for studying, but don't you know that if you do that in this situation, you'll be a nuisance to others? I'm sorry. Ludger shook his head. Whatever he said there would just exhaust him emotionally, and it wasn't a fundamental solution either. Elendil. Yes. You should take responsibility for Lynn and send her back to the dormitory. If you do that, the penalty points that I just gave you will be dismissed. Pardon? Is that for real? Should I say that again? No. I understand. Elendil replied that she would do that, but she couldn't get rid of her sudden curiosity. Wait. Why is there such a big difference between him talking to me and him talking to Lynn? He had been giving her criticism and telling her to get her senses together and such, but he was actually asking a question to Lynn in a more concerned manner. While she was thinking about whether to argue about it or not, the werewolf who was burned by the flames jumped up. Professor. There. I know. Ludger stared at the werewolf while standing in a position to protect Lynn and Elendil. Most of its wounds that were inflicted by magic had been healed, but it was still dazed because of the pain. The werewolf, who was staring at them with boundless hostility, suddenly moved. Not to rush them, but to run away. Ah. It's running away. At the same time as Lynn shouted, Ludger chased the werewolf. He never had the slightest intention of losing the werewolf that he had found. Lynn and Elendil hadn't noticed yet, but the werewolf's neck was also tied with a leash. It was fortunate that the leash was covered with its fur and could not be seen properly. However, if someone else found it afterwards, it would be difficult for him to destroy the evidence. Ludger stormed out from his spot with mana in his legs. As he chased the werewolf through the dark grass and crossed the garden, he could see the werewolf crawling up the roof on the outer wall of the nearby research building. Its sharp nails easily dug into the outer walls of the building, and its huge body soon reached the rooftop full of spires. I won't lose it. Ludger immediately used his wire launcher to soar vertically into the air and settled on the rooftop. Elendil and Lynn, who were still watching the scene from afar, were amazed, with their mouths wide open. Was that a floating magic? May be? Floating magic that could be implemented by the release of mana casting. They couldn't believe Ludger's ability to operate his mana, which he could use naturally while he was running. The two of them, who couldn't see the wire launcher because it was dark in the night, saw Ludger's entire movement as a part of his magic. The two silhouettes on the roof faced each other. Although it was not clearly visible because it was far away, it was not difficult to distinguish Ludger among the two by the size and approximate appearance. Ah! The full moon. The clouds in the sky were cleared, and soon a cold and tender silver lining poured down onto them like a curtain's hem. It was a full moon night. Ludger moved first as he was balancing himself on the rooftop of the spire-filled building. The werewolf also rushed toward Ludger. The two of them crossed each other, and a tight fight broke out. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Lynn and Elendil watched Ludger's battle, forgetting that they had to leave. There was something about Ludger's fighting style that made it hard for them to take their eyes off of him. Under the moonlight, Ludger moved like a dancer and avoided the werewolf's attacks. The attacks made their skin shudder even though they were far away from the battle. Yet none of them touched Ludger's body. And his brilliant spells that were casted amidst the gap of the werewolf's attacks. Fire, ice, wind. The elements of the spells were being shot like an arrow. The spells were second-tier magic, but they exactly hit the vital parts of the werewolf. They said he was in the army before he came here. Elendil recalled what she knew about Ludger Khaleesi. She wasn't particularly interested, but the maid who was taking care of her brought her his data to read just in case, so she had read everything to kill some time. At that time, she remembered that Ludger Khaleesi had been in the army and had a military achievement while hunting for cryptids. The phrases that were written in his personal history. They were actually unfolding before her eyes. Elendil saw a wizard who fought for the first time. No, could she see that as a wizard fight? It was more controlled, neat, and meticulous. Rather than a wizard, his fighting style was more like that of a soldier, or perhaps more like a hunter who aimed for his goal accurately. Gah! The werewolf rolled on the roof while producing a violent sound and slipped on the slope. Ludger did not miss the chance. He was a predator who never missed the gap that was created by the wounded prey. His appearance when using magic to attack the werewolf seemed to be more similar to the wolf itself. Whoosh! The icy fangs that Ludger shot pierced the werewolf's chest. 3 fist-sized ice spears penetrated the werewolf's body in a row and impaled it on the rooftop. No matter how resilient the werewolf was, it was bound to die immediately from such a wound. The fight was over. Phew, I'm tired. Ludger realized that he had consumed a considerable amount of mana to deal with the werewolf. It's not good to use a lot of mana, though. He was glad to have been able to meet Hans and carry his medicine again. He would have been in big trouble if he hadn't done it. Originally, he wouldn't have to use magic in order to deal with that werewolf. There were many more certain ways than consuming mana uselessly. His deteriorating body condition also played a role in his mana consumption. If he had to point out a problem, it was that the place was Soren. There were some eyes watching him from time to time. A magic professor is bound to use magic in front of his students. First of all, he was a so-called Soren professor, so if he used the tools or methods that he often used in the days when he was a hunter and not magic there, they would be suspicious of him. I'll have to finish it quickly, before it gets more bothersome. There was still another werewolf hiding in Soren. He was going to finish his duty, to get rid of the werewolves that night. Gah! As Ludger slowly approached the werewolf, the stumbling werewolf suddenly raised its arm. There was still a long way for him to go to reach the werewolf, so even if it swung its arms, it wouldn't be able to reach him. What was that werewolf going to do? Ludger's question disappeared the moment he saw the debris of the building that was thrown by the werewolf. What? It was fortunate that he was on guard just in case. Ludger built barricades around his body by releasing his mana right away. The debris that flew like an arrow hit it and bounced off, but the problem was that the werewolf dragged some time for its next move. It immediately raised its hands and hit the rooftop floor hard. Crack! Due to the strong muscle strength of the werewolf, a part of the rooftop collapsed, and its body fell down from there. Debris was spread, and a foggy cloud of dust soared around it. Ludger squinted at that sight. The werewolf is using its surroundings as a tool? No matter how artificial that non-cryptid creature was, since it was based on a wolf, its instinct as an animal naturally preceded its action. Even if it was able to use its brain, it was mostly about distinguishing whether it could touch its opponent or not. but from the previous werewolf to that one in front of him. It is somehow doubtful to call them werewolves. Ludger also didn't expect the werewolf to run away as soon as it felt an emergency situation, but he never expected it to throw away the wreckage of the broken building in particular. Did I lose it? Ludger, who entered the building through the gaping hole, clicked his tongue when he realized that the werewolf itself had disappeared. However, he did not entirely lose it. There was still its subtle scent in the air that stimulated his nose. It's a good thing that I buried my scent in the middle of the fight, just in case. Ludger followed the scent left by the werewolf. His intention to finish all of it by the end of the day remained unchanged. Because he wanted to live. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tessie. Tessie. Where are you? Aiden. We couldn't find her, no matter how much we walked around. Wouldn't it be better to just give up? Aiden and Leo were searching hard for Tessie in places where people didn't visit. Last time, they had heard that Tessie had gone to the woods in the east, then the two continued to look for Tessie even after the sunset. But there was no sign of Tessie's presence. Leo spoke first as he was slowly starting to get irritated. I'm sure Tessie must have backed off when she realized that she couldn't do it by herself. Don't you think that's the case if we can't find her, even in a place like this? But you never know. Even though it was Tessie who made the bet, it's our fault for not rejecting it properly. Leo looked sullen as he listened to Aiden's argument. He was obviously the one who thought that Tessie was bothersome as she kept clinging to them and had lied to her in order to kick her out. He felt a little bit guilty. That was also why they were walking around looking for Tessie. But we're also in danger if we get caught by the professors. Others will say it's only a penalty point, but it's also a big penalty for us since we also have to pay attention to our ranking. But we can't let her be. Do you really believe that Tessie is still looking for a werewolf? I don't usually believe that, but it's Tessie we're talking about. In fact, Aiden didn't know why he was so sure after saying it. But the look in Tessie's eyes when she asked him to fight with her again and when she was just chattering on a usual occasion. The look in her eyes always seemed extremely desperate and obsessive, just like a person who wanted to achieve something. The thought that she might really be wandering around with her body messed up in order to catch a werewolf came to his mind. Phew. I get it. Let's check for just 30 more minutes, but if we don't find her by then, let's go back to the dormitory. Leo sighed as he looked at the boy beside him, who had a strong sense of justice. Even so, Leo couldn't stop him. He knew that his good-natured fellow, who approached him to be his friend at first, was someone who was so stubborn at crucial moments and not willing to make any compromises. It was the moment when the two people who had taken a little rest were about to move again. Kaya! There was a distant cry that belonged to a girl. The strangely familiar voice was obviously the voice of Tessie Fryad, whom the two had been desperately searching for. Leo. Yeah. I heard it. That way. The two ran through the grass and branches to the place where the scream came from. At that moment, the grass on the opposite side shook, and someone popped out. And Aiden, who was running in the lead, collided with that someone. Aiden fell backwards as he was pinned underneath by something. Oh my. What's this all of a sudden? HNGG. Aiden raised his head as he felt something crushing his body when he fell backwards. The first thing he saw was a woman with red hair who had a strong presence, even with subtle moonlight shining upon her. Tessie? Aiden? Tessie raised her body immediately as she realized who the person she had underneath her in a cuddly position was. You. Why are you here? That's because I heard your scream. What? What do you mean a scream? I've never done that. Looking at Tessie, who blushed and shouted at Aiden, Leo sighed while saying, I was worried for no reason. Then they heard a shout of a beast. Grrrr. Oh. Aiden. Did you hear that? Yeah. Is it really the werewolf of the rumor? The two men's wary gazes turned over to the bushes. Aiden and Leo both took out their wands. Then Tessie stood in front of the two. Both of you. Hold on a second. Tessie. What are you doing? As Aiden asked her such a question, Tessie hesitated, unlike her usual self. She put her finger on her lips and motioned them to follow her. Aiden and Leo looked at each other because they wondered what was going on and eventually decided to follow Tessie's footsteps. The three of them, who moved quietly, soon reached the front of the basin where the ground was blown out. Look at that. As they looked in the direction that Tessie pointed in a quiet voice, they saw something wriggling in the center of the basin that was full of fallen leaves. That's... Aiden, a country boy with good night vision, immediately discovered what it was. Werewolf? It was obviously a werewolf. It was full of wounds everywhere and was gasping for air all the time, but it certainly was a werewolf. And... it's a pup, though? The little werewolf was a pup that was not all grown up yet. Aiden and Leo only looked at each other. Werewolf. The one who turned Soren into a crucible of chaos was right in front of them. But no matter how many times they looked at it, it was a pup. Even its grumbling voice made it clear that it was hurt somewhere. I came across it a little while ago. The reason why Tessie screamed. It was because she had suddenly found a werewolf while walking around without much thought. Tessie, who blushed because she was ashamed of the fact, soon acted arrogantly. So? I won the bet, right? You've only found it. Wasn't the bet for the one who captured it? Tessie immediately raged at Leo's remark. Is that so? Then I'll soon. Tessie, wait a second. Aiden pulled Tessie's nape as she was about to go down into the basin. Ugh. What the hell are you doing? Ah, sorry. I didn't realize it. Aren't you being rude to a lady? That's not what's important right now. If it's not, then what? Tessie immediately sneered as she realized something. Ho ho. Aiden, are you being impatient because I found that werewolf? You pretended that you didn't, but you actually cared about losing to me. Tessie. Didn't you feel anything strange? When a serious question was heard after her provocation, Tessie pouted her lips as if she had been disappointed. What? That's a werewolf's pup over there. Aside from whether it's possible for a werewolf to have a pup, the pup over there doesn't look well at all. I don't think it can move properly. Yeah. So why? But look. It's surrounded by fallen leaves. Besides these surroundings, it's a location that's far away from the public eye. I've never heard of a place like this in the forest, no matter how wide Soren is. Well, so what's wrong with that? Do you think that little werewolf settled here and collected the fallen leaves by itself? Tessie realized something and shut her mouth when he said that. In other words, Aiden was saying that the injured werewolf pup could not have gone all the way there alone. It meant there was something else that had helped the pup. Who in the world? I don't know who it is. Maybe. There's probably another werewolf. Aiden kept his eyes on the werewolf while saying so. Just in case it noticed their presence and suddenly rushed at them. Although it was a pup, it was bigger than a fairly large dog. The probability of danger could not be excluded. Oh? Aiden, who was carefully examining the werewolf, found something strange. Near the neck of a werewolf that was covered in fallen leaves and only just visible, he seemed to see something shining under the moonlight. When he looked at it while focusing his eyes, it turned out that he wasn't mistaken. Isn't that something like a leash? At that moment, Aiden judged that the werewolf did not just occur naturally. Aiden? What are you doing? It was the moment when Leo called him, as he felt that the look on Aiden's face was quite serious. Aiden glided down the basin, determined to do something. Aiden? Hey, hey. Leo was confused, and so was Tessie. The two rushed after Aiden. Aiden, who had come down to the center of the basin that was more than 5 meters away from his original spot, slowly approached the werewolf pup. Aiden? What are you doing? It's dangerous. There's something strange about it. Aiden wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. At that moment, the werewolf's pup, who was closing its eyes, stared at Aiden. Aiden paused as he tried to approach it cautiously. Their eyes were tangled in each other's gaze, and a breathtaking tension was lingering in the surroundings. Gulp. Aiden slowly held out his hand while swallowing his dry saliva. It's okay. I won't hurt you. He said so because he had seen the werewolf's eyes. There was no hostility or murderous intent. The transparent and clear eyes that were staring at him were full of innocence that seemed to belong to a country dog. A werewolf with such eyes attacked 2 people and sent them to a hospital room? Aiden didn't think so. Leo and Tessie couldn't think of stopping Aiden any longer. The pup, who was staring at him, immediately turned its head and closed its eyes again. Aiden breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and drew closer to the pup. As expected, it was docile. It even made a purring sound as though it was in a good mood when Aiden swept its fur with his hand. You hurt a lot, I see. Aiden said so, and examined its wounds that were exposed outside of the fallen leaves. Didn't it get bitten by an animal? The traces on its body were not caused by an attack from other animals. Rather, it was more like a cut from something. When he looked at its neck while sweeping its hair with his hand, he could feel a hard and cold metal. As expected, he was not mistaken. I thought it was just a mere werewolf, but there's more to it. It was when Aiden thought that far. From the darkness, the sound of something approaching them quickly could be heard. Leo, who first noticed the strangeness of that sound, shouted. Aiden! Run! As soon as Aiden heard the sound, he rushed in the opposite direction from which the sound was heard. Soon after, a huge shock hit his body. Arg! Aiden, who bounced more than 3 meters and rolled on the ground, shook away his dizziness and looked at the mysterious creature that had knocked him away. Werewolf. The thing that had hit him with its shoulder while running fast was an adult werewolf that was 1.5 times bigger than the werewolf pup. It glared at Aiden as if wanting to kill him while standing there protecting its pup. It's really a werewolf. Tessie trembled at such a sight and eventually raised her wand while charging mana with a determined look. The werewolf also stared at Tessie while thinking that she was about to do something. Hey! What are you doing? Leo tried to stop her, but Tessie didn't listen to him. There was a werewolf in front of her. The root of what had driven Soren into chaos. If only they didn't exist and she got rid of him. She could revive her family. A fallen family. Her mother, who forced a smile at her while saying that it's okay. The trashy people who used to cling around her but turned their backs right away after her family had collapsed. She had to do it. Only she could raise the Fryad family back up. The werewolf in front of her was a certain stepping stone for it. Just because she hunted a werewolf did not mean it would revive her fallen family. Tessie was fully aware of it, but even a little recognition was fine. She could get an award point, collect a reward from the city of Lethelk, or make her name known. She learned magic to do that, and she had gone to Soren to aim for success. The werewolf rushed at Tessie. It was fast. Tessie tried to cast a spell, but she made a mistake without realizing it due to the pressure of the werewolf that was rushing toward her. The spell. Her impatience had ruined her spell casting, the barely drawn mana was meaninglessly scattered. Beyond the appearance of the spell that disappeared like a ripped, wet paper, she could see a werewolf approaching her while showing its fangs. Ah. Is this the end? As she thought so, Tessie felt someone suddenly push her to the side. The sharp claws that were wielded by the werewolf passed right in front of her through the air. Whir. Tessie, who rolled on the ground with someone, was stunned. Oh. Tessie. Are you okay? Ai. Dan? It was Aiden who had saved her from the crisis, the boy whom she kept bothering and asked for a match. If he was the slightest bit late in pushing her, Tessie would have lost her head. I'm glad you're safe. You. Why did you? I can't just watch my friend who's in danger. Friend. The word left Tessie speechless. Asterisk. Asterisk. Aiden looked at the werewolf, not caring about Tessie's reaction. There's something wrong with its movement. I think it's seriously hurt somewhere. Maybe that's why we were able to avoid its attack. As expected, there were 3 large holes that had yet to be healed in the werewolf's chest that was slightly exposed in the dark. Aiden gulped and opened his mouth. Sorry. It wasn't on purpose. We don't intend to do any harm to your pup. Aiden? What are you doing? There's no way a werewolf can communicate. Tessie shouted from behind, saying, What kind of stupid thing are you doing? But Aiden was serious. Aiden continued, staring at the werewolf in front of him with an unshakable gaze. You. Can you understand us? What's? Leo and Tessie looked puzzled. But the werewolf's reaction was strange. The werewolf, who was staring at them like it was going to kill them, calmed down and went back to its pup. Leo, who was watching such a scene, couldn't close his mouth. Does it really understand you? It just overreacted because it was afraid that its pup might be in danger. But Aiden, it already attacked 2 students. It's calm now because of its baby, but we don't know when it'll suddenly show its true S. Leo's point was valid, but Aiden felt something indescribable. It was possible for Aiden to know, because it was him who had faced the werewolf's pup the most closely. As soon as he had seen the pup's eyes, Aiden had clearly heard something. Please help me. Leo, Tessie, I know what I'm saying is far-fetched, but believe me, just once. Aiden said so, and slowly approached the werewolf. Grrrr. The supposed mother threatened Aiden by showing her gums, but Aiden raised both of his hands and made a gesture that he was not dangerous. It's okay. I won't hurt you. As he narrowed the distance little by little with such determination, the werewolf glaring at Aiden also stopped showing its hostility. That was because the pup was in the worst condition. Use this. Aiden took a small medicine bottle out of his pocket that he usually carried around. It was a very basic recovery medicine that he had made when taking pharmacology classes in curses and dispelling. Since his skill was still insufficient, the potion's poor performance wouldn't show any great significance in healing, but at least it would help improve the condition of the pup, who was gasping for air. It was the moment when he tried to approach the werewolf with that thought. A white ray of light from somewhere penetrated the mother's body. Oh. Aiden, who was approaching the werewolf slowly, along with Leo and Tessie, who were watching the scene while holding their breaths from behind, were surprised and confused by the ray of light. It was a silver, shiny metal that penetrated the body of the werewolf mother. At first, he thought it was a sharp spear, but eventually, its shape collapsed and turned into a net that bound the mother werewolf's body. Is that a metal magic that uses? Who the hell does this? As soon as everyone was dumbfounded, a black shadow fell from the sky. You guys. What are you doing here? It was a man who they saw as a black shadow. And the man was someone whom they knew very well. Professor Ludger? Ludger, who overpowered the werewolf with a surprise attack, squinted his eyes, as he didn't know there would be 3 students there. You all look familiar. Aiden, Leo, and Tessie Fryad. What are the students who took my class doing here at this late hour? The 3 people whose names were called shuddered. They were doomed. They didn't expect to get caught by a professor in that situation. Their opponent was even Ludger Calisi, who was famous for having no blood or tears. I'll hold the 3 of you responsible for this later. Back off for now. Tessie and Leo followed his order. But Aiden was different. He intervened between Ludger and the werewolf, blocking Ludger's way. Wait. Aiden. What the hell are you doing? Hearing Ludger's cold voice, Aiden trembled but did not back down. Professor Ludger. PL, please wait a minute. You told me to wait? There's something strange with that werewolf. No, I mean, to be exact, it seemed to understand people's words. Please reconsider killing that werewolf for a moment. Aiden spouted out what he had found out. Otherwise, Ludger would take the breath of that mother werewolf right away. It understands people, you said? What nonsense are you talking about? It's not nonsense. Maybe that werewolf. I told you to step back. Despite Ludger's threat, Aiden didn't step back. While staring at Aiden, Ludger found a baby werewolf licking its mother's face with its tongue over Aiden's shoulder. No ferocity at all, it just showed pure concern for its own family. The pup stood with its feet. It was the moment when the fallen leaves that covered its entire body were pushed out, and the rest of its body that was covered by the fallen leaves was shown. It saw Ludger. His eyebrows wriggled slightly. Oh? Aiden, who was staring at Ludger intensely, immediately noticed the subtle changes in him. What's wrong with Professor? Aiden was about to look back unconsciously. Whoosh! At that moment, his body flew through the air as if it had been pulled strongly by something. Aiden's body gently landed on the ground without any injury. It was a buffer effect that used wind magic. It was all done by Ludger. Professor? What he saw was Ludger's back, wearing a black frock coat. He couldn't see the werewolves that were hidden by Ludger's back. When Aiden was about to say something, Ludger casted his spell. WHRRRR. There was a flash of hot fire all of a sudden. It swallowed the 2 werewolves in a flash, scattering light everywhere. He could feel the heat even from a distance. It was obviously an attack spell that would kill the opponent. There were no screams from the werewolves that were swallowed by the fire. There was no time for them to scream, and they couldn't even feel the pain, as they had already disappeared into ashes. When the magic fire completely subsided, There was no trace left of the werewolves. There were only black ashes. Go back to the dormitory. Ludger said so without looking back. I will hold you responsible for your deviant behavior tomorrow. There was no emotion in his voice. Ludger stood still and stared at the place where the werewolves had been. His hands had burned them all down without a trace. Along with all the evidence that they were a lab test and not just werewolves. It was okay for him to be relieved. Since it was over now. But Ludger's mind was not the slightest bit at ease. Until the other professors, who lit up a fire with their magic from a distance, arrived one by one. Ludger stood still, stuck on his spot. The werewolf case, which had caused a stir at Soren Academy, ended with the removal of werewolves by the new professor, Ludger Kelsey. Many students wondered if the incident was simply an inflated false rumor, but there were many witnesses who had actually witnessed the werewolves, so such an opinion was ruled out. Rumors had already spread among students that Ludger had a bloody fight with a werewolf on the roof of a building under the full moon. The students had already talked about the case on the. Is it true that it was a real werewolf? I saw it in person. On the roof of the research building, the new professor fought with the werewolf, and it was so cool. It's not a lie. Actually, a part of the roof of the third research building was broken, and there were signs of a fight. Whoa. So the new professor really caught the werewolf? I heard the new professor is a former soldier. Then it's possible. He's awesome. So there were also questions about what the werewolves were and where they had appeared from. Some even argued that the werewolves might actually have been a secret experiment from somewhere. However, in the absence of clues, such an opinion was nothing more than gossip that did not even circulate properly. Because that wasn't the important thing. I got 5 penalty points because I got caught. Me too. This is a bit risky for my warning in this academy. Yeah. I don't care about my 5 penalty points, I already got award points. Where do you live? That time, most of the students who decided to catch werewolves were found and faced penalties. Out of the entire school, there were 130 students who had been caught. Even the third-year students were included among them, so it was understandable. They went out to become heroes, but instead of solving the case, they only got penalty points, so most students tore their hair out of regret about their wrongdoings. It was the same for Aiden, Leo, and Tessie. Arg. We're doomed. We're really doomed. Why does it have to be Professor Ludger who caught us out of all people? The 3 of them had been called to the counseling room for a meeting with the principal. Aiden was still immersed in his thoughts, but Tessie was different. She was restless. She should never have allowed a loophole in order to revive her family, but in the werewolf incident, let alone being compensated, she was being properly punished by Ludger. Tessie glared at Aiden with resentment and soon bit her lower lips and shook her head roughly. She couldn't blame Aiden. She wouldn't be alive without Aiden. Aiden was the one who saved her from the werewolf attack, after all. Yeah. I couldn't do anything at the time. She felt so stupid that she grabbed the hem of her uniform with her trembling hands. It had been about 10 minutes. The door to the counseling room opened. The 3 musketeers, Aiden, Leo, and Tessie, who were sitting in their seats, stood up on their feet. Principal. She was coming into the counseling room with a beaming smile. She had white on the outside part of her hair but a pinkish on the inside part of her hair. Following the principal's footsteps was a man with a cold-hearted image. It was Ludger Kelsey, the man who blew down the werewolves the night before. Ludger looked the same as usual. His outfit was a red long coat, not his usual black frock coat, but his firm neatness still remained. Now. All 3 of you, sit comfortably. Hearing the principal's words, the 3 people, including Aiden, sat down again while studying the principal's face. The principal also sat in her empty upper seat. Please sit down as well, Professor Ludger. I'll stand here. Well then, if that's convenient for you. Now, let's get down to business. Do you know why I called the 3 of you here? No one answered that question right away. But there was no one who didn't know. There was only one reason why the 3 of them were gathered there, because they had witnessed the werewolves from the closest distance and gotten caught by Ludger. Tessie, who didn't expect to face the principal, thought Ludger had really been determined to punish her. What does he mean by not just giving penalty points, but also telling the principal about it? Wasn't it a declaration that it would never be finished with ordinary disciplinary action? I'm doomed. She held back her tears for dear life. It was some kind of a bad feeling. After that day, she never forgot that she had promised herself never to cry again. Most of all, she was triggered by Aiden and Leo, who were sitting casually. What will happen to us? Aiden opened his mouth first, but as Aiden spoke, his gaze did not avert from Ludger. Why do you think I called all of you? I don't think you wanted to give us a mere penalty point. You're right. It was then that Ludger opened his mouth. The three of you ignored Soren's warning and went all the way into the forest and posed a danger to yourselves, and you almost got hurt. If things had gone even a little wrong, one of you could have died. The three people who felt as if they were stabbed by his remark shut their mouths. Even though there wasn't an accident in which anyone died in the end, I thought you should know for sure how serious your complacent behavior was. That's why I offered the principal a suggestion. They realized it was serious. All three of them knew that those words didn't have good intentions behind them. As the heavy atmosphere lingered in the counseling room, the principal clapped her hands. Now. Don't make faces like the world is collapsing. Think positively. And Professor Ludger. Your words that frightened the students were a bit harsh. Your Honor, this is not something that should be overlooked. Of course, thanks to Professor Ludger's hard work, it ended without anyone getting hurt, and you are right that the students were complacent. But it ended well, didn't it? I don't understand. Because they're still kids. And even with the intimidating remarks, Professor Ludger gave quite a detailed explanation, right? Aiden? Yes. When he was suddenly called, Aiden answered in a hurry. I heard the story. I heard you jumped to save Tessie from danger? And no. It's just. Competition among students is important, but it's better to help each other instead. And neither of you ran away from the location so that you could protect Aiden. At the words of appraisal coming out of the principal's mouth one by one, confusion lingered on the faces of Aiden, Leo, and Tessie. Why is the principal like that? You're absolutely wrong in your behavior. That's why I decided to take Professor Ludger's advice and give each of you 10 penalty points. 10 penalty points. If it was 10 and not 5 points, it meant that it was twice as bad compared to other students. It was obvious that it was disadvantageous towards them. But at that moment, the principal's clear voice awakened the three people from their thoughts. Your actions in the moment of crisis are certainly worthy of praise, so I'll give all three of you 10 award points. Pardon? Is that true? 10 penalty points. However, in addition to that, the penalty points had practically disappeared due to 10 award points. The principal's words did not end there. Aiden. You showed your courage in thinking of your colleagues before your own body in a time of crisis. I'll give you 10 extra award points. Oh. Leo. You didn't forget to be cool-headed in a moment of urgency, and you deliberately left a trail on the path as you passed so that others could follow you. How come? I'll give you 10 extra award points. And Tessie Fryad. Yes. You had the courage to face the werewolf and fight without running away. Some might say it's reckless bravado, but you've understood it well. I hope you will keep that unshakable heart forever. Yes. Understood. Because of that, I'll give you 10 award points. As a result, the three of them had received 10 additional award points rather than penalty points. The principal, who had been smiling at the three people who still couldn't accept that this was real, looked back at Ludger while sitting down. You don't have any complaints, right, Professor Ludger? If that's what your honor wants. Ludger stepped back and drew the line that there was no disagreement. The principal clapped her hands. Congratulations, kids. Keep up the good work in the future. Oh, yes. Thank you. Your honor. But still, don't overdo it. Now, we have already taken too much time. Everyone, hurry up and go back to the dormitory. The three students left the counseling room while thinking that they were still dreaming. Aiden, who was leaving last, stopped and looked back at Ludger, who didn't even glance at him. What was the reaction that Professor Ludger had shown just then? Aiden left the counseling room with unresolved questions. The door closed, and only Ludger and the principal were left in the counseling room. Phew, Professor Ludger. Are you satisfied now? The principal said so after the students were completely out of their sight. I was surprised. Even though it was you who asked me to take good care of those children. The principal, who was shaking both of her legs with her head leaned back, glanced at Ludger with half-opened eyes. On top of that, you're asking me to act as if I was the one who did all of it. Because it wouldn't carve a very good image of you if you did what I was doing there. I know. You want us to play a good cop and a bad cop, right? I can't believe you call yourself a villain. Aren't you feeling sad about it? I just chose the most efficient method. Oh, is that so? Well, since you said you're fine with that, I won't bother longer about that because, in the end, it was a good thing for the students. The president, standing up from her seat, approached the window that showed Soren's scenery and swept the transparent window with her slender fingertips. Professor Ludger, you said you took care of the werewolves yourself, didn't you? Yes. What did you see there? What do you mean? Wasn't there something peculiar about the werewolves? Even with the principal's sharp words, Ludger's expression did not change. I didn't think there was anything. Is that so? Yes. I just chased the werewolves, and I got rid of them because I was afraid that they would pose a threat to the students. Just like what I did in the military. Well, then it can't be helped. The principal also did not question him any further because Ludger's fight with the werewolves while protecting students was already so famous that it had spread throughout the school. Anyway, I'd like to thank you once again. Thanks to you, nobody died. I just did my job. I like that confident attitude. I'll look forward to your good performance in the future. Ludger bowed his head without a word. After his conversation with the principal, Ludger returned to his professor's office. Ludger, who was sitting while leaning on the back of his chair, recalled what had happened the night before. What had surprised him? The body of the werewolf pup that had been hidden by the fallen leaves that no one else had ever discovered. It had certainly belonged to a human child on which fur had not yet grown. Right. He wasn't mistaken. It was obviously a human body that had not yet turned into a wolf. The Shamsa school did not use wolves as experiments to create werewolves. Rather, it was the opposite. They created a werewolf using human beings as an experiment. Instead of substituting human genes into wolves, they had captured human beings and forcibly mixed beast factors into them. The strange behavior of the werewolf who had thrown the wreckage with her hands when she was in an emergency was finally understandable. He had wondered why their brains worked so well. They were not like beasts, who should have no reasoning. The werewolf pup must have been a human child. It must have been the mother who blocked his way to protect her child. Was it her family? The three werewolves who had made a mess in Lethelp and Soren. Was it a human family that had been used as an experiment? A child and two parents. Ordinary people who were just being swept away by unfortunate incidents. Ludger had killed the three of them with his own hands. Silently. Ludger tightened his fist. I have no regrets in my actions. Even if he went back to that time, Ludger would have made the same judgment. Otherwise, it would have been him who was in danger. All of the experiments had to be eliminated, and the connection he was involved in had to be broken as well. There was no other way. And there was already a death toll from the werewolves. Even though they had no choice but to do that in order to live, they had still killed and eaten someone's family. That was why he had killed them. Yes. He's sure that was enough. The eyes. The baby's clear eyes as it looked back at him at the end after licking its mother. While Ludger was casting his spell to kill them, the look in the pup's eyes did not contain any rebuke or anger toward Ludger. There was only one emotion. The pup had been thankful to him for ending their terrible lives. Ludger got up from his seat. Aiden, Leo, and Tessie, who were sitting on a bench in a quiet garden, had yet to come back to reality as if what happened a while ago was a dream. It was Tessie who came to her senses first. So we really didn't get punished. It still feels like a dream. I know, right? Who would have thought that the principal would take action and side with us? I know, right? Leo, who usually had sharp conversations with Tessie, agreed with her completely at that time. The two people's eyes soon turned to Aiden. They stared at him as if asking if he had anything to say. Hey, Aiden. Aiden? Huh? Oh, yeah. What are you thinking about? Unlike the two who were happy to receive the award points, Aiden showed a serious face the whole time. Aiden, do you have any concerns? Well, should I say it's a concern? Well, I know that it's kind of weird to say this now. So what is it? Don't hesitate, and say it so your heart will feel more at ease. When Tessie strongly whined at him, Aiden hesitated for a while before confessing his concerns to his two friends. It's just that something is weird. Weird? What's weird? The werewolf yesterday. You may not have seen it, but the werewolf's neck was tied with a strange silver leash. What? Shoo. As Tessie raised her voice, Leo immediately gestured to her to be silent. Be quiet. What if someone hears you? The three looked around and checked if there were any other listeners, and then they put their heads together and spoke in quiet voices. Keep talking. Is that true? Yeah. I'm sure. That's also why I tried to stop Professor Ludger. A leash, you said. Are you saying that the werewolf is not an ordinary werewolf? I think it's really someone's intentional experiment. If his story was true, it was bound to be a serious problem. Leo also opened his mouth with a heavy expression as if he was thinking about something. Me too, I heard a rumor recently. What is it? That there are suspicious people hiding in Soren. Suspicious people? What's that? You're talking about a secret organization, right? Isn't it just a secret club or false rumor that the students created by themselves? There was nothing unusual about having a secret meeting between students in Soren. Leo shook his head at Tessie's question. If it was just that, he wouldn't even say that the rumor was suspicious. I'm not sure either, but I think it's clear that a secretive organization that has not been revealed has permeated Soren. I realized it, especially after I saw this werewolf case. Wait. Then you are saying that there are dangerous people in Soren. It's just still in a level of doubt, but I'll say so. Aiden. Do you think so, too? Yeah. Honestly, it's not a good thing to suspect someone, but I'm sure something is off. And I think that, in particular. Aiden shook his head and shut his mouth as he tried to say something. No, never mind. What is it? Is it because of Professor Ludger? At Tessie's straightforward words, Aiden wasn't able to lie and nodded his head. The reason why Aiden's heart has been weighed heavily since a while ago was because of the violent behavior that Ludger had shown the previous day. I don't want to be suspicious of Professor Ludger, but the way he looked last night was somewhat strange. Strange, you said? You may not have been able to see it properly because you were covered by Professor Ludger's back, but I was facing him from the front. At that time, Professor Ludger saw something. The reaction that Ludger showed at the time was obvious, even though it was just a brief moment. Aiden hadn't missed it. But before he could ask about it, Ludger had forced him to get away and burn down the werewolf. Leo held his chin after hearing Aiden's words. Do you mean Professor Ludger tried to destroy the evidence? What? Professor Ludger? Is that possible? Tessie asked back as if saying that he was such a fool to say so. No matter how likely it was, she couldn't believe that Ludger Kelsey, who had helped them and fought fiercely with the werewolves, had something rather secret beyond his action. I'm not sure. However, I keep thinking that Professor Ludger might know something. The professor at that time seemed to be in a hurry to hide something. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. There's no way a Soren professor would do such a dangerous thing. But what if it's real? What if Ludger Kelsey is a part of a secret organization that's too dangerous to talk about? What if he killed the werewolves to destroy evidence? Are you idiots? No matter how likely it is, you still went too far. Tessie put her hand on her waist and shook her head while rebuking the two. Professor Ludger must have thought of something. And when we were talking face to face with the principal earlier, didn't you think something was weird? Oh? What? I didn't think so. Phew. Idiots. Don't you remember what the principal said when she complimented us? She pinpointed each of us for what we did well and our deeds. Oh, right. She did. I couldn't think of it because I was so focused on something else. Think about it. How would the principal, who wasn't even there, know about it? Oh, that's... Of course, someone told the principal everything. And who could tell the principal about what we did? Ludger Kelsey. It was just him. Professor Ludger was pretending not to, but he actually witnessed everything that we did. If he wanted to scold us, he wouldn't have told the principal our good deeds. Ah. Listening to Tessie, it certainly seemed so. Only the principal and Ludger came into the counseling room, and when the principal said she would give them award points, Ludger took a step back and yielded. Everything is Professor Ludger's plan? But why on earth? I don't know it either. Still, Professor Ludger cared for us and only told the principal good things about us. Isn't it too much for you to suspect Professor Ludger? Aiden and Leo had nothing to justify their previous remark. To be honest, it was indeed true. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If Ludger was a suspicious person, would he have taught them the groundbreaking spell of source code in his first class? It doesn't make sense for a person who had to hide his identity to reveal it instead. Is that so? Aiden scratched his head, but he couldn't get rid of his subtle doubts about Ludger. He was sure that Ludger was a respectable professor, but he also couldn't deny that there was indeed something strange about him. Yes. Tessie, I think you're right. It's meaningless to think about it right now anyway. Yeah. As long as you know that. More than that, I'm hungry. Did you guys eat? No. Not yet. How about Tessie? Why me? If you haven't eaten yet, why don't we go eat together? What? Tessie wondered if she was mistaken when listening to Aiden's words. What? Eat? With me? Are you for real? Why? That's because eating is, As she was embarrassed, Tessie twisted her hair with her fingertips and murmured softly with a blushed face. Fellow friends. We're already friends, right? Looking at Aiden, who stared at her while smiling brightly, Tessie's ears turned red. Leo, who was watching the scene from the side, sighed and shook his head. Seeing that childish girl who couldn't be honest and his friend who had no sensitivity whatsoever. He thought that his daily life in Soren would be eventful. Oh. Professor Ludger. It was after I was headed back from work. On my way back to the accommodation, I met Professor Selena. She, who found me first and ran toward me like a puppy while making a fuss, looked more like a student in the academy than a professor. Isn't she lying about her age? Are you off from work? Yes. I heard the news. Yesterday, I heard that you caught the werewolves. Yes, I got rid of them. Whoa. Really? Professor Selena was looking at me with a burdensome gaze. Still, we were fellow new professors, but I thought that she was looking up at me too much. All they've been talking about lately is only Professor Ludger. More than that, how on earth did you catch the werewolf? Was there any method to do it? Wait. Pardon? I'm a little busy today, so I'll talk to you next time. Listening to my firm words, Professor Selena nodded with a slightly sullen look like a child scolded by an adult. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you when you were busy. No. It's not that I couldn't answer your call. Have a good rest, Professor Selena. Yes. Please take care on your way, Professor Ludger. I greeted Selena and separated ways with her. Unlike other professors, she was a good person who was interested purely in my achievement. However, I couldn't get close to anyone because I was in a tight position. It was still possible to eat together as a group, but that was all. And first of all, I had one thing to do immediately. When I returned to my private accommodation, there was a package at the door. Taking the package, I went inside the accommodation and checked its contents. It was data that Hans had sent me. Areas where missing people and some particular people had gathered recently in Lethelk. After checking the contents briefly, I headed to my private study. On one side of the wall in the study, photos were pinned everywhere, along with a map of Lethelk City. I cut out some of the contents of the document and pinned them to one corner of the map. An area full of abandoned factories in Lethelk. An abandoned slum. There was a laboratory around there. After I finished pinning the locations, I immediately took out a portable crystal ball. As mana flowed in, a voice came from beyond the crystal ball. Did you check all the data that I sent? Yes. As you told me yesterday, I checked the surrounding area. In one abandoned factory, about 10 strong men rushed in and out. I think I'm sure about that. I see. And I personally checked what you told me to. Some laborers have recently gone missing outside the city. Was there a family of 3 among them? There was. It's the only case where a whole family disappeared. The police didn't do much investigation and hushed it, but their neighbors must have been very nervous. The data came out easily after investigating a little bit. I got it. I will go there soon. I left that message and cut off the communication. After staring intensely at the map fixed to the wall for a while, I left the accommodation while wearing a dull brown coat that was unlike my usual one. One dark night. In Ledhelk's factory area, where starlight and moonlight disappeared due to the thick clouds in the sky. The chimney of the factory, which stood tall without emitting any smoke, became a tombstone in honor of those who died in the shadow of the city. Considering that there were actual people who died due to a difficult environment, the word tombstone was not particularly wrong. The slum area, usually called an abandoned area, had a strong sense of desolation because there were no street lights that were sometimes seen from time to time. All he could see was a gutter rat passing by the ground quickly. Ludger arrived at that place where even vagrants gave up begging and gave a wide berth. "You came?" Hans, who had arrived first and was waiting, welcomed Ludger. Hans looked at Ludger's face, then he shook his head and clicked his tongue. On the surface, he looked nothing like a danger, but Ludger was already heavily armed. Hans could feel that Ludger was thoroughly prepared for the fight ahead, judging from the bitter energy emanating from him. "Will you go alone? Will you help me if I ask you to?" "Well, I thought I might be able to deal with one or two of them." "Never mind. It's enough for me alone." "What kind of guys are on the inside?" "There are nearly 40 people, but it seems like they know that they're in a rush, they're slowly leaving this place. It'd be in vain if you were here 3 days later." "What's their power?" "You'd better assume that each of them and even some of the nobodies have guns." "Well, guns won't work against you, who's a wizard, but there are about 3 of them who are wearing strengthened armor." "What about their elite's power?" "There are 2 black wizards." "I see." The entrance was a large pipe tube that was drilled for wastewater disposal. Ludger, who was about to head to the laboratory, stopped and asked Hans a question. "Hans. The family that I asked you about beforehand." "Yes." "How old was the kid?" "Their kid, you said?" With his back against the wall, Hans looked up as if he was thinking of something. The sky was full of gloomy clouds. "He was 7 years old." "He was still such a little boy." 7 years old, huh?" Ludger moved his legs again. "I see." Ludger headed to the entrance of a secret laboratory that was decorated with a large wastewater pipe. The wastewater pipe, which was rusting everywhere and full of odors, seemed real, but when he went a little deeper, the scenery changed right away. The inner wall of the wastewater pipe neatly changed, and even the odor that used to reek disappeared. Zing. From beyond that place, a sound was heard with subtle scarlet light. Ludger immediately advanced with caution while trying to show as little sense of presence as possible. "Huh. I'm so bored. How much longer do we have to stay?" "I don't know. We still have more than 2 days to spare, so shouldn't we wait a little longer?" "Why did those damn experiments escape anyway?" "We're not going to get caught yet, so it might be okay. We are cleaning this place up and going to leave to prepare for the worst possibilities. But I'd rather be guarding like this. It's a mess inside currently, as they are organizing the equipment. It's time to switch shifts soon anyway. Arg. If only those sh*TTY experiments hadn't escaped." Ludger leaned his back against the wall and listened to their conversation. The two, who were bored due to having to stand on guard for a long time at the entrance, did not stop chatting. "I was outside at the time." "How did that happen?" "Did the management make a mistake?" "There must have been a mistake. I heard that the kid who was kidnapped didn't take medicine often, so he didn't turn more cryptid-like. Maybe it's because he's still young." "So? Why do you even ask?" "So when I tried to pull him out to inject more drugs into his body, he resisted. I heard it's really painful to be injected with the drugs." "Is it true?" "I'm sure it's painful, because they scream loudly. But the problem is that his parents made a ruckus there." "What? His parents? They had already become werewolves, yet they were still trying to protect their kid?" "Yes." The scientists didn't know that they still had some reasoning. "They were angrier than we expected, and the inside the laboratory was a mess." "Damn it. So that's why they escaped? Isn't it a bit dangerous then?" "Haha. Dangerous, my ass. Don't worry. I heard that we asked a reliable person to take care of the werewolves. Anyway, I'd have stepped on the werewolf pup until he died if I were there. He made us suffer like this." "I see." Ludger felt that he no longer needed to eavesdrop on their conversation. Because he had already found out about everything and how things were turning out. Splash. As Ludger stepped on the water that was puddled on the ground, the two people who were chattering immediately closed their mouths and stared at him. What? Who's that? Isn't it just a rat? Magical lights were shining around the entrance, but the place where Ludger stood was relatively dark, so he couldn't be seen. The two men pulled guns from their waistlines. But before that, two beams of light flew out of the darkness and penetrated the middle of their forehead faster. Bam! Bam! Without even being able to scream, the two men who were guarding the entrance collapsed right on the spot. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ludger walked slowly out of the darkness. He was wearing shin-length leather boots, black pants, a gray vest full of pockets, and a shabby brown coat over it. His face was covered with a black hood that was drooping down to his nose, and he wore a hood that covered up to his forehead. Ludger walked past the corpses and went into the secret laboratory with ghostly silent steps. And not long after he entered, a scream rang out from the inside. Aya! Help me! The man who was patrolling near the entrance appeared from the dark and ran away desperately from a monster that had killed all of his colleagues. He didn't know from where the monster had suddenly appeared. Like a mirage, the monster had suddenly appeared and killed his patrolling colleagues in a flash. What did the guys who guarded the entrance do? At the moment he thought so, his sight turned upside down. Oh? His body swayed, then he fell forward. He couldn't move his legs below the shins. Why on earth? He looked down at his legs and finally realized why. His legs were cut off under his shin. The moment he recognized it, the pain came belatedly. Irk. He gritted his teeth and glared at the darkness behind his back. Beyond the wide passage was a darkness where all the lights had gone out. He heard footsteps from there. His spine became cold, and every hair on his body stood on end. It was a guy. The intruder who had suddenly appeared and killed all his colleagues. He is already coming after him. Step. The intruder slowly emerged from the darkness. He covered his whole face as he appeared from the darkness, so he could not be identified. However, based on his sturdy build, it was clear that he was a man. He warned the man in a trembling voice. You thought you'd be able to get away after messing with us? I don't think you know who's in there, but you're already done. The man didn't respond. Rather, the man's eyes that were seen beyond the shadow of his hood became sharper. His lips and throat became dry. As soon as he wondered if he should rather beg for help, a large number of people flocked from beyond the passage. Here. There was a noise here. In the distance, he saw mercenaries approaching the place where with magical lights. All of them were packed with guns, one of them especially stood out, as he was heavily armed. The man shouted as he discovered his colleagues had come to his rescue. Here. This way. Here. Ha ha ha. You are dead now. You will turn into a honeycomb in this narrow passage. Irk. Ludger thrusted a dagger into the mouth of that noisy man. When the dagger was pulled out, blood splattered, and his body fell sideways. It was then that the troops who arrived just in time discovered Ludger. There. Shoot him. They aimed their guns right away without asking who Ludger was, perhaps because they were well-trained soldiers. Meanwhile, Ludger stood still as if he were stuck on his spot. Shoot. They pulled the trigger right away, but there was no gunfire. Oh? What? Clack. Clack. No matter how strongly they pulled their triggers, the bullets didn't emerge. Their guns were not broken, but the gunpowder was frozen. A stream of cold sweat flowed down their leader's cheek, who had instructed them to shoot Ludger. In this case, he understood from his own experience. Silence of fire. He's a wizard. It had been a long time since weapons based on gunpowder emerged as the world had evolved. Nevertheless, wizards and knights still kept their positions of being those who held the most power in the world. There was only one reason for that. It was because guns were not threatening at all to knights and wizards. Knights with superhuman physical abilities could easily avoid or cut down ordinary bullets. On the contrary, wizards didn't have to do that. The silence of fire spell that they used made it possible to prevent the incoming gunshot. Silence of fire. It was literally a spell that suppressed the performance of gunpowders that was targeted at the wizard within a certain range. The spell made it possible to neutralize even machine guns if used by a third-rank wizard. If a fifth-rank wizard used the spell, they could even neutralize a cannon. If a sixth-rank lecture wizard used it, the flow of the war would change from then on. That's why wizards and knights could maintain their powerful spots even when the era of guns and gunpowder had already come. But the spell that Ludger used ended in the third tier. So Ludger realized that he couldn't go beyond that and made up for his lack of power by strengthening the casted spell. When a common third-rank wizard used Silence of Fire, their effective range was within a radius of 20 meters. And the effective range of the Silence of Fire that Ludger used was within a radius of 200 meters. Darn it! Everyone, pull out your weapons. The people affiliated with the Shamsa school were quick to make a move. They threw away their meaningless guns and immediately took out their swords and clubs. Zzzt. An electric current flowed all over the clubs. Ludger raised his hands at such a sight. Each of his hands held a revolver. Idiot. When you're using Silence of Fire, even your guns are useless. Shoo. The man who was laughing at Ludger fell backward as his forehead sprayed blood. Everyone watched the scene with a pale complexion. What just happened? What? How the hell? Ludger had obviously shot his gun, but it wasn't a bullet that he fired. Magic. It was actually mana which had the shape of a bullet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Therefore, there was no sound when he shot, and the Silence of Fire spell itself wouldn't be affected. You. Did you want to fight in an equal battle? Ludger laughed at the soldiers and shot bullets of his mana randomly. Ratatata. However, even though he seemed to shoot randomly, the bullets hit their foreheads precisely. In an instant, blood and screams were rampant. These idiots. Everyone, get out of my way. A big man dressed in massive armor stepped forward. His reinforced armor, made of black synthetic metal, easily deflected the mana bullets that Ludger fired. It was an armor suit that had been reinforced and made with recent engineering development. Its movement was slow but very sturdy, and it required tremendous strength. It was used exclusively for great knights. That will be a bit of a bother. Die. The big man in reinforced armor rushed toward Ludger with his arms wide open. His stomping steps gave off a sense of intimidation as if he was a rushing tank. Ludger was not panicking or frightened at all. After withdrawing his revolvers, he took out 2 karambit daggers, which had the form of crescent moons, from his waist and held them tightly. You're going to have a close-up battle as a wizard? As soon as he reached out his arm to grab Ludger by the collar, Ludger's figure distorted and disappeared. What? Where did he disappear to? The moment the man in the reinforced armor was dumbfounded by his disappearance, a terrible pain punctured his forearm. Blood gushed from the gap in between his armor. Arg. What? A dagger pierced in between the joints of his armor. How the hell? No, more than that, he's so fast that I can't even see. As soon as he tried to move his left arm, there wasn't any strength left in his left arm. It was because something cold and sharp had pierced down his armpit. What? Next was both of his ankles. Before he could come to his senses, the tendons of his legs were cut off, and he knelt down on the spot. And lastly, he felt a cold touch on his neck. Help. Slash. Ludger cut his throat with a karambit dagger without listening. Damn it. Gabe was defeated. Get out of the way. I'm gonna fight him. That time, it was someone with a slightly different type of reinforced armor who stood in the front. He was wearing brass armor, which was not black but yellowish, and white steam spewed out from behind his shoulders. It was a reinforced exoskeleton made with steam engines. Both of his hands held onto a huge gun barrel, and the end of the gun barrel was connected to a large Tesla coil hanging from his back. Die. Zzzt. A purple current engulfed the passage. The high-voltage current of the Tesla gun, which wouldn't be affected by the Silence of Fire, spread in all directions and splashed sparks of electricity. Wahahaha. What could you do? But he had no choice but to stop laughing. The high-voltage current that he fired was not moving forward, it was as if it had been blocked right in front of Ludger. What? No, to be exact, the electric current was seeping into a metal that had popped up in front of him and was permeating it. Is that a metal magic based on alchemy? No way, he was a guy who specialized in metal among the elemental properties. He was doomed. A Tesla gun that shot high-voltage current did not work against wizards who used metal elemental magic as their attribute. He realized it, but it was too late. Ludger pulled out his revolver again and fired his mana. It hit exactly at the Tesla's gun port and made it explode. ZZZZZT. The electricity spread all over the place, and all the people nearby burned into ashes. The only one who managed to survive leaned his back against the wall and stared at Ludger, who was slowly approaching him. Half of his body was already charred, and he was barely breathing. Gasp. Gasp. See our crazy bastard. Why the hell are you doing this to us? He felt it was unfair for some reason, but Ludger didn't even reply and just walked past him. He didn't kill him. He couldn't survive in that state anyway, so Ludger was going to leave him in pain a little bit longer. How many people have I dealt with so far? About 20 people. There were still about half of the troops that were left inside the laboratory. And seeing that they weren't approaching him, it was clear that they were preparing to encounter him from the inside of the laboratory. Most of all, he could feel that gaze. The gazes that aimed at him from the gaps of the pipes that covered the wall. Eyes that were glaring at Ludger. Is it black magic that utilizes insects? Hans had said that there were 2 black wizards inside. He had heard that some of the black wizards could also explore areas that were difficult for others to discover by utilizing insects' vision. Maybe it was him who was watching Ludger. Phew. Ludger exhaled lightly while swinging his right foot and walked lightly on the ground. Clang. The noise of the floor as his boots stomped on it. It became an echo and spread wide and deep to the inside of the laboratory. The inside of the laboratory. The scientists there were bound to be very anxious. Are you sure this is all right? We need to destroy the data right now and pack the experiment's drugs. Oh, it's all right. It was the blonde man with a tattoo on his neck that stopped the feeble scientist. The blonde man's outfit was also quite light, and he didn't look like he possessed any weapons, so it seemed as if he had come out just for a trip. But everyone knew that the man was the most influential black wizard in the laboratory. The same went for the giant bald man who was sitting quietly next to him. The bald man's name was Varen. The blonde man's name was Bruno. Although they weren't related by blood, the 2 were black magicians who had their own reputations in the underworld. They were called the Insect Brothers. Because there's only one opponent. The younger brother, Bruno, stated the information that he had confirmed through an insect. Yeah. Surprisingly, there was only one intruder. He couldn't believe that it was only one guy who had wiped out 2 people with reinforced armor and 1 troop that was armed with guns all by himself. Who on earth? We don't know that either. Maybe the Empire's security department has discovered us. SEC Security Department. Security Department. An organization that consisted of only of the most elite troops within the Empire. Among them, there was one Night Order affiliated with the Security Department. The Nightcrawler Night Order. Of course, they were a little different from the ordinary knights. The scary thing about them was not only that each of them had brutal individual power, but also that they would use any means necessary to achieve their goal. They were knights, but they didn't act as square as the other knights. Rather, they killed their enemies by thoroughly prying into their opponent's weaknesses, then piercing into those weaknesses and killing them. They were knights who could kill even a 3-year-old child without mercy if the child was judged to be harmful to the Empire. It was no wonder that they were called the devils of the underworld. But the way he fights is a little strange. He wanted to identify his appearance a little bit more through insects, but he didn't know what trick that intruder was doing because all the signals were cut off from the insects that he sent. Did he notice that they were watching him? He was not an ordinary person either, considering the fact that he was coming alone. Brother, we need to get ready. Yeah. The older brother, Varen, stood up. The laboratory's guards were also very nervous and held up their shields and weapons. The passage from the entrance that was heading to the center of the laboratory. It was when they were all prepared while staring intensely at the passage to encounter the intruder. A strange wavelength swept through the interior of the laboratory, and soon all the lights went out, and darkness engulfed that place. What? Hurry and turn on the lights. Turn the backup power on. Looking at his men, who were moving in a hurry, the younger brother Bruno looked at his older brother. Brother. I think he's playing tricks on us, though? brother?" There was no answer from Baron. Bruno looked back at Baron. Even in the dark, his large size could be clearly distinguished among the silhouettes. The silhouette of Baron. His head was cut off, and his corpse rolled on the floor. "Damn it. Brother." Bruno reacted as soon as he confirmed that Baron's head had been cut off. Countless insects wriggled through the gaps in his clothes. Bruno quickly racked his brain. What that man used was the sound waves. And he even used metal magic. Elemental properties were divided into 10 elements. Fire, water, wind, earth, plants, electricity, metal, ice, darkness, and light. There were also unknown properties that had yet to be revealed. In the case of sound magic, it was often seen as an offshoot of wind elements because it uses atmospheric vibration. And what Ludger used to stop the Tesla gun was the metal property magic. Metal is an element that is derived from the earth. The elemental properties that can normally be handled by the wizard are made up of only similar characteristics. According to Bruno's judgment, Ludger's elemental magic that he was able to handle were wind, earth, and metal. Usually, in the case of wizards, there were about 2 to 3 properties that they could handle. No matter how skillful they were, they could only handle up to 4 properties. If they could handle 5 properties, it could be said that they were within an area of natural talent. As a result, wizards basically casted 3 elements that their opponents had to deal with. That was basic common sense, and it was an obvious thing. If he's dealing with wind elements, the characteristics of small flying insects won't be good against it. Then I'll have to solve it with my men who have giant builds. Since he wasn't sure yet, he could not rule out the possibility of Ludger having a 4th element. A giant centipede with a thick crust poked out of Bruno's sleeve. It was an insect that could not be seen in a general ecosystem, created through black magic and subspecies hybridization of specific insects caught in the southern jungle. But the centipede's neck that Bruno pulled out was cut off in an instant. It took less than a second for the sharp sword to aim at his neck. Irk. Bruno twisted his body and escaped Ludger's blade. Hidden underneath his clothes, hard beetles were wrapped around him like chain armor. He's willing to have a close-distance fight? Is he a war mage? Bruno immediately tried to distance himself from Ludger. At that moment, a spell technique was carved in front of Ludger. Bruno's eyes widened. That's Fluttering Flame. A spell technique that seemed to form a burning flame was carved in just a few milliseconds. The spell of the 3rd-tier flame element, Fluttering Flame, engulfed Bruno in less than a second, emitting intense flames. Aeorg. The fire broke out along with Bruno's scream, brightening up the surroundings. The soldiers, who were staring at the entrance, looked back and opened their eyes wide. It's the enemy. How the hell? But in the meantime, Bruno twisted his body inside the heat. The most difficult magic element for a wizard who dealt with insects was definitely the flame property. He couldn't believe that the intruder was utilizing an element that had nothing to do with the other 3 properties. It was unbelievable. How the hell? All the insects that were burned barely managed to survive, but Bruno's condition was not very good either. As he was half melted from a burn on his whole body, he stared at Ludger while collapsing on spot. He thought that he hadn't let his guard down, but he also didn't expect that his enemy would be this extreme. Who the hell are you? Bam. Instead of answering, Ludger drew a revolver and shot through Bruno's head. At the same time, the backup power was activated, and the light turned on inside the laboratory. Oh. No way, the insect brothers are dead. The soldiers who were in charge of the inner security looked at the bodies of the Bruno and Baron brothers and were at a loss. Even if they all combined their power, they would still lose in the hands of one of the brothers, and the intruder alone had overpowered both of the brothers. The soldiers lost their fighting spirit. There was no way they could fight a monster like that. Everyone stepped back from Ludger in fear, and a change was happening in Baron's body, which had been decapitated and had collapsed. Whoosh! Ludger responded immediately. As soon as the body flew forward, a huge hand scratched the space where Ludger had stood just before. It was an insect's front leg, full of sharp spines on its smooth shell. Everyone else watching the scene was also stunned. Weren't you dead? Ludger looked at Baron, who was moving his body, and asked that question. Baron's body, which had been decapitated, rose from its spot again. It was his bizarrely transformed right hand that had stuck out at Ludger. Baron stretched out his left hand, which was still in human form. There was a mouth in his palm. I was surprised. I didn't expect such an ambush. Is it your insect form? Oh. So you know? It was Bruno whose specialty was dealing with insects. On the contrary, his older brother, Baron, had a big body and didn't deal with bugs, so Ludger had wondered why they were called the Insect Brothers. Was it because of that? Baron was a black wizard whose body itself mutated like some kind of insect. Such a body wouldn't occur naturally, so he had actually used his own body as an experiment of black magic. Darren was an example of why black wizards were full of crazy people. Even so, your head was cut off, so I didn't expect you to be fine. My body is no longer that of a normal person's. At the same time, when he said that, Darren's body mutated with the chilling sound of crunching. The black robe surrounding his body expanded, and countless spines popped out. Ludger backed off. Darren, who already had a giant body, looked down at Ludger as he was growing even bigger. He had a horrible form of monster that looked like a mixture of various insects. At that point, it was hard to tell whether he was a black wizard or a cryptid. I can't believe you killed my younger brother. I'm not sad, but I'll make you take responsibility for it. Darren's arms pulled back and shot at Ludger like arrows. Ludger immediately flew up using a wire launcher. Darren stabbed past by Ludger's feet and penetrated the soldiers who were lining up behind. Ah! Run! Darren didn't care, even though his men screamed and died. Oh my! You're quick to make a move. You're literally like a flying insect. Darren looked up and tried to find Ludger. Boo-boom. At that moment, the steel structures on the ceiling collapsed and fell over Darren's head. Bomb. Darren was fine, even though a considerable weight of iron had fallen upon him. There was only a slight scratch on his shell, and there was no wound. Were you trying to draw my attention with this? Darren turned his huge head and looked at Ludger, who slowly landed on the ground with a wire. It was obviously a provocative act, but Ludger didn't respond much. What a bother. Darren's body was already out of the ordinary insects league. The shell surrounding such a huge body was also hard, so it was no wonder that he was called a monster beyond a mere black wizard. This is why they're black wizards. Ludger, who was about to shoot his revolver, quit and withdrew all his weapons. He realized that even 100 shots wouldn't work for Darren. Oh. Are you giving up? Darren laughed at Ludger's actions, but Ludger stretched his hand out toward Darren instead. What is he doing? Ludger's actions, who stretched his arms toward Darren, went beyond provoking Darren's curiosity and even triggered his displeasure. Is he trying to use some kind of magic? However, it is practically impossible to attack Darren unless it was a spell above the 4th tier. Ludger, according to his judgment, was a 3rd-rank wizard. His spellcasting speed was so fast that it was bizarre, but that was all. He didn't think that Ludger could deal proper damage to him. It's not bad to give a little generosity and see what this cute intruder is trying to do. Darren made that judgment. I didn't want to use this in this situation, though. Well, it can't be helped. As soon as Ludger finished his sentence, the interior of the laboratory was filled with white light. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hugh. Huh. It's still chilly. Hans, who was waiting for Ludger outside the abandoned factory, trembled as he reached into his pocket in the cold, still night air. It had already been half an hour since Ludger went inside. It's almost time for him to finish it. Ludger had tried hard to not make it obvious, but Hans realized that he was very angry. Well, he would be angry as well. He couldn't believe that those nuts had kidnapped a 7-year-old kid and his parents and used them as human experiments. No matter how much he was someone who couldn't be fair and square, there was a line that should be protected, even by people who did his kind of job. That Shamsa school crossed that line too hard. He's a bit late. Was it hard since they had 2 black wizards? All the more so if the black wizards were the Insect Brothers, who had their own reputation in the underworld. But Hans didn't think that Ludger would die. They'd known each other for years. Ludger was a man who should have died a long time ago. There was only one reason why he hadn't died. He was that strong. He doesn't seem to intend to make it obvious. He was a hunter who had hunted the monster in Jabadan alone in the first place. There were more than 5 nights that the monster had eaten, and Ludger had hunted such a monster alone. Moreover, Ludger did not use only the identity of Abraham Van Helsing as a hunter. He was also a private detective, a mysterious thief, a criminal consultant, a mercenary, an artist, and so on. He had many faces, and each of the masks he had used in the past had always made a great impact. Startle. Just when he thought it was about time, a strong light that made his eyes hurt came out from the entire abandoned factory. Yire. At the same time, the light turned into flames, transforming the abandoned factory into a sea of fire. It was a terrifying power that blew up the huge factory. Hans knew very well who had done that. So he used it. Hans himself referred to that skill as it, but in fact, Hans also didn't know what kind of ability it was. He had asked Ludger about it once before. The only words that he had heard was Ludger's strange answer, that it was a real magic. Magic is magic. What's real magic anyway? Anyway, Ludger's use of that skill meant that the opponent was that tough. And it showed how serious Ludger was about it. Ludger put the data from the laboratory and the experimental drugs that they had used for the experiments in a suitcase and went outside. Hans, who was waiting outside, greeted him. You came? Let's leave this place first. The police will come here even if it's an abandoned factory, since what you did here is quite fancy. How about the inside? I've taken care of everything. Ludger had checked deep into the lab after dealing with Varen. The horrible experiments appearances that were trapped in a cage in the dark. They were all ordinary people who had enjoyed their daily lives. But their daily lives were eventually broken. They were those people who suffered from crossing boundaries where their bodies mutated. They had lost their reasoning and were no longer able to be called human. The only mercy Ludger could give them was to let them go to the hereafter without any pain. Ludger had blown up the entire laboratory, killed the scientists, and came out with their research reports and experimental results. Is this it? Hans asked when he saw an ampoule containing red liquid inside the suitcase that he received from Ludger. Yes. The world has become so scary. Who would have thought that there were people who do human experiments in a place like this? I never imagined that scientists and inventors would have joined hands with the Black Wizards. That's not all. Yeah? What else is there? How do you think they got a secret laboratory that big? There's someone behind them who's been giving them a huge amount of money. That's obviously a big problem. It must have required a huge amount of money to build a laboratory like that secretly. It meant that there were a lot of people behind the scenes who supported their backs. Don't worry. I already know who it is. Are you for real? Yes. Hans felt uneasy at Ludger's answer. Don't tell me. Why? It's not that, right? Ludger did not ask what Han meant. He just stared at Hans once. Ah. Hans couldn't stop him, then. Hans, who immediately realized it, accepted the suitcase. I'll go to the hideout first. If you're going to stop by there after work, just come. Hans walked away without listening to Ludger's answer. Ludger stood still in his spot for a while. The bright red flames of the burned factory in the distance brightened the dark abandoned factory zone. It was like the most spectacularly burning candle just before the fire went out. You brought me this kind of food? Praying. In the interior of a luxurious mansion, the millionaire Belfort Rickson threw a plate of food that was brought by the maid. The maid, who was struck by the plate, flopped down, her forehead bleeding. The food on the plate stained her clothes and face. But no one could assist or help her. An old man in his 60s, whose white beard had been growing for years, showed a loathful glare at his maid and clicked his tongue. Are you telling me that was food? What a load of crap for something I paid for. Belfort stood from his seat and left the dining room. He was a man who stood tall as a very successful capitalist in this era of revolution. But when he was successful, it was an old man full of wrinkles whom Belfort saw in the mirror. After all, he had dedicated his youth in order to gain his position. So he wanted to regain his youth. With that wish in mind, he had aided the Black Wizards in doing some kind of experiment. Recently, some of the experiments had escaped, and he was told that the experiment was messed up. Damn it. Idiots. Useless trash. How much money do you think I've invested in you? Belfort returned to his room in a rage. Still, the experiment itself wasn't meaningless. sooner or later, there will be a decent result from it. A drug that would bring the weakened human body back to its prime. The ability to gain back his youth was not far off. He wanted not only to be young again but to also be healthier and stronger. It was the moment when he tried to turn on the light in his large room that had previously been dark while being immersed in such thoughts. Belfort Rickson. WH what? Who are you? There was someone in the center of the room. Belfort tried to turn on the magical light, but the light didn't turn on because something was wrong. Belfort was trapped in the room alone with an unidentified intruder in the darkness without moonlight. Security. Security. They won't hear you, even if you call them. He had already spread out a sound barrier in the room. Of course, since it was a millionaire's house, if someone used that kind of magic, the alarm would ring right away. Ludger's magic was so secretive that even the magic in the alarm wouldn't catch it. Ludger, who was sitting in a chair, stood up. And he slowly approached Belfort. Belfort Rickson, let me ask you a question. WH what? Who are you? Reveal yourself. A 7-year-old kid is desperately trying to survive this terrible reality, witnessing himself and his parents becoming monsters. Bomb. Ludger stretched out his arm, grabbed Belfort by the collar, and pulled him close to his face. His eyes glowed red in the dark. How do you think the person who knew they had no choice but to burn them to death feels? Ludger still couldn't forget that moment. The kid's clear eyes that had looked up at him while licking his injured mother. Even when Ludger had used his spell to kill them, he had shown a genuine smile as if saying thank you to him instead. He couldn't forget it. He could never forget it. I don't know. How am I able to know? More than that, who the hell are you? You don't know? Ludger threw Belfort Rickson, whom he held by the collar, down to the floor. Belfort, whose body was in bad shape due to his old age, grasped his waist as he fell on the floor. Arg. Who the hell are you? Do you know what this is? Ludger took an experimental drug that he had prepared in advance out of his pocket and threw it in front of Belfort. It contained a red liquid that seemed like a melted ruby inside a transparent glass tube. There was no way that Belfort, who had instructed the scientists to make the drug, could not recognize it. This is. Do you know it now? What do you want from me? Do you want money? Belfort realized that the opponent had his weakness and went on with showing a submissive attitude. In addition to him being able to sneak into his room skillfully, the opponent even had the drugs of the experiment he was involved in, although Belfort didn't know how he had gotten it. No way, is he affiliated with the Nightcrawler Night Order from the security department? Damn it. How the hell did those insect brothers not do their job? What did they think he was thinking when he invested a lot of money in it? Not only did they miss the experiments who escaped, but they had also let this mysterious man come to his residence. However, he could not immediately express his complaint. He didn't know who the man in front of him was, but there was no doubt that the man was clutching his life in his grip. I won't hold you responsible for sneaking in here. And since you secretly came to find me, you must have something that you desire, right? Something I desire? Yes. What do you want? Because I have a lot of money, I can give you as much as you want. But the answer that he heard from Ludger was far beyond Belfort's expectations. Answer. WH what? Answer the question I just asked you. The question you asked me, you said? Belfort racked his brain as hard as he could and recalled the question Ludger had asked him before. It was what he thought about a 7-year-old kid. Belfort opened his mouth in wonder. Was it you who got rid of the experiments that escaped? Haha. I see. It was you. Why didn't you tell me? Ahem. If you suddenly threw me down like this, there was bound to be a misunderstanding. Thanks to you, the incident didn't spread like a wildfire. Just answer what I ask you. I get it. That 7-year-old kid, he's an experiment, right? What's the problem? He'd rather die since he had already become a monster so he won't be caught by others. Isn't he someone from a lower class whom people don't even know existed anyway? Is it something to be sad about if many of those guys died? They had made a noble sacrifice of their lives to produce excellent results instead. A noble sacrifice? Belfort Rickson genuinely thought so. What did it have to do with him if some of those lowly people rolling in the mud of society, whether they were laborers or poor people, died? They were rotten eggs that did nothing for society. Rather, if they became cornerstones as experiments that helped the completion of drugs that would bring back human youth. Wasn't that their way that would have normally been beyond their capabilities to contribute to humanity? Even if those dirty, low people work in a factory for 100 or 1,000 days, could they really get some money? It was much more productive to use those meaningless lives in a more valuable way. To be someone's experiment for drug development. That's what they meant to Belfort. Did you finish giving the answer? Yeah, that's enough. Then. You were too full of yourself and got blinded by it. Grab. Ludger grabbed Belfort by his neck. Belfort opened his eyes wide and grabbed Ludger's forearm with both of his hands, but his rough grip was too powerful for his old body to fight back. Cough. Why? He answered it properly. Belfort's eyes showed complaints toward Ludger. Instead of answering, Ludger put a bottle of medicine in front of Belfort's face, then poured it into his mouth. Bloop bloop. Belfort tried desperately to resist the drug, but even that was impossible, because he was being choked. Gulp. The red drug flowed through Belfort's throat. At the same time, changes began to take place in Belfort's body. Irk. Aowarga. With a severe pain that seemed like his body was tearing apart, Belfort's body slowly began to swell. Ludger let go of Belfort's neck, then he stepped back and watched the scene. His skin, which was full of wrinkles after being swept away by the tides of time, turned tight, and soon, his skin split from side to side, then fur grew out in a massive amount. But his mutation didn't stop there. His growing fur fell out, revealing his red skin, and the skin began to swell like a bubble. Belfort had drunk all the drugs in the bottle. In fact, in the case of the experiments, only a small fraction of the drug was injected into them, considering they couldn't even handle it and that it would cause severe mutations. The amount of drugs that the old Belfort had drunk had already exceeded his own capability. Aowarg. Why? While his body was torn, twisted, and mutating, Belfort had no choice but to shout toward Ludger. It was when his face was strangely distorted and half mixed with the appearance of a beast. It was not a human cry or a beast's cry that was shouted out of Belfort's throat, but a voice that belonged to something else. Aowarg. No matter what I say, you won't even understand it, let alone repent. Then he doesn't have to understand. Instead, he should also feel the pain he has caused to others. Ludger lifted the sound barrier that had been spread. Bring. At the same time, a mana-detecting alarm rang out throughout the house. Following that, the shout of Belfort, who had become a monster, echoed. Aowarg. What's this sound? It's an intruder. The voice was heard from Master Belfort's dwelling. Master Belfort. Master Belfort. Bam. Bam. Security from the outside knocked on the door strongly. Soon, the locked door broke, and bulky men rushed inside. Among them was a freelance wizard who was hired to protect Belfort. It's a monster. Where did this monster come from? Everyone, get out of the way. The wizard immediately casted fire magic and burned the monster. The monster was burned easily, unlike its hideous appearance. It had a very persistent vitality, so even though the body was burned, it continued to regenerate, but that just made the process of burning the monster last longer. The wizard also felt some kind of threat and poured all his mana into the flame magic. When an hour passed like that, the monster's body collapsed, it was no longer regenerating. Ha. It's finally over. How about Master Belfort? Find him. No matter how bad he was as a person, he was still the employer who paid them salaries, so the people were eager to find Belfort Rickson. However, no matter how much they wandered around, they couldn't see Belfort, and they couldn't find any trace of him. Everyone in that place eventually had no choice but to reach one conclusion. It was that Belfort Rickson had been eaten by that monster. It was an absolutely absurd situation. At the same time, they didn't know the secret safe that was hidden in Belfort's room. A safe containing Belfort's property that was hidden in a secret space behind a large portrait. It had been taken by someone. You came? The hideout that Hans told him to meet at was a shabby house located deep in the alleyway of Lethelk's commercial district. Worn-out signboards, creaky doors, and exterior walls and windows that were filled with oil stains. However, that only applied to its exterior, and when he went inside, there was no smell, and the interior was very clean. It looked like a normal pub on the outside, but it was just trickery. You chose a pretty good place. It's in the commercial area adjacent to the factory area. I had a hard time getting this. How about the surrounding location? I'm not done checking yet, but I'm sure that the back alleys of Lethelk are pretty complicated. I need more time. I see. Ludger said so, and put the safe he had brought on the floor. Hans opened his eyes wide when a bam sound was heard. What's that? You must have had a hard time bringing it here. Not really. So is this a safe? It looks exactly like one. Yeah. It was magically secured, but I released the security magic on my way here, so you can open it right away. Hans didn't argue with such words. Hans, who opened the door of the safe and checked its contents, immediately closed it. There are too many. Use some of it as a supply for your work. Hide the rest of its contents in the right place for now. Well, then I would have no objection. Rather than that, are you going to go now? Yeah. You look a little tired. Why don't you take a break first before you go? I have a separate room for you. I'll check it out later. I think I'll be back here soon anyway. What identity will you use when you come here? The most suitable identity to do activity in the underworld. Oh, you mean that? Hans didn't ask any more questions. More than anything, Ludger must have been pretty exhausted from the day's fight. Please rest well. I'll finish my work as soon as I can too. Yeah. Ludger stepped out of the hideout with tired steps. The air in the back alley, where people rarely come and go, was stale and warm, and the humidity adhered to the skin like glue. Whenever he walked on a road with a stale smell, he could feel the gazes that were exploring him beyond the darkness of the deeper alley. Hyenas of the back alley. They looked at Ludger like they were going to scan through him, and eventually, they realized that he wasn't someone they could mess with, so they stepped back. When he was completely out of the alley, Ludger took off the hood on his head and pulled down a hood that covered his mouth and nose. As he was staring at some steamboats that were still wandering around Ramsey River, a loud bell rang out from the clock tower standing in the center of Lethelk. Ding! 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 It was the sound that notified people of midnight. Ludger continued to stare at Ramsey River in the dark. Until the memory of the eyes that the child had shown him completely washed off into the river. The millionaire Belfort Rickson is dead. It was the front page of the newspaper's headline published in the city of Lethelk the next day. The death of Belfort, the evil entrepreneur and one of Lethelk's millionaires, was enough to heat up Lethelk. Even more so because the cause of death was a werewolf attack. The monster was eradicated by a wizard who had been guarding the inside of the mansion, but the death of Belfort was a big issue. Some said that Belfort was punished by heaven, and the others said that Belfort met a disaster when he used evil black magic and couldn't control it by himself. Reporters clamored for days in front of the Ricksons' mansion, begging to get inside of it. Creak. Then a black car stopped behind the reporters. Huh? The reporters stared at the person who got out of the car, as they were full of curiosity. Who is it? There were a total of 3 people who got out of the car, and all of them were wearing the same attire. A black uniform with a golden epaulet on the shoulder. The eyes of the reporters widened as they recognized the attire, which was commonly called the black coat, that only authorized people could wear. SEC Security Department. The Nightcrawler Night Order, too, moreover. The security department was not a particularly secretive organization. Rather, they had a tremendous reputation in the light and a terrible notoriety in the dark. The reporters gulped down their saliva. They had gone to the entrance of the mansion simply for gossip, but if the security department stepped up, it would be a different story then. Exclusive. Such a word continued to linger in the reporters' minds. It won't work like this. Since I won't be able to go inside anyway, I'll have to write something related to the security department. If even the security department is stepping up, it means that this is really a big deal. Moreover, the person who stands at the lead. Cold, silver hair that contrasted perfectly with a black coat that had a combination of gold and red embroidery. The sharp-looking woman who tossed her hair up to show her forehead was a very famous person. Terina Lionhell. She was the head of the Lionhell Marquis family, which symbolized the protection of the empire. She was the night commander of Nightcrawler Night Order, who was affiliated to the security department. Her widely famous nickname was Lord Protector. The lion's cry had become a symbolic phrase for her, who had so far eradicated countless people who posed a threat to the Empire. The reporters were split side to side and made way for Tarina, who walked unhesitantly toward the mansion. With her sharp charisma, she was the idol of all the female knights within the Empire. Open the gate. As the security department stepped up, even the guards guarding the entrance were bound to be drenched in a cold sweat. We were told not to let anyone in. The gate. Tarina spoke while pointing her finger at the guards. Open it. Yes, yes. The guards, whose faces became pale, immediately moved. The tightly closed gates of Rixon's mansion opened wide. Rixon's mansion became filled with tension after Tarina Lionhell and her two lieutenants appeared. The police inspecting the scene noticed Tarina and saluted her as they quickly stood up. "Ma Marquise Tarina. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Inspector Teberin." "Oh, yes. You've worked hard. May I ask, if you don't mind, what brings you here, Marquise Tarina? Didn't you hear the news? Starting from now, all investigation into the murder in the Rixon mansion is under the control of our security department." Security department, you said? Inspector Teberin, who had a long mustache and whiskers, gulped down his saliva. He also didn't believe it was just a simple murder case, but if the security department came forward, it meant that the case was extremely dangerous. The security department didn't take action unless the case was really serious. Please excuse us. Everyone, withdraw." The inspector and his subordinates fled the scene quickly. All they had left to do was block the reporters who looked like hyenas, flocking in front of the gate while still watching the events inside the mansion. As the staring eyes disappeared, the young-looking female knight of the man and woman lieutenants following Tarina relaxed her shoulders. Phew. I was having a hard time setting the mood. Oh ho. Enya. You should still show the honorific behavior of the Nightcrawler Night Order, even if there are no eyes watching us. The female knight, Enya, scowled at her senior, Lloyd's, nagging. Well, senior. But still, we don't have to act like that now. Enya, you. Stop it, Lloyd. You only have to be like that in front of others. See? Even the captain said that. This little junior is really. Deputy Lloyd eventually shook his head and raised a white flag. The Nightcrawler Night Order was a place where only elites gathered, just like the knights who were guarding the center of the Empire were supposed to be, but it was also a place where they spoke comfortably among seniors and juniors. It was all because Tarina herself, the Knight Commander, liked such an atmosphere. However, it did not mean that their regulations themselves were loose. It had also been a long tradition of the Nightcrawler Night Order to deal with what had to be done in a more surefire way than anyone else. Most of all, the fact that the Nightcrawler Night Order did not collapse was evidence that their current captain, Tarina Lionhell, had great power of command and charisma. Don't forget about our purpose for coming here. Yes. Yes. Rather than being an ordinary case, the incident was evaluated as such a serious matter that even the security department had to take part in the investigation. In particular, it was not just a usual serious case because Tarina, the Knight Commander, had stepped up by herself in the connection between cryptids and black magic. It's just a rumor so far, but the dead Belfort was a man who had been suspicious and was on the list of people that we, the security department, were to keep an eye on. It's not just a mere coincidence that he was suddenly killed by a monster. Lloyd and Enya nodded at Tarina's words. The three immediately began to investigate Rixon's room. Broken windows that appeared to have been caused by the intruder and black stains that could be said to be signs of a burnt monster. And the blood that was supposed to belong to Belfort that was scattered around. Witnesses had said a monster appeared, and Rixon was killed. Given that their statements are all identical and consistent, they didn't think those witnesses were lying. After more than 10 minutes, they moved in search of possible clues, but there was no sign of anything. But as soon as Lloyd was about to say something after he thought that he had searched everything, it was then that Tarina, who was thinking hard with her arms folded, suddenly strode toward one wall. Captain? So it's here. What Tarina stared at was a painting hanging on the wall. As one of the richest men in Lethelk, Belfort had decorated his spacious room with all kinds of colorful artwork. Tarina, who moved closer to the wall, touched the border frame of the painting and then picked up the mural in the corner and put it aside. Captain? What's with that painting? There's a space behind it. Before asking if it was for real, Tarina's fingertips, covered in white gloves, touched the center of the wall. Then the wall opened with a rattling sound as if it was pushed aside. A secret space that had a length and width of only 1 meter. What on earth is this? Enya asked while staring at the empty space with a curious gaze. Tarina raised her voice in an apathetic tone while folding her arms. Based on its size and location, it was probably the place where his secret safe was hidden. Secret safe? Belfort Rickson was notorious for being a rich and evil entrepreneur. There must have been money that he hid to avoid taxes, and some black money to avoid the surveillance of the empire. Is this the safe where he put that money? But there is no safe. Lloyd opened his mouth with a heavy face as he realized something. Someone took it away, I see. Yeah. Then who took it away? The employees of the mansion? Should we interrogate the butler, who was the most suspicious, first? Tarina shook her head at Enya's remark that was already full of desire. No. It will be meaningless. The butler has nothing to do with this. Pardon? There is no way a man like Belfort could have confided his secret funds to someone else. He probably hid it thoroughly so that only he knew about it. But it's empty here. Just because he didn't tell everyone doesn't mean no one knows about it. Didn't Tarina also find that secret space right away? Businessmen, millionaires, and merchants all have similar ideas. They're not that happy to open a bank account. They always want to keep valuables or gold coins within their reach for the moment, only then would they feel at ease. Then who took it away? We're going to find out about it now. It's just a guess, but the person who stole the safe must have had something to do with Rickson's death. But they said that Belfort Rickson was eaten by a werewolf. I doubt it's a werewolf. Look at the traces left behind. Nearly half of the floor in this large room was burned. It was burned by magic, so it didn't escalate to a fire. It was only a precise range that the flames covered and burned, but it's still that big. That means cryptids and werewolves, no matter how big they are only 3 meters tall. They're also very big, but if you burned them to death, there wouldn't be a mark that big. And it was said that those who actually witnessed the werewolf initially mistook him for a monster. Since it was dark and the people were frightened, they may have had some kind of illusion. That wasn't the case, judging from the traces. The result is that someone is involved in the death of Belfort Rickson. An unnatural death, the appearance of a monster, and even the bad rumors about Belfort, there's a lot left to check. What bothered Tarina most of all was the ability of the mysterious intruder to take the safe that was supposed to be inside without leaving any trace. She lit her eyes and tried to find traces, but the intruder had left no evidence, as if he was a professional. As if the safe didn't exist in the first place. No way. There was definitely a safe here. And it was here until last night. Her evidence for that was that there was no dust on the bottom of that empty space yet. No matter how enclosed the space was, air and dust were bound to enter. Then who on earth took it away? Her feeling that was as if she was trying to hold a blurry mirage with her hands was not unfamiliar. I'm so used to it that I feel like it's déjà vu. It was inevitable that Tarina Lionhell brought up the memory of her past all of a sudden. A couple of years prior. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a thief who had created chaos throughout the continent. He was so mysterious that no one had ever seen his real face because he was blurred as if he were surrounded by the darkness of night, and his movements were extremely elusive. He was the one who had easily penetrated any heavy security measures wherever he wanted and taken away valuables without leaving any trace, causing many rich men to shed tears and anger. The thief, Arsène Lupin. Don't tell me that thief. No, no way. It's been a few years since he stopped his activities, yet he moved again now? But the method that had been used still disturbed her mind. Even if it was not him, she could not deny the possibility of the intruder being his acquaintance, accomplice, or disciple. Lloyd. Yes, Captain. Is there anything else unusual that happened in Lethalk? Oh, well, there was one thing. What is it? One of the abandoned factories was burned down in flames. That's also the same day when Belfort died. So it's there. What happened in the abandoned factory that had been set aflame? Even the location was a remote place that people no longer visited. Let's go. The werewolf case that caused chaos in Soren and Lethelk ended with the death of the evil millionaire. I was lying sick on the bed in the room of my accommodation. Erg. If I knew this would happen, I would have prepared a little more before I went. I'm glad I didn't have to teach any classes today, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Rather than a sore body, my spinning head and the following migraine were the most painful to me. I took out 3 pills and poured them into my mouth while lying in bed. Munch munch. Others may think the pills were something like headache medicine or painkillers, but I was literally chewing mana pills that replenished mana. Usually, if someone was recovering their mana, it was common for them to recover their mana automatically over time or to drink mana potions. But because pharmacology had developed, it had become possible to grind mana recovery pills into powder and drink them in water, or to mix the starch like I had and turn them into pills. Powder and pills were easier to store and carry than carrying them around in the form of potions. In other words, it was a world that thought the pills that restored mana were not that marvelous. The distinction was just in how the same medicine had the best effects. Therefore, what was important in pharmacology was how good the efficiency displayed by its ingredients compared to the others. Effect, risk, and efficiency. Combining those 3 factors, the drugs could be rated from the best level, which was 1, to the lowest level, which was 10. The pills I was taking were my own original recovery pills. It was the pill that maximized its effectiveness at the expense of raising its risk a little because of my body type. Since it was my own special drug, it didn't go through any clinical trials, but it also didn't have any rating tag. I think that pill would probably have a pretty high rating, and I was chewing those pills instead of rice. It was a problem because I used too much of my energy. I always won my fights at a swift pace, but who knew that he would be a black wizard who changed his body in that way? Insect brothers. Because of the older brother, Baron, I had been given no choice but to use real magic, not the magic of this world. It was magic that combined the occult and mythological knowledge in the world I used to live in, not magic techniques or knowledge from this world. The problem was that the magic's aftereffects were no joke. Taking drugs that replenished mana regularly was also something I had to experience, because I had learned that magic. Sound. The sound that kept bothering me slowly faded and then disappeared. That voice could only be suppressed by using mana, so I had become a person who consumed mana just by breathing. Therefore, it was necessary for me to make up for the lack of mana periodically. It's a bit better. I was immersed in a different thought when my headache went away. The werewolf case at that time was able to be finished after I had stepped up. I had burned it all down without a trace, so they couldn't find any evidence of the werewolf experiment. The only problem was that there was a witness at the scene. Aiden. The freshman who had blocked me from killing the werewolves. Someone with a sympathetic impression along with brown hair that didn't stand out that much. But the greatest thing about him was his personality. His action to risk himself and throw his own body into danger to protect his friend or standing up by himself without knowing that he was in danger was a rare sight, even in Soren. Yeah. If I had to define him, he was like the main character in an anime or novel. In the case of the students who were taking my class, I remembered all of them, and the Aiden I recalled was a model student who focused on my class with shining eyes more than anyone else. Unlike other people, who were learning magic as if they were being chased by something, he was a hard-working type of a person who had entered Soren purely because he liked magic and enjoyed it. Such a fellow had witnessed the secret of the werewolves. If it was a game, I think the title, Act 1. Soren's werewolf, would come straight to my mind. He might be suspicious of me for killing the werewolves against his will right there. Fortunately, Leo and Tessie Fryad, who were there with him, didn't notice that. If Aiden had told them, it would be a different story. How could a freshman get caught up in such an incident and get closer to the truth? He didn't mean to be caught in it, but the situation had gotten so screwed up that it became like that. I put my hand on my forehead and swept my hair back. If it became like this, there was one method that came to my mind. Should I kill him? While I was contemplating whether to kill Aiden or not, I remembered when he had carefully approached the werewolves. His stupid act of pulling out a crude recovery potion and smiling at the werewolf's child. It's okay. I won't hurt you. Thinking about Aiden's life or death, I shook my head. I couldn't kill him. I could be as careful as I could if I did the work I had to do, but I couldn't completely rule out the situation where I was suspected by Aiden. Should I bring up the situation where I became a professor in Soren after I was caught up in terrorism while getting on a train? In the end, it was natural if something completely unexpected happened. There was a saying of black swan theory. When an event that's completely unexpected occurs, it analyzes the event by fitting together the cause of the event through the results of it, and in fact, it claims that there was a prelude to such an event and that it was possible to predict it. It meant that post-analysis was easy, but pre-investigation might be harder to do, and that the event's causes were forced to fit together. But looking at my situation, it was impossible to fit the string of causes together, even if the black swans theory was being considered. Most of all, I can't disturb Aiden anymore, because he's getting attention from the principal. Of course, I was the one who had suggested giving him award points to the principal. But that was inevitable. I couldn't deny that the trio of Aiden, Leo, and Tessie were at the scene at the same time. And what could have been the result if I were to punish Aiden thoroughly when the principal had not yet completely cleared me of her suspicions? In fact, the principal did not like the aristocratic-centric atmosphere in Soren and was satisfied with the appearance of a commoner boy who played a big role. Moreover, although Aiden is a commoner, he possesses the rare, uncommon magic. According to his data, it was his teacher, a wandering wizard, who had taught him when he was young. It was a funny thing for him to be able to learn uncommon magic quickly just because he had been taught about it, and it was even funnier that his teacher was a wandering wizard. If it wasn't a strange fate, what was it, then? Anyway, Aiden was a boy who knew how to use such uncommon magic and had been secretly receiving the attention of the principal for a long time. It was a dangerous thing, and I would gain suspicions if I messed around with Aiden. It was better if. Why don't I use Aiden? As with the uncommon magic that he had, I had a strong feeling that something about him would bring about all kinds of events. The same went for his actions and his mental attitude. It felt like he was born to bring along righteousness. I thought that a person like Aiden might be able to face the Black Dawn society hiding in Soren. It's not bad, but I'll just leave it open as part of the possibilities. After that night, I didn't even know what Aiden thought of me, and no matter what method had been used for him to learn uncommon magic, he was still only a student. It was better to watch over him for the next few days or weeks, judging from the severity of the situation. It wouldn't be too late to make a judgment then. Let's concentrate on my recovery for now. The voices had completely gone, but my body was still sore from the after effects, so I had no choice but to take a rest. I was worried about class the next day, but at that rate, I thought my recovery would be almost completed by morning. I closed my eyes while thinking so. Tarina Lionhell frowned while looking at the burnt-out evidence. All burned to the ground. The site that used to be an abandoned factory was nothing but burnt traces. Captain. What can we investigate if the situation is like this? It looks like everything got burnt. Just as the two lieutenants said, the factory was burned down, and there were no clues left as to why it happened. Tarina tapped the ashes with the tip of her military boots. As expected, this is strange. A fire breaks out in an abandoned factory where people don't visit often, and everything around here has been burned down. Did they burn down everything because they didn't want to leave behind a trail? I suppose so. When she heard the news of the fire, she had vaguely guessed that it would be like that. Looking at the ruins where there was nothing left, something tasted bitter. Tarina patted her chin and arranged her thoughts. The death of Belfort Rickson. A mysterious thief. Werewolf. Fire in an abandoned factory. All happened the same day. All of those puzzle pieces were put in one place, and they formed a picture to a certain extent. But there was a big hole in the center of the puzzle, the most important piece. It was not known who was behind the incident. Lloyd. Were there any other cases besides this? When Tarina asked him, Lloyd pushed the rimless glasses on his face with his fingertips. Lloyd, whose hair was neatly brushed and pomade, had more of a scholarly appearance than a knightly one, so to speak. And in fact, his main tasks were related to obtaining and organizing information and incident identification. There were no other special cases except for this one, but... I also heard that werewolves appeared at Soren Academy. Soren Academy? It wasn't that Tarina didn't know about Soren. It was the Empire's best educational institution that fostered wizards. Established with the full support of various kingdoms, empires, and magic towers, Soren was also a place with history and tradition that was over hundreds of years old. In particular, it was also a famous place for giving equal opportunities to the commoners and those belonging to the lower class if they had the ability, not just for the nobles and the rich. Soren was located within the empire, but it was a place that was free from the empire's touch. Werewolves appeared in Soren, he said. Yes. It appears that werewolves from Lethelk infiltrated Soren through a sewer pipe. It must have been a big deal for the students. Fortunately, there were no deaths. There were about 2 people injured, but even their injuries didn't affect their lives. What happened to the werewolves that hid in Soren? The currently appointed professor dealt with them. I see. If it's a Soren professor, then they're bound to be an exceedingly decent wizard. How about the werewolves? Is there anything left? None. The professor burned them all. Burned? For a moment, she thought it was similar to the burning of the factory, but it was too much of a speculation. In the first place, it was common for flame spells to be used as the elemental magic to effectively eliminate monsters such as cryptids. Soren. Soren, huh? Do you want to go to Soren? You might get some clues. Tarina shook her head at Lloyd's question. No. Not yet. For now, I'm focusing on gathering the clues around here. However, it seemed necessary to keep in mind that there was also one possibility in Soren. Someday, we'll find out. That's why she had come forward. The people who were doing their activities secretly in the Empire. She needed to uproot them and restore national stability. That was the mission and significance of the Nightcrawler Night Order. The classroom in which Ludger taught spellcasting. The students gathered there while talking among themselves about what had happened last time. Of course, the subjects of the conversation were werewolves and Ludger. Did Professor Ludger really hunt the werewolves? They said he was a soldier. I heard that he also achieved a military achievement for hunting cryptids, so it's probably true. Whoa. I already thought the atmosphere that he had was no joke from day one, so it was real. In addition, Ludger had stopped the fight between the commoner Lynn and the aristocrat Dynema Romley, and even his adult-like speech was also mentioned in the middle of their conversation. Before the first day of class, Ludger's evaluation was not so good among the students. That was because he hadn't said much about what he would teach in his class and had also announced conducting joint classes for the first and second years. He had boasted that they would know what he was about to teach when they came into his class, but how many people believed in that remark? It was said that he was a new professor, so why would he be so confident? His evaluation had improved when his past track record was revealed a bit, but there were still some negative judgments toward him. However, the source code that he presented on the first day of his class was a groundbreaking spell. From the moment he showed the spell, the students' evaluation towards Ludger was bound to change. Not only did the students who didn't attend Ludger's class regret not taking his class just because he was a new professor and a fallen aristocrat, but there were also some students who tried to change their course time so they could enter Ludger's class. Even the fourth years, who were getting busy preparing for graduation, were rejected for applying to his lecture late. As time went on, more conversations about Ludger's lecture circulated around. Even fellow professors were interested in Ludger's source code spell, and rumors had been circulating that the news had also entered the magic tower. The werewolf case was like a cherry on top for Ludger's achievements. Among the first and second years, the name Ludger Kelsey was bound to be known. Professor Ludger's name is mentioned a lot these days, huh? Elendil, who was still listening to the story about Ludger, recalled Ludger's appearance that day. The man who said the words he wanted to say coldly toward her, who held the status of a princess. No, his attitude, which seemed rather oddly hostile to her, clearly made her dumbfounded. No matter how she had done something wrong, he didn't have to speak in such a harsh way. Moreover, he actually treated my junior, Lynn, tenderly. At that time, the situation was so urgent that she decided to overlook it, but now that she thought about it, she felt it was somewhat unfair. She couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who looked down on the princess and cared more for commoners. Wasn't it usually the other way around? Of course, such a thought came to her mind when she saw Ludger fighting with a werewolf under the moonlit night. Just in time, the back door of the classroom opened, and a girl came in. She had ash-gray short hair and relatively long, side hair. It was Lynn. Her shoulders shuddered at the burdensome gazes some students had toward her. Because of her incident with Dynema at the beginning of the semester, the aristocratic students did not look at Lynn favorably. As a result, Lynn was in a situation where she went around alone without making friends. Seeing that the seats in the classroom were almost full, Lynn had to go to the only empty seat. It was the most burdensome seat since it was beside Elendil, the princess. "Hello, Lynn. How have you been since that day?" I'm fine. Elendil. The seat next to the third princess. Even the aristocrats who wanted to make connections with the imperial woman were avoiding such a burden, yet the commoner Lynn sat there. Even when Elendil greeted her in a tender manner, some students' eyes were bound to stare at them profoundly. What is that commoner doing? When did they become so close? Lynn couldn't raise her head, as the gazes toward her were getting more intense. Why are they doing this only to me? To be frank, it was her honest feelings that she didn't want to be involved with anyone. What happened at the beginning of the semester was just something light. No, it was not light, but it was just something that happened accidentally. After her mistake, Dyneema was punished accordingly, so she didn't mean to say anything about it anymore. But it was just uncomfortable for the third parties to step up as they pleased as if it was their business. Because of that, it was not normal for her to be hated by the aristocratic students. Creak. The front door of the classroom opened. All the students shut their mouths. Everyone sat upright and stared at Ludger, who was entering the class through the open door. The man was exactly as looked on the first day. His movements were restrained, and his footsteps were silent. The only thing different was his attire. On the first day, he had worn a gray suit and a black frock coat along with a silk hat, but what they saw was different. He wore a white long coat with a black suit underneath along with a red necktie with the addition of a wine-colored scarf that was wrapped around his neck. He didn't wear a hat. His sharp gaze and sculptural appearance were clearly revealed. The students were focused on the sight. Some of the girl students stared blankly at Ludger. "I'll start the class." Along with those words, a pile of papers that Ludger brought was scattered in the air. A total of 80 sheets of paper flew in the wind and settled naturally on the students' desks. They were printed materials by a copy machine containing what he was about to teach that day. Today, I will explain the basics and principles of spell casting, one of the specialties of the elemental property. One of the 4 specialties of spell casting, elemental properties. It was the most important field for the wizards, and it was also the most popular specialization that most people thought of when they thought about magic. Even then, when magic had developed in various ways, the students would still think of fire, water, ice, and wind when they thought of magic. In other words, however, it was the most basic knowledge that most of the freshmen who had just entered Soren had already learned. When they heard that they were going to learn it again, the students' reactions, who expected some marvelous class, were bound to be somewhat disappointing. It was then that Ludger continued his explanation. But this alone will not satisfy your passion and desire for learning magic, so I'm going to show you a new method here today. New method? Was there anything they needed to know for the elemental magic? When the students were all wondering, some of them who had already learned the advanced course noticed what Ludger was trying to do. This is a method to increase the power of elements that you can use from at least 20% to at least 80%. There's such a thing? They couldn't dismiss it as a lie, as Ludger had shown his own unique ways so far. What do you think? Ludger asked while skimming over the classroom. Are you interested now? Some of the students looked puzzled. It was also a bad thing to raise their curiosity and not satisfy it right away. Ludger pointed to a student who was sitting in the front row. The student in the front row there. Are you Anthony? Yes. You are right. Professor. Which one of the existing element properties can you use? That, water, ice, and plant. 3, It's moderate. What are you most confident about among those 3? Well, it's the ice element. Then can you implement and showcase your ice element here? Listening to Ludger's words, Anthony said yes and floated a sphere of mana above his right hand. Basic mana release had begun, and the property of mana was genuinely embedded in it. A white sphere. To be exact, it was akin to a snowball that was tightly squeezed in his hands. That's normal. Thank you. It means that it's insignificant. Anthony's face sank sullenly as he listened to Ludger's words. Look how I do it. Ludger floated a sphere of mana in his right hand. It was a lump of ice that was similar to the one that Anthony had made. It was very much the same as Anthony's ice property, but something was different. No, it was still changing. Can you feel it? The students did not respond to Ludger's question, They were just staring at the lump of ice that he created as if they were being possessed. If Anthony made a big snowflake, the element that Ludger launched was much colder and sharper than that, and it felt like perpetual snow that was lying deep underneath the northern continent. Ludger's element was not a mere white round ice, but it was more strongly condensed and took the form of snow crystals. The blue crystal emitted cold air around it, causing the illusion that the classroom itself would be covered with ice. Can you tell the difference? Ludger dispelled the crystal. But the students still stared blankly at the place where the element had existed. It was the same ice element, but Ludger's and Anthony's were very different. Was it because he had put in more mana? It was not like that. It was different in the efficiency itself. And that's what Ludger was going to teach them that day. Something's very different, right? How on earth did he do that? The atmosphere in the classroom gradually heated up. They didn't understand well when they only heard his explanation, but when they saw the magic in person, they became greedy. There was no wizard who would refuse the chance to improve their magic skills. Half of the 2 hours of today's class will be spent learning basic theories, and for the rest of the time, you will learn how to increase the efficiency in casting the element properties that I teach you. All the students focused on Ludger's words with sparkling eyes. Before we go into the principle of spell casting, let's start with the basic theorem of elemental properties. It's in the content of the papers that I shared with you. All the students looked through what was written in the handout. Element properties are so specialized in history and pedigree that they appeared immediately after the release of mana in spell casting. Magic could only be used with the existence of mana. And primal magic, the very primitive form of magic, was based on the casting of this mana. That was the first specialization of spell casting. It was mana release. What developed from the mana release was the elemental property, which contained natural elements in mana. Now it has become a part of spell casting, but in the early primitive forms of magic, element properties were called the foundations of all magic. Ludger said so and floated 4 mana spheres into the air. At present, natural science has established itself as expressing the power of the system to suit one's own magic, but when wizards were casting the element properties in the beginning stages, the emphasis was on the relationship between nature and humans. Each sphere of mana began to form a property. Each was fire, water, earth, and wind. These are the first 4 properties. Compared to the current age where the number of properties has increased to more than 10, the number 4 is too little and simple. But we can't just view these as mere properties. These 4 elements don't mean pure elements, but they contain the symbolism of the people's mindset back then. Earth was hard and strong. Fire was powerful and destructive. Water was soft and compliant. Wind was freedom. The students listened to Ludger as if they were being possessed. Theoretical lessons about the origin of magic should have just been boring. But no one thought it was boring. I already know everything. Flora was unhappy with it. As a person who knew all the origins of the element properties anyway, it was boring having to listen to what she already knew all over again. However, even though she knew it, her pride was hurt as she saw herself secretly attracted to Ludger's voice. Really? What's so interesting about his explanation? Since then, elemental properties have evolved and have begun to be analyzed with rational eyes rather than some natural symbols. The 4 elements increased to 10 elements afterwards. He keeps going on and on about what I already know. There was also a conflict between the mystical school that valued tradition and the natural science school that tried to apply modern science to further develop the element properties. He just has a handsome face and a good voice. In the end, however, we have no choice but to adapt to the changes in the world. Not by the teachings of the school, but by where we should use this natural magic. But it's still worth listening to. Ludger, who dispersed the mana that had been floating in the air, glanced through the classroom and asked a question. Do any of the students here know for what purpose the magic of element property has developed so rapidly for? I'll give 5 award points to the person who gets it right. The example is the flame element. The students immediately raised their hands. Ludger pointed to the students one by one. There. It's to light up the fire and drive out the darkness. Wrong. Next. To burn and cultivate the forest. It's cliché. Next. Oh, Is it to eliminate the primal fear of human beings that was symbolized with darkness? You'd be better suited to writing poetry. Laughter broke out among the students. Flora Lumos, who couldn't stand hearing those answers any longer, raised her hand proudly. Right. Flora Lumos. It was to burn something to death. At that moment, there was silence in the classroom. Flora's words were that straightforward and shocking. Can you tell me exactly what that something is? Of course it's another person. The students rolled their eyes while being speechless. Everyone there had the same thoughts. Ludger would give Flora a strong rebuke. But Ludger nodded instead. Correct. Flora Lumos. You receive 5 award points. For real? Flora had acted arrogantly as if saying that it was nothing. The students' eyes were staring at Flora before heading back to Ludger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They stared at Ludger as if asking if it was true, so Ludger opened his mouth. What did element property magic develop for? It's to slaughter. After civilization was established and formed its shape, magic had continued to develop. As the hierarchy was divided, the higher the magic hierarchy was, the stronger and higher the power to kill others. Yes. It was the power to kill. The first target was monsters, but even after the monsters were driven out beyond the backbone of the giant, to the shadow of the continent, magic was still getting stronger. Why, huh? Because of cryptids? However, there are very few cryptids wandering around. So why is magic getting stronger and sharper? It was because of human beings. Magic was developed to kill human beings. War. Colonial rule. Violence. That was the driving force behind the further reinforcement and development of magic. This was the era of peace where the war disappeared. So for the students who were learning magic, those words were taboo. To compare magic with its history and tradition to murder people. Ludger was like telling everyone there that they were a potential killer. But that was a fact without question. It was also a reality that the tradition-oriented wizards persistently denied. Fire is to burn people, water is to drown people to death, wind is to cut something, and electricity is to electrocute someone. The magic that developed with human history grew on the back of the driving force of war and slaughter. That is absolutely undeniable. Yes. After all, this element property that we learn is from the Tower of Babel that was built on the blood of countless lives and corpses. He took a breather for a while. Then Ludger continued his words. You who learn that subject are the executioners of the slaughter. Gulp. The classroom was so silent that the sound of someone swallowing saliva rang loudly in it. As such, the topic that Ludger talked about was sensitive to all wizards and not only to the students who were learning magic. But we can change it. And Ludger's voice that was heard gently blanketed the whole classroom. There is no guarantee that we will do the same thing right now and in the future just because we did it in the past. Now that the world has changed, fire is not used to burn something. Take a look at the back pages of the handouts that I handed out to you. Come to think of it, there were handouts that he handed out as soon as he entered the classroom. They were so focused on the teachings that Ludger gave that they forgot about the handouts. The students hurriedly flipped over the handouts and examined the contents of the back page. There were crude photographs of various constructions that were printed in ink. However, there was no difficulty in recognizing the photographs themselves. Fire is not just used to burn, but it also provides energy with its burning power. In the cold, fire is a symbol of survival, not destruction. The flowing water spun a water wheel, and the river where the water gathered became a passage for countless boats to travel. Winds provided wind power to the spinning windmills, and the electricity itself replenished energy and emitted light. Water and ice washed away the heat in the burning desert. The meaning of element properties depends on how we behave in the future after learning it. Ludger's voice echoed in the classroom. To build something, not to destroy something. Not to get rid of the world, but to lead it in a better direction. That's the basic mindset you have to learn before you study element property. No one dared to speak recklessly. It felt like a big wave came in all at once and swallowed their bodies whole. But what they felt was not displeasure, but rather refreshingness, as if something that had been weighing their head was taken off. Even Flora Lumos stared at Ludger with her mouth wide open. Although they were obviously just flattering words. The feeling of that approach was different because Ludger did it himself and not anyone else. Use your strength for a better world. My teaching of element property class is for that. Ludger smiled at the students and stepped down from the podium. We will now begin to genuinely implement the element property. The students gathered in the classroom began to implement the elements. What elements they were specialized in were basically discovered from the time they first learned magic. The students who had been taught about magic even before they entered Soren did not have difficulty in launching their mana and adding their own elements into it. Ludger slowly walked around the classroom and pointed out the elemental spheres made by the students, one by one. Joseph. Focus on the flow of your mana a little more. The element itself is fine, but the mana that you released is immature. Are you a Soren sophomore? Don't lose your concentration. Yes, yes. Irina Karomen. Are you casting a plant element right now? Plant properties must have the freshness of nature itself, but yours seems to be seen like decaying leaves on the ground in late autumn. Get your senses together. Make sure you have a strong image of the sprouts that have just penetrated the ground in your mind. Yes. Ludger never spoke kindly. Every time he said a word, the students' faces collapsed ghastly. But what was more unfair to them was that Ludger was not wrong at all. More than that, his advice was far too accurate. It might have sounded harsh, but Ludger was looking properly at the students' weaknesses, and at the same time provided a method on how to make them better. At first, he seemed to hurt their pride, but if they reflected on what he said, they would find out that he was not just nitpicking their flaws. However, it was true that Ludger's Spartan-style teaching itself was frightening to the young students. Whenever Ludger headed their way, the students were not able to properly implement their element property because they were too focused on Ludger. Whenever that happened, Ludger's nagging could be heard. What are you doing now? Do you see magic as a joke? If you can't stay focused, it's not worth it for you to take my class. I'm sorry. Pay more attention to your magic before you speak. Close your ears and keep your eyes on what's in front of you. Yes, yes. One by one. Whenever Ludger passed by, the students' murmur spread like a ripple, forming a harmony. Aiden, the commoner boy who took Ludger's class, sweated as he watched the professor getting closer to him. That was because Aiden had yet to be able to express a proper element property. Stop. Ludger stopped in front of Aiden. His sharp eyes turned to Aiden, who couldn't do anything. I looked down at the sullen Aiden and was rather taken back inside. What's wrong with him? At first, I thought that he was going to rebel against me. Was he expressing his subtle dissatisfaction because I had sent him away with wind magic when he had asked me to stop at that time and had been keeping it in his mind? Looking at his reaction, I don't think that's the case. He couldn't be acting with his face that looked like he was genuinely sorry and didn't know what to do. In other words, Aiden really didn't know how to release his property, which was the basis of the element property magic. I couldn't believe it. A rare, uncommon magic possessor couldn't do such a basic thing? Wasn't it like saying that a kid who was able to do backwards tumbling couldn't even walk properly? What should I do with this? I thought he was telling me to look forward to it, but I didn't think it was the case when I saw him stuck. Was it because of his uncommon magic that he was able to enter Soren in the first place? I can just ignore him like this. I didn't have to pay attention to those who couldn't even follow the basic lessons. The more I did that, the more I wasted the precious time of other students. Hadn't I said something when I let the first and second years take my class together in the first place? I didn't intend to be considerate of the students who couldn't keep up with my lessons. It might be a good thing to me that Aiden, who might know my secret, was falling behind in my class on his own. Yes. I didn't have to show any affection to him. The world, by nature, was such a cold place. Aiden. What are you trying to do right now? Aiden closed his eyes tightly while thinking that the time had finally come. That's. You aren't even doing any element implementation. Are you going to rebel against me now? All the students' eyes were on Aiden and Ludger. Ludger frowned and looked back at the students. Have the students who are paying attention to me and Aiden already perfected your own element implementation so you can look away from it? Then I'll have to remember your faces and check it out myself. Heek. The students immediately turned their heads and began to focus on their elements again. Aiden was drenched in a cold sweat and was at a loss as to what he should do. Ludger spoke while folding his hands behind his back. Aiden. Yes? Have you not been able to cast your element properly yet? Yes. Shamefully. Aiden wanted to hide in a mouse hole. All the other students who entered had entered were following the class brilliantly, and he felt like he was falling behind and something was holding back his ankle. Aiden was also able to enter Soren due to some kind of exception that was applied to him. He still lacked basic things that others could do naturally. What elemental properties can you use? You know that, don't you? Fire, water, and wind. 3, huh? That's normal. Ludger thought he would be specialized in more elements because he was able to deal with uncommon magic, but that wasn't the case. It was basic common sense that the more talented people were, the more elements they could handle. Then let's start with flame. Yes, pardon? Aiden thought he had misheard Ludger's words. It was the same for Leo, who was sitting next to Aiden, and Tessie, who was sitting behind him. It means I'll teach you. I can't let the students fall behind because they can't follow my teachings from the first lesson. But I extremely hate the idea of having such a person in my class. I don't take any disagreements. Focus. Ah, yes. Gather your mana. You can do basic casting, right? Yes. Aiden nodded and made a sphere of mana. It was a basic process that could not even be called first-tier magic that anyone could do once they were introduced to magic. Think of turning that mana into an element. As I just said before, it's a flame. I will try to do it. Aiden stared intensely at his mana sphere as if that was everything he could do. Tessie and Leo gave Aiden a cheering stare without saying a word. HNNNG. However, it was difficult for Aiden to properly implement the flame property, no matter how much he was focused. As soon as he thought that it wouldn't work like that, Ludger opened his mouth after watching him silently. Relax your mind, don't think about it too much. No matter how hard you try to think of flame in your head, it will still be hard at first, so don't just think about it with your head, but feel it with your senses. Senses. You can compare the characteristics of the flame to your individual senses. The first one is sight. Imagine the figure of a burning fire. Close your eyes and focus. Yes. Aiden focused on the image of fire in his head after listening to Ludger's advice. However, it was not easy to think of the shape of fire that kept wavering in his head. Focus. Remember the moment when the fire was most intense in your memory. Yes, yes. Since Ludger said that, it made Aiden feel like he had an idea of what to do. Aiden, who was focusing his mind, was slowly able to bring out the most impressive moment in his memory. When he was burning the firewood in his country home, the senses he felt at that time. A fire that was burning in the fireplace. His own family had been watching it. The scarlet fire at that time wavered and shook from inside the heater. Ludger's voice rang in his ears. Now think of the sound of fire. Instead of answering, Aiden followed Ludger's instructions. Crackle crackle. The sound of fire and burning firewood in the wind. The sound of fluttering embers put an end to the serenity and cold in the chilly air. Ludger's voice was heard again. Next is the sense of smell. No, it was close to guiding him deep into his inner side. Aiden wandered deep into his unconsciousness. The smoky smell of fire that was burning the firewood. At the same time, he could detect the subtle scent of charcoal. Aiden's family had even cooked stew over that fire. Since fire doesn't have a sense of taste, think of its sense of touch. Recall the senses in your skin when you face the fire. Following Ludger's guidance, Aiden evoked the memories of his past like he was staring at a painting. His senses, which were being guided one by one, clearly recalled the memories of his past. And he could remember it. 8 years prior. In the cold winter when it snowed. It was a day with a raging blizzard over the dark blue window outside. Wrapped in thick clothes to avoid the cold, he had put firewood in the heater so that the burning fire wouldn't go out. His 2 younger sisters had clung to Aiden while whining that they were feeling cold. That was how the whole family had gathered in front of the heater harmoniously and eaten together. His younger siblings chattered, his mother nagged, and his father smiled softly as he bore witness to such a scene. Even though they couldn't eat fancy food and there was a cold wind blowing through the gaps of their clothes that weren't properly sewn. Obviously, the memory of that time was as vivid as if it was just happening. The fire was not hot. He wasn't even scared of it. Just. The flame that he felt back then was so warm. He remembered that he could spend a warm winter because of it. That's exactly it. Ah. As if it was a ripple on the calm water, Aiden opened his eyes after he heard Ludger's voice. And then he saw it. The small flame sphere that was burning in front of his eyes. Aiden opened his eyes wide in disbelief. It seemed to have summoned the warm flame that existed in his memory. The flame was closer to warm rather than hot, and closer to soft rather than destructive. Did I really implement this? That's pretty good. Aiden was stunned by Ludger's praise. It was the first time that Ludger, who had been brutally pointing out the flaws of the students who were called geniuses instead of praising them, complimented someone. Aiden didn't know if he could call that a compliment, but Ludger spoke a positive sentence from his mouth. Other students, who pretended not to pay attention while pricking up their ears, were also shocked by Ludger's words. The flame transformed beyond the ordinary elements to become your own flame. Instead of imitating others and blindly implementing only what others have taught you, you showed the element of fire that you felt by yourself. Aiden. That's your own magic. This is my own magic? Aiden stared at the sphere of the flame he had created like a man who had sent half of his soul flying away. Was it because he lost his concentration? Whoosh. The fire disappeared like a mirage without a trace. But it felt like its lingering scent was still in the air. Aiden. Yes, Professor. Don't forget that sense. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ludger left such words behind and moved on to approach the next student. Aiden was still feeling like he was dreaming. Leo and Tessie, who were watching nervously from his side, tapped Aiden's arm. Aiden. You are awesome. How did you do that just now? Huh? Ludger's praise for Aiden fueled the motivation of the students who had yet to be evaluated. Ludger glanced at the students and opened his mouth. I'm sure you've noticed, but this is the method I wanted to teach you before I went into this class. The students all pricked up their ears. It was the application of your senses through your own experience. The students waited for his next explanation after the words application of senses. The elemental property should be based on a basic understanding of the related element. Even a 3-year-old child knows that the fire is simply hot and the ice is simply cold. If you're a true wizard, you have to put something special in it. Something special? Think of the elements that you want to cast as intense moments that you actually face, not as some vaguely encountered memories. Not just simply your sight, but your 5 senses should also feel the elements. Don't just simply follow with your eyes. Feel the elements with your 5 senses. When they followed his advice, the students responded with joy. Oh, ooh. It works. Whoa. It's much better than it was before. The students, who were happy to learn such magic, were more focused on not forgetting the lesson. Ludger's words were not a lie. Their memories and experiences were combined so the elements were more carefully recalled and implemented, so an element that was much more intense than the previous ones was implemented. Even the feeling of the element itself changed depending on their experience and tendencies. The element was painted in their own color. At that moment, a loud shout broke out from somewhere. Whoa. Crazy. What's that? Overlapping element? You're already able to use that? Flora Lumos was at the center of the shocked gazes. She had created that element with a confident expression. To be exact, it was a combination of 2 elements. Fire and ice. The shape of the burning fire had turned into the light blue color of ice, but the ice was still swaying a little. It was the so-called frozen flame. Humph. This is nothing. At first, Flora had intended to implement just one element properly. Because she thought it would be enough for her not to be disapproved by Ludger. She was already learning how to implement elements through her 5 senses, and because of her unique magical synesthesia, she was able to implement properties that were much more complete than others. But when Ludger had carefully taught a first-year student and even given him a compliment at the end, something had heated up in Flora's heart. Her pride had not approved of the situation. Let's see if he will compliment me as well. It was not enough for her to simply fully implement one element. She was Flora Lumos. She was people's favorite in magic who had never let go of the title of genius, even in Soren. If the magic she casted was only a single element, it would obviously hurt her pride. So she casted 2 elements. And those 2 elements were flame and ice, which could be said to be the opposite of each other. If the 2 magic techniques were coordinated and woven together so that they did not infringe on each other, fire and ice could coexist. Rather, each element's characteristic was combined to change into a new form. Just like she had done. The overlapping of elements was called the advanced level of elemental properties. Flora Lumos could easily combine the two elements. Flora suddenly became greedy. Maybe it was because she was in a strangely good condition and she was spiritually high. At that moment, perhaps, she could succeed in triplicating the elements, which she had been unable to do before. Frozen fire. If I put the wind element in here and make it swirl. A magic that was created by overlapping two techniques. Flora started creating another new technique from there. 3 overlapping elements, by adding one element to the existing 2 elements. It was a magic that had always failed before, but somehow, she felt like it was going to work. She was already laughing while imagining Ludger's face that would be ruined in a good way for her when she completed the technique. It didn't take long for Flora's complexion to change. Oh. Flora first saw it through her own eyes. As soon as the 3 colors were about to beautifully blend, they suddenly deviated from their shape and began to collide with each other. Stench permeated through her nose. It only meant one thing. It was the moment when the magic flowed in a different direction than what she had intended and ended with failure. No. In the end, greed only caused misfortune. 3 properties collided with each other, generating an intense energy. Flora clenched her teeth and tried to suppress the energy, but it didn't work out as smoothly as she wanted. The magic that was already beyond the threshold was out of her control. As the 3 elements merged into one, they began to emit intense light. Wait. The intense mana was felt in the center of the classroom, and the students realized that something was strange. Flora? Hurry up, stop. Her best friend Cheryl, who was sitting next to her, shouted, but Flora could not answer her. Biting her lips, she could only desperately suppress the out-of-control mana. But it started to get harder and harder. I should block it, no matter what. At that rate, it would explode. With the determination to at least avoid damaging the surroundings, Flora put a magic barrier around herself. Even if the magic exploded, the magic storm wouldn't spread outside. Then, Flora closed her eyes tightly. At that time, her hands touched something warm. Oh? Flora opened her eyes. Ludger stood in front of her. While facing her, his hands gently wrapped around the back of her hand as he was holding the magic as tightly as possible. How on earth? She was sure she had spread up a magic barrier. Ludger, who had easily broken down the magic barrier, spoke while adding his mana. Focus, Flora Lumos. PR professor? Don't give up, control your mana. Flora stared blankly into Ludger's eyes. Despite the impending explosion of mana, Ludger's eyes showed no sign of fear. Because I will help you. Ludger's mana gently wound around over the mana that was about to explode. Blue mana wrapped over the white light that was at its bursting point. The overlapping elements that expanded in all directions and seemed ready to erupt became a spherical form and gradually stabilized. Flora was breathless while staring at such a sight. At that moment, Ludger's voice awakened her senses. It's not over yet. Don't distract yourself. Ludger's thick and warm hands that were holding her hands together, and his reprimand that seemed to reproach her. Flora came to her senses again and focused on dealing with her mana. If you stop here, your magic will disappear without you being able to accomplish anything. Do you want that? Flora clenched her teeth at his words. The magic that was deviating gradually regained its stability, but if she stopped there, the magic would not become anything. Ludger spoke. He was telling her that since she had come that far, she should see it through. Yes. Rather than leave it as a failure. She couldn't let the magic that she was trying to cast disappear. Flora responded to him by squeezing out all her remaining mana. In order to meet Ludger's expectations, who was helping her, she had to complete the magic. Hooing. The 3 round elements gradually decreased in size and eventually began to take on the faint shape of something. Flora opened her eyes wide to the sweet smell that brushed past her nose. The color. The scattered and wild colors returned to their original places. No. The colors went beyond returning to their original shape, they started to beautifully harmonize. Oh. She stared at the magic that was being implemented in front of her with trembling lips. It had started due to stubbornness and sudden greed. The previously failed triple properties. Her reason for attempting it had been, in fact, a childish act to get a word of appraisal from Ludger's mouth, who had been looking down on her. For Flora, who was born with a talent for magic, even difficult high-tier magic could eventually be achieved. Therefore, magic was considered too easy and natural for Flora. She was not pleased with her success. She didn't dwell on her failure. It was because any magical feat was something that she could naturally achieve someday. She had thought that such a mindset wouldn't change. She had thought that, even if she succeeded in what she had failed so far, she would feel no joy. That's what she had thought. So you succeed. Flora did respond Ludger's words. She felt something choked up in her heart. Her eyes were stuck to the finished elements. The white wind revolved fiercely in an atomic orbit around the frozen flame like a sharp awl. Fire, ice, and wind were combined into 3 superimposed elements. Flora felt the illusion that not only her gaze but her soul was being swept away by the brilliant beauty that it created. It's beautiful. Cheryl said so as she was watching the scene anxiously from the side. Yes. The magic that she had wanted to create was as beautiful as looking at a work of art. Flora's reaction in particular was much more passionate than other students. What excited her were more than simple senses of sight and smell. It was the sense of spiritual inspiration that bubbled like a foam deep in her heart. The sense of accomplishment of being able to cross the wall that she felt when she completed a magic that she had not been able to achieve so far. Although it was not achieved by herself, she still could not resist her joy. SSSSSS. The impressive magic soon disappeared into a colorful powder of light. As she watched the scene as if she was being possessed, Ludger opened his mouth. Flora Lumos. Yes, Professor Ludger. Flora answered Ludger's call calmly. But she was only calm on the outside, not on the inside. She might burst into tears of joy if Ludger spoke an appraisal from his mouth right there. That's how excited she was. You've done something foolish, I see. Yes, pardon? But along with the cold words that came out of Ludger's mouth, Flora belatedly realized what she had done. She had almost put every student in the classroom at risk for her own greed. As she was faced with the reality that she had forgotten due to the joy of her successful magic, Flora had no choice but to bow her head gloomily. Anyone who challenges and fails at a new magic can be like that, but it must be the wizard themselves who has to bear the cost of their failure in the end. Not the other students, but you. I'm sorry. What Ludger had said was correct 100 times over. She had almost put her other classmates in danger. At the end, she had felt that she was responsible for it and put up a magic barrier to surround the exploding mana, but could she have completely prevented the damage? If Ludger didn't step up, someone might have died. But most of all, what I reprimand you for, Flora Lumos, is the amateurishness of your magic. Pardon? Amateurishness of her magic, he said. What on earth did he mean by that? When you first overlapped the elements, you mixed the elements of fire and ice, right? Yes. I did that. Fire and ice are the opposite of each other, that's why it's hard to mix them together. Beyond putting up an effort to make the techniques not conflict, you also needed to create a stronger effect by harmonizing both techniques. Yes. You are right. And Flora Lumos had done it successfully. She had implemented a magic that became one by mixing opposing forces with each other. Then what's so amateur about my magic? Her voice was bound to be mixed with disappointment. If he was just going to reprimand her, he just had to do it because of her excessive effort to triplicate her magic. Why did he point out her perfectly accomplished overlapping elements of fire and ice? Flora thought that Ludger might be trying to undermine his evaluation of her established overlapping elements using her mistake. No, but even so. When she was in danger, Ludger had helped her control the mana that was out of control after going through the magic barrier that she had spread. Beyond the understanding of mana and the ability to see through the magic structure, if one did not have an excellent control of mana, it was them who could end up in danger. Ludger had helped her to put up with that danger. There was absolutely no reason for Ludger to just ruthlessly undermine her. But she still felt somehow unfair about it. She just wanted to hear a compliment. As soon as she was about to be disappointed, Ludger created a sphere of ice and flame based on his mana. I'll show you why it was amateurish starting now. Ludger combined the two elements that he created into one. He adjusted the techniques so that the mana from the properties did not collide. He combined the two techniques into one. And he forced the overlapping elements to harmonize with each other. Flora stared intensely at the sight so she wouldn't miss a thing. The whole process was obviously similar to what she had tried before. But the result was not the same. Oh? Flora's overlapping elements, which had simply cased the flame to become as beautiful as ice, and Ludger's overlapping elements that he showed were fundamentally different. Flora Lumos compared the overlapping elements that she had created with the overlapping elements that Ludger created. The combination of fire and ice. There was certainly no difference in terms of the elements. However, the results of the two elements were entirely different. Appearance? That was also true, but fundamentally, the energy that was contained in the overlapping element itself was different. Flora, who was especially sensitive to magic, could feel it more clearly than anyone else. The color and smell were different from hers. It was clearer and more fragrant. Flora Lumos. Do you know what kind of overlapping elements I've created? Flora hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was impossible for her not to know. Yes. Then explain it. The overlapping elements that you created have a different dependence on mana. The spread of the flame and its power to engulf the surroundings and the coldness of the ice property coexists with it. On the other hand, how about yours? Pardon? I'm asking about yours. Flora just moved her lips slightly and was speechless. Eventually, Ludger spoke instead. Flora Lumos. The overlapping elements that you created was just magic that was beautiful in shape and had not the slightest bit of practicality. Flora shuddered at the scathing remark. You don't have to be so harsh. Such words surged up to her throat, but the moment she met Ludger's sincere gaze, those words were swallowed all the way in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Magic should be practical. If not, at least, there should be no meaningless magic. It's the basic foundation of all magic. Ludger had said as much before entering the lesson. They had to use magic in a better way. To make and achieve something, not to kill something. That would lead the world in the right direction. But Flora. How was your magic? Frozen flame. It's a basic flame-burning form of magic technique surrounded by elements of ice. Yes. It's obviously beautiful, because the shape of a burning fire was frozen. Ludger spoke in his usual tone of voice. But that's all. Flora had no excuse for that. Because everything that Ludger said was true. Are you thinking of getting a job in a circus with this magic, or did you plan on going to the Crystal Palace in the capital and displaying your magic beautifully? It's not like that. Then what is the significance of the existence of your magic? Is it just a self-parade to show off that you can use overlapping elements? Self-parade. Ludger's point was irrefutable. She didn't know where she would use it, it was just a beautiful magic. She was just proud about being able to use the overlapping elements, nothing less and nothing more. I'm sure I'd appreciate the fact that you mixed a wind element in it and gave some purpose to the magic to an extent, but even that attempt failed. Flora bowed her head at his last words, which were full of truth. Cheryl, who was sitting next to her, looked at her worriedly, but she couldn't convey to her any comfort in that situation. Ludger scattered the scorching cold that he had created into the air. The overlapping elements that climbed close to the high ceiling of the classroom exploded like fireworks. Whir! For a moment, all the students in the classroom felt the illusion that they heard the sound of burning ice. Cold air that resembled white frost spread throughout the classroom without touching the ceiling and scattered subtle snow. It fell down and melted away before it could reach the students. However, all the students who had gathered in that place could feel it. It was a magic that had extremely opposing elements since there was also a spreading flame within it. It was the best magic to extinguish a fire. Flora Lumos. Your overlapping elements were quite interesting. I've never seen a wizard at your age displaying that skill. Flora's eyes, which were distracted by Ludger's magic, turned to Ludger again. It was the moment when she stared at the man's face who was looking at her with a pitying look. She felt somewhat guilty and emotional. But the intention of what you did was wrong. I'm not talking about your skill. I'm talking about something much more fundamental than that. Do not use magic just to show off. That kind of action, Flora, lowers your value. My value? Yes. This is heartfelt advice for you. He had been biting her harshly so far, but he was talking about value. But Flora had no choice but to agree with Ludger. The magic she had created was just beautiful in its outward appearance because of her intention to show off her skill in order to get a compliment from someone else. On the contrary, what Ludger had made was much more practical, even though it had the same overlapping elements as hers. The power of the flame also had its own fire power, but once it was attached to the other elements, it did not extinguish properly and spread in a flash. Big incidents that happened due to fire always occurred from a big spread of fire. Ludger had captured such characteristics with the chilly air. The chilly cold air that spread like an infectious disease the moment it exploded. The purpose of that magic was to extinguish and devour the spreading fire instead. Considering that it was a magic that so far had been used to launch and shoot ice purely in the form of a weapon or to cause a wide range of snowstorms, what Ludger had created was very practical. I lost, again. She thought she'd get recognition that time, but she didn't. Let alone being proud, Flora realized how impatient and foolish she was. I've never been like this before. Most of all, the sincere gaze that Ludger had shown toward her. It didn't escape her mind. It was an attitude of genuine concern, not intended to ridicule or to have contempt for her. Has anyone ever looked at me like that? No. There were always only two kinds of stares that headed towards her. Envy. And jealousy. Not to mention her own family with her brothers and sisters that she didn't want to see. Even her seniors were jealous of her. And so were Soren's professors. Flora's talent had caught up with their teaching in an instant, even though they had learned magic for many more years. Whenever that happened, the professor's eyes were always filled with an unbearable flame of jealousy. Flora knew it, but she hadn't shown it outwardly. Because that's what real talent was. There was no need to be joyful or sorrowful over the gazes of those who were jealous of her talents. But she didn't mean to let it slide either. So she had trampled on their pride while presenting them with a more overwhelming appearance. She had thought that it was obvious. But just then, Flora was confused for the first time in her life by Ludger's unfamiliar attitude. Professor Ludger. He had saved her from her nearly failed magic. He had helped her to overcome the wall of the three overlapping elemental properties which she had not been able to overcome until then. Then he had looked her in the eye and given her a harsh lecture. Flora belatedly realized that she was dizzy and out of breath. Mana depletion. She had consumed too much mana to implement the three overlapping elements of magic. I'm tired to death here, but is Professor all right? Ludger, who had suppressed the mana that was about to burst, would have consumed much more mana, but his breathing was still normal. It was the first time that she felt a real wall. And the wall was so high and thick that she wasn't sure if she could cross it. But she didn't want to give up. Flora felt a sense of competition. Flora made a strong resolution to herself that she would definitely go beyond him next time. What is this? Grit. Ludger, who was chewing on the mana recovery pill that was secretly hidden in his mouth, trembled unconsciously. After I gave my advice to Flora, I looked at the situations of several other students and gave them advice as well. It's not hard to teach them. The casting of elemental properties was the most basic subject. Some may have thought that it was easy and nothing, but there was nothing more important than elemental properties to build a proper foundation. Elemental casting used 5 senses that were close to a form that had developed with a framework at the basic level. Actually, I didn't know that the basics would be that important either. The magical elements that were created by the mana that was used by the wizards were slightly different from the elements that simply existed in nature. To be exact, the mana that was floating in the atmosphere was closer to imitating the elements with its strange power. Of course, if the world recognized the mimicry itself as real and was hit by fire magic, the world would have been burned. Naturally, it could be implemented with mana and did not occur naturally, such as the warm and cozy flame that was casted by Aiden a while ago. In other words, the elements that were created with magic were fake and real at the same time, two literally contradictory characteristics coexisting with each other. It was called the mystery of magic. The elements that were created by such magic naturally followed the tendency of the wizard. The ice magic that was used by cold and cool-headed people and the ice magic that was used by people who were full of passion and were hot-blooded would show completely different results, even if they were using the same spell. Wizards who had traveled the world and experienced many more varied experiences could carry more diverse emotions in their magic than the magic that was used by wizards who were confined to the corner of their room. Right. In the end, magic itself was more like putting human emotions into mana. Just like there are songs that have emotions and songs that don't. However, as the magic of that time was only casted thoroughly by theory and calculation, the emotional method was a very old method that was no longer left in the history books. Perhaps it was still written in an old and worn-out book in the far corner of the library in the magic tower. It was not that no one knew such a method, but it was still a little-known method compared to what it was in the past. I knew it because my teacher had taught me. My teacher taught me how to maximize the elements through the senses. It was a method that only I, the disciple, was informed of, and this dull-witted disciple was releasing his teacher's tips to the whole world in order to survive. I'm sorry, teacher. But if I hadn't done that, my life would have been in danger. Anyway, magic was such a mysterious study. It reminds me of the first time I learned it. When I had first learned that magic existed in this world, I had believed that I would become a great wizard whose name would remain in history. The fact that I was reincarnated from another world was enough for me to hold such hope. Of course, such a dream quickly came to an end. Because I had no outstanding talent in learning magic by myself. It was possible up to the basics, but that was all. It was practically impossible for me to be a great wizard who would remain in history. Therefore, I had no choice but to change my direction of learning magic. Basically, my limit was easily using magic up to the 3rd tier. If I overdid it, I could use basic 4th tier magic. If I looked at my level, I'd be at the beginning point of a 4th rank wizard, and that was my best and my limit. I couldn't use magic beyond that, so I improved the quality of magic that I could use up to the 3rd tier. That was the reason why I had kept strengthening my basics. Most of all, I had memories of my past life, so I could look at magic with a slightly different perspective than the others. Source code was the representative example. In addition to that, I had received Spartan-style teaching from my teacher, so I could be proud that the basics of my magic were more solid than anyone else's. And the method that I had been sticking to so far had finally shown in Soren. At the time, I had complained about why they had asked me to do this, but now that I think about it, there's nothing better than this situation. Perhaps magic that used the 5 senses was a method that even the magic tower had not taught them. At least, it was like a secret sauce of a famous restaurant that was given in hints only to the important talented people who were being promoted from within the cooking schools. I had just made it public. In fact, the students were also satisfied because there were noticeable changes in the outcome of their magic. But I can't let my guard down. Flora Lumos. Who would have thought that she could use overlapping elements at that young an age? Overlapping elements was not just about combining different elements. It was a risky move that could have more serious consequences if the wizard handled it incorrectly, so the method of formulating the magics had to be altered to make sure they didn't collide with each other. Therefore, when the wizard was using the overlapping elements, elements that were well suited to each other were often combined. Just like water and ice, fire and wind and electricity. However, Flora had overlapped elements that were opposite to each other, which were fire and ice. Perhaps that was not enough for her, overlapping 3 elements, all of which had quite a high-level difficulty in elemental properties, was also attempted. It was just not a skill that a wizard could show at that age. I realized again that Flora was not called a genius in Soren for no reason. Even so, she almost failed. An out-of-control mana fluctuation. I also felt dizzy from using too much mana because I had frantically suppressed it. Fortunately, I was lucky that I had recovered quickly because there was a mana pill in my mouth that I had secured in advance, otherwise, I might have stumbled disgracefully in front of the students. So I slightly felt like wanting to scold Flora, albeit severely. In the past, I had also been very confident in my new magic creation when my teacher had shattered my confidence terribly. At that time, I had done a lot of dangerous things to cast great magic. When I thought about it when I was about to sleep, I might have kicked the blanket with my feet loudly because of it. Flora, who had succeeded in overlapping 2 elements and was overly proud because of it, coincided with my old self when I had been learning magic from my teacher. The memory of that time came to my mind and the panic button was pressed on its own. That was also why I had pushed Flora a little too hard. I belatedly thought that I was a bit harsh, so I said, "Actually, it's because I'm worried about you. You know how I feel, right?" as an excuse. Maybe she's terribly hurt inside from that. But she was called a genius, so she'd get through it easily, right? I decided to turn my attention away from Flora and focused on the rest of the students. As expected. Maybe because it was Soren, but everyone is already good at it, even though I just gave them a few simple tips. I saw some students who were particularly noticeable. The first thing I saw was a student who was casting the elements of the compressed earth. It was a brown-skinned girl with animal ears on her head who implemented an element that looked like she pulled up a vein of the ore that existed deep underground. Was her name Iona Abai? I had seen her on the first day as well. She was the only beast person in the classroom, after all. She looked back at me as though she felt my gaze. I just nodded lightly to express that she had implemented the element admirably. I wonder if I had done something marvelous, because she opened her mouth wide with an ah. I ignored her and looked at the next student. It was someone with a plant element. A dark blue-haired girl with braids and large, round glasses that were covering half of her face unfolded such magic. She looked like someone who said I'm good at studying, just through a glance. She was a girl who was sponsored by the alchemy school, and she had her own reputation among the freshmen. Was her name Clara Hannes? She was pretty good, too. Other than her, there were twin sisters who were from a rather famous aristocratic family in the Eastern Kingdom, and there was even a rookie who was being sponsored by the Magic Tower. Even that rookie seemed to have quite a sense of rivalry toward Flora Lumos. I heard that this year's freshmen consist of only amazing students. I'm entering the academy at such a peculiar time, too. It was called the Golden Age. I thought I had heard Professor Selena say that there were many such children in the first year. And surprisingly, most of them were taking my class. I was going crazy due to too much pressure. I had a little hope of wanting my class to be somewhat moderate. It felt like I was losing my energy because of teaching those smart kids one by one. It was just then. As the class was nearing its end, I found the only student who could not float the elemental property. That kid is. Her face was familiar. That was because I was bound to notice her bright gray hair and heavenly beauty. She had been there when something happened at the first training ground the previous day, and she was also there during the werewolf incident. But most of all, I knew that kid well for another reason. I approached her. What happened, Lynn? Oh. Professor Ludger. Is it not working well? No. That's. Lynn hesitated to answer. Next to her seat was the princess, Elendil. What? Did the two get close since then? Elendil shook her head in silence when I looked at her as if asking what had happened. Then Lynn sighed and released her mana and floated the sphere. Since Lynn was also able to enter Soren, she had basic knowledge and talent for magic, so it was possible for her to float the mana. It was fine so far, but the problem happened afterward. I precisely caught on to what the problem was. Your casting of the elemental property doesn't work well, I see. No. To be exact, does the property itself not exist? Yes. Lynn was the possessor of mana without any properties, which appeared very rarely. I'm doomed. Lynn was afraid that she might have taken up a lot of time pointlessly. As she bowed her head like that, the clock bell rang in the classroom to announce the end of the class. This is the end of today's class. Everyone, review what you learned today. I'll replace the homework with that. Oh. But don't try to get away with it. I've remembered all the properties you used today, so I'll check them out in the next class. Some students, who were happy with the news that there were few assignments that time, hurriedly redirected their eyes when they met Ludger's gaze. I will be able to spot those of you who don't practice properly. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for today. The students ran away from the classroom. As soon as Lynn was about to get out of her seat, Ludger called her up. Lynn. Yes? Yes. You follow me to the professor's office. Oh. Lynn swallowed her breath unknowingly. The remaining students looked at Lynn with pity. In the spell casting class, the elemental property was the second most important specialization after the release of mana, but those without any properties didn't work like that. Perhaps he called her because she couldn't carry out his lecture properly, so he would recommend that she attend another class. That was only the second week, but Ludger's class had already been rumored to be the best in Soren. His teaching in particular, which strengthened the foundation of their elemental properties, was enough to hedge the students' expectations. Not being able to take such classes in the future went beyond just missing a teaching in Soren, it was almost half the loss of their life. If they didn't know from the beginning, they wouldn't know. It was a different level of problem to quit his class that they had already taken and experienced themselves. Of course, most students were relieved that they were not the target. The person concerned, Lynn, was about to cry. Following Ludger, who walked slowly in the hallway, Lynn moved with quick steps to chase him from behind. Lynn couldn't hide her ominous feelings while following Ludger. Why did he call me? Is it a personal interview? So is he about to kick me out of his class? Although it was only the third time she had seen him, including the incident in the training ground before, Lynn fully understood what kind of person Ludger was. If she thought of Ludger's extremely sharp personality, she would be able to attend his other lecture in a good case, and in the worst case, she would be kicked out of Ludger's class. I'm doomed. Lynn was depressed for some reason and bowed her head. It was better to change her class as soon as possible because it was still at the beginning of the semester, but it was very painful for her to leave Ludger's lecture and not another professor's lecture. She would not be that sad even if she happened to pick up a jewel on the road and had to throw it back on the side of the road. Come in. As they had already arrived at the private professor's office, Ludger opened the door that had his nameplate on it and went inside. Lynn entered Ludger's office as if she was a prisoner on death row who was heading to the gallows. Inside the office, the interior itself was quite sophisticated and neat. The place resembled its owner, indeed. That man used a place with an antique atmosphere. Sit down. Yes. Lynn sat on the sofa after she heard Ludger speak, frozen. The leather on the luxurious sofa was obviously so fluffy that she should have been comfortable, but Lynn had no choice but to keep straightening her back. Ludger sat at his office desk, and then he opened the drawer and pulled out a pile of papers. Lynn closed her eyes tightly at the sight. As expected, he's about to send me away to another professor's lecture. Would he nag if I knelt down and begged him to let me take his class? What if he despised me more? At the moment when her mind was getting more complicated, a thin book was being pushed toward Lynn. Lynn closed her eyes tight and cried out. I will do my best. I'll do everything you told me to do, so please don't tell me to stop taking your class. I'm in trouble if I don't take your class. Despite Lynn's desperate appeal, Ludger was unwavering. What are you talking about? It's not like that. Yes? This is not a lecture change application form? What are you talking about? Pardon? I thought I couldn't take classes from you anymore. You're saying something weird. Just hurry and pick it up. Lynn politely accepted the book that Ludger had given her with both hands. What kind of book is this? With that thought, Lynn, who looked at the title of the book, had no choice but to widen her eyes. Understanding Non-Property Magic. The large letters on the cover of the book caught her eye.